Hindi ko na nga nilagay yung national anthem, sorry.
The joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby resumed.
The joint meeting with the Committee on Legislative Franchises is hereby resumed.
May I invite everyone to please stand for a prayer in tribute to our frontliners.
Mabathalang pagpapala para sa mga COVID-19 frontliners. Isang panalangin. Panginoong Diyos, sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pakikipagdigma namin laban sa COVID-19 pandemic, ay dumudulog kami sa iyo para sa iyong mabathalang pagpapala sa mga bayaning nangunguna sa amin sa labang ito. Ang mga doktor, nurse, at iba pang medical professionals. Ang mga siyentipiko at iba pang dalubhasa sa larangan ng kalusugan. Ang mga opisyal at kawani ng pamahalaan, kasama na ang mga sundalo at mga pulis. Ang mga media practitioners. Ang mga manggagawa sa sektor ng pagkain. Ang mga manggagawa sa simbahan. At mga driver, gwardiya at janitor. Sa tapang, katapatan at husay nila sa pagganap ng kanilang tungkulin sa paglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, gantimpalaan mo po sila ng biyaya ng inyong pagsanggalang laban sa anumang kapahamakan at biyaya ng patnubay sa kanilang paglilingkod. Sa hirap ng katawan at isip na kanilang dinaranas dahil sa mga kakulangan at kahinaan ng sistemang pangkalusugan sa aming bansa, biyayaan mo po sila ng ginhawang madarama nila sa kanilang puso, ang ginhawang mula sa katotohanan dahil sa kanila ay nasasagip mula sa kamatayan marami. Sa pagsasakripisyo nila ng panahon at pagkakataon na makapiling, mayakap at mapanglagaan ang kanilang pamilya para makapaglingkod sa lipunan at sa mga biktima ng COVID-19, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangangalaga sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay laban sa virus na kanila ring nilalabanan para sa iba. Sa hindi marapat at hindi makatarungang diskriminasyon na nararanasan ng marami sa kanila, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pang-unawa sa kahinaan at kamalian ng iba at ng biyaya ng tibay ng loob na patuloy na maglingkod sa kabila nito at iba pang pagsubok. At sa marami sa kanila na nagbuwis ng buhay dahil sa pakikipaglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, kukupin mo po sila sa iyong kaharian at pawiin ang lungkot at pangungulila ng kanilang mga pamilya at kaibigan. Panginoong Diyos, basbasan mo ang mga COVID-19 frontliners upang hindi lamang sila patuloy na manguna sa amin sa pagsubok na ito, kung hindi patuloy rin silang maging huwaran namin sa pagiging bayani para sa iba at sa aming bayan. Gawaran mo po, Panginoong Diyos, ng iyong mabathalang pagpapala ang mga anak mong COVID-19 frontliners dahil sila ay tunay na daluyan ng iyong pagkalinga at pagmamahal sa amin. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Good afternoon. We are in the 12th hearing of the franchise application of ABS-CBN. We will focus on the alleged violation by ABS-CBN of its public duty. This issue is close to the viewers as they are the recipients of the alleged bias reporting and the kind of content that the network's programs propagate. We are joined by our members in the plenary and via Zoom who are with us from the very start to this day. Natutuwa po kami sa suporta ng mga members sa ginagawa nating pagdinig sa mga isyong may kaugnayan sa aplikasyon ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Ang ating pong secretariat ay lagi po nililista ang record ng attendance ng ating hybrid meetings. Comsec, paki-recognize po yung ating mga guests at resource persons.
Good afternoon. We have resource persons from MTRCB, Ms. Rachel Arenas. From NTC, we have Commissioner Cordoba and Deputy Commissioner Cabarrios. From COMELEC, we have Attorney Rex Laudianco, Law Department, and Mr. James Jimenez from EID, and an Attorney Ephraim Bagid, CFO. From ABS-CBN, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, Socorro Bidanes, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Attorney Sherry Cruz, in the plenary, and also Attorney Maxim Uy, Ms. Regina Reyes, Head of Integrated News and Current Affairs, and Ms. Linda Homilia, Head of Digital News. Via Zoom, we have Attorney Ayo Bautista, Ms. Consuelo Lopez, Mr. Ricardo Tan, and Mr. Aldrin Cerrado. Also, via Zoom, we have from KBP, Mr. Junik Dao, and other guests, former news anchor, Ms. Kata Inocencio, Mr. Angelo Palmones, and Mr. Jay Sonsa. We have also Mr. Kidlat Tahimik or Mr. Eric Digia via Zoom.
Maraming salamat, Comsec. Binabati ko po ang mga members ng House Blue Ribbon Committee na buong tiyaga nating nakakasama sa ating mga pagpupulong. Lalong-lalo na po ang aking mga Vice Chairman na walang tigil at ang ilan po sa ating mga membro na kasama natin sa paglalabas ng katotohanan para po sa taong bayan. Sila po si Senior Vice Chairman Boying Remulla, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor, Vice Chairman Bambol Tolentino, Vice Chairman Eric Yap, Member Sol Alagones, at Congressman Diana Bautista.
David Suarez.
Kasama po si Congressman Vice Chairman David Suarez. Gayon din po, umabot na tayo sa ika-12 na pagpupulong. At muli, inaasahan natin ang patas at komprehensibong pagdinig sa hapong ito. Pag-uusapan natin ang mga di umano'y paglabag ng ABS-CBN sa tungkulin nito sa publiko. Muli, tayo po ay napapanood ng live stream sa Facebook page ng House of Representatives, gayon din po sa Facebook page ng inyong kong Kuya Jose Antonio R.C. Alvarado. Please like and share po. Chairman Chikoy.
Salamat, Chair Jonathan. Nag-imbita po tayo ng mga resource persons na maglilinaw ng mga usaping may kaugnayan sa tungkulin ng ABS-CBN sa publiko tulad po ng MTRCB, KBP at COMELEC. May mga personahe rin po tayong inimbita upang magbahagi ng kanilang pananaw sa kanilang naging karanasan sa ABS-CBN. Chair, inaasahan po natin na magiging produktibo ang hapong ito at nang matapos na po natin ang mga issue laban sa ABS-CBN. Chair Jonathan, bago po ilipat sa inyo, nais ko rin i-recognize sa ating guest galing sa NUJP, si Ms. Elizabeth Panelo at Raymond Villanueva.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Chikoy. Para sa pagiging patas sa paghahanap ng katotohanan sa likod ng mga aligasyon, inibita po natin ang National Union of Journalists of the Philippines o NUJP at ang Center for Media Freedom and Responsibility, CFR, na nagbigay sa kanilang mga posisyon at mga position papers sa committee hingil sa aplikasyon ng ABS-CBN na prangkisa nito. Inimbita rin natin as resource person ang isang producer ng Viva TV, si Miss June Rufino. Atin pong inimbita ang dating anchor o host ng ABS-CBN katulad ni Ginoong Angelo Palmones, Kata Inocencio, at J. Sonsa. Maari po nating tanungin isa-isa ang ating mga inimbita o kung sino po ang ating napili. Chairman Chikoy.
Bago po natin tawagin ng ABS para sa kanilang opening statement, gusto mo natin bigyan ng panahon si Congresswoman Diana Bautista para sa kanyang maikling manifestation. Kong Diana.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Chikoy. Good afternoon, Chair Jonathan. Maraming salamat po sa pag-recognize sa akin ngayong hapon. Good afternoon din po sa mga kasamahan ko dyan sa Kongreso at sa mga ating guests at ang nanonood ngayong hapon sa ating. I would just like to make a very short manifestation with regards to what we're doing in Congress at sa hearing na ito. In the days leading up to today's special session, we have seen a barrage of opinions from the general public, both for and against ABS-CBN's application for the grant of a legislative franchise. While we respect the considered opinions of our constituents, it has come to our attention that some have sought to characterize these proceedings as a show of force by certain individuals against ABS-CBN instead of as an exercise of our legislative functions. In this light, I would like to call for sobriety from both sides, given the important nature of our proceedings here at the House of Representatives. Contrary to the accusations hurled by some that this is just a mere show run by certain members of this Congress. This is not a show, but an exercise of our democratic process. The House of Representatives is exercising its constitutional duty to decide on matters relating to the grant of a legislative franchise to operate a mass media company, a privilege that we are duty-bound to protect from abuse. The applicant here, ABS-CBN, is an applicant against whom certain issues have been raised, and as part of our duties and responsibilities as a member of this House, we are mandated to look at these issues. In this body, we decide as a collective, and whatever will be the outcome of these proceedings shall be decided not by an individual member, but by the members of this committee or the House at large. This is the very essence of our democracy. Hindi po ito tinatratong parang laro-laro lamang or isang show. Para sabihin po na ganito lamang ang prosesong isinasagawa ng Kamara ngayon ay napakalaking insulto sa bawat membro ng Kongresong naririto ngayon. Because of this, I think it is but proper for both sides to maintain respect for these proceedings, temper their passions, and focus on the issues pertinent to the matter under deliberation. Gusto ko lang din idagdag sa isyong ito na marami po akong kaibigan sa entertainment industry, marami po akong kaibigan sa ABS-CBN at mga managers ng ABS-CBN. At tuwing nag-uusap naman po kami about sa franchise, nire-respeto nila ang opinion ko bilang isang mambabatas. Nire-respeto ko din ang saloobin nila at ang kanilang opinion bilang isang artista or bilang isang miyembro ng industriya sa entertainment. So sa parehong paraan at sa gitna ng mga batikos ng ilang mga tao, pati na ilang mga galing mismo sa ABS-CBN, nananawagan din po kami sa lahat na irespeto kaming mga mambabatas at ang aming tungkulin dito sa Kongreso. Para po sa mga taga-ABS-CBN, wag po natin sanang insultuhin ang mismong bulwagan kung saan dinidinig ang inyong aplikasyon. Bigyan po natin ng respeto ang bawat membro ng Kongresong ito. Ang respeto at paggalang na naaayon bilang kinatawan ng sambayanan. We are all Filipinos. We are all aspiring for a better Philippines. Therefore, let us learn to become better citizens. Thank you, and that is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Claudine Bautista mula sa Dumper Party List. Talagang napakasipag na
Mr. Chairman.
kongresista. Sandali lang po, Congressman Remulla. I-recognize po kita pagkatapos ng isang maikling manifestation mula kay Speaker Cayetano. Ano po? Isang manifestation po mula sa ating minamahal na Speaker. At pabayaan po sana ninyo na mabasa ko upang malaman nating lahat ang ilan sa mga saloobin ng ating minamahal at ginagalang na Speaker of the House, Alan Peter Cayetano. Sa partikular na issue ng whether or not the House of Representatives should deny the franchise application of ABS-CBN considering that the company has allegedly violated the terms of its franchise, mandating objectively and impartially, and the Omnibus Election Code on ensuring equal access to broadcast of candidates and prohibiting ABS-CBN from any partisan political activity. Sa kagustuhan ni Speaker Alan Peter S. Cayetano na maisulong ang talakayan at konsiderasyon sa lahat ng mahalagang punto na lulan ng aplikasyon sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, siya po ay nagsumite ng kanyang pahayag na magiging bahagi ng kanyang testimonya na didinggin sa komiting ito. Ito po ay ayon sa kanyang personal na kaalaman at paniniwala patungkol sa aligasyon ng bias, partiality, and favoritism bago at habang campaign period noong 2016 national elections. Bibigyan natin ng ABS-CBN ng kopya ng pahayag na ito upang bigyan sila ng pagkakataong tumugon kung inyo pong nanaisin. Pinili ng ating speaker na hindi na personal na tumistigo o magtanong sa ABS-CBN upang nang sa gayon ay mapanatili natin ang pagiging patas sa pagdinig na ito at upang hindi na maimpluwensyahan ang lahat ng partido na may kinalaman sa isyong ito, lalong-lalo na po ang members ng Joint Committee ng Legislative Franchises at ng Blue Ribbon Committee bilang namumuno sa institusyon ng House of the People. Upang maitala sa ating katiktikan, nais kong iparating na ikinalulugod ng komiting ito ang pagpupunyagi ng ating speaker na maprotektahan ang integridad at independensya ng pagdinig na ito. Buhat pa ng simula, mayroong katangi-tangi at malinaw na mandato na galing sa House Leadership kung paano po patatakbuhin ang pagdinig na ito. Ang bilin po sa atin, maging patas, walang kinikilingan, at maging komprehensibo. Ang bilin ng ating speaker ay hayaang marinig ang lahat ng boses at bukas na mailathala sa lahat ang mga issue na naitago sa mamayang Pilipino. Tungkol po sa media bias at political meddling ng ABS-CBN, maraming beses na natin siyang narinig na magpahayag noong 2016 elections. Habang siya ay tumatakbo bilang Vice Presidente ni Pangulong Duterte, siya mismo ang naghain ng TRO laban sa kontrobersyal na ad na ginawa ni dating Senador Trillanes na siyang pinalabas lamang ng katangi-tangi at nag-iisang network ang ABS-CBN. Naunawaan po namin ang Speaker of the House kung bakit po niya pinili na hindi na personal na tumistigo at magtanong sa ABS-CBN dahil ito ay maaaring pagmulan ng hindi nararapat na impluwensya sa mga miyembro ng komite. Muli, ang aming taos-pusong pasasalamat sa aming speaker sa kanyang paggawad ng tiwala at respeto sa joint committee hearing na ito. 'Yung 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 'Yung
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Mr. Chairman, bago po tayo magsimula, siguro ho maganda ma-define natin kung ano yung sinasabing media bias, kung ano yung sinasabing impartiality. Kasi po, maski dito sa atin, sa ating mga kasama, nakikiusap po tayo, batay na rin sa binanggit ni Speaker Alan Cayetano, na ang pag-uusap na ito, hindi maging personal na pananaw ng bawat isa. Na kung sila ba ay na-criticize, sila ba ay tinira in the past, hindi po ito yung ating nais marating o hindi natin ito ang dapat pag-usapan. Ang dapat po natin pag-usapan dito ay yung korporasyon ng ABS-CBN at yung kabuuang iba pang mga korporasyon na pagmamay-ari ng Pamilya Lopez at kung paano po ito nagamit sa negosyo. Kung paano po ito nagamit para itulak yung sinasabing agenda. For example, pinag-usapan po yung DBP loans. Although hindi na ho natin na-take up, pero paano ba na-condone yung mga loans na yon? Pinag-uusapan natin kailan lamang yung labor. Paano bang nagamit ang ABS-CBN para hindi po makita yung mga problema ng labor at maging sa tax evasion. Yun po ang una. Pangalawa, Mr. Chairman, siguro dapat mailinaw din, dun sa batay na binanggit ni Speaker Alan Cayetano noong 2016, yung pong pagiging kingmaker ng ABS-CBN ba tumutulak ng isang kandidato, partikular pang presidente, upang sa kabuuan maitulak din ang negosyo. I think, Mr. Chairman, ito ang critical na papag-usapan natin na kung ang mga negosyo o ang interes na pang material, pang pinansyal ay tinutulak doon sa paggamit ng ABS-CBN bilang isa sa pinakamalaking broadcast corporation sa ating bansa. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to clarify, and I hope the members would agree, including our Chairman of the Legislative Franchise, Chairman Alvarez and Chairman Alvarado of the Good Government Committee, na dito po tayo mag-usap. Hindi ho to personal, hindi natin problema kung tayo man ay natira nung nakaraan, may sinabing hindi maganda sa atin, dahil hindi po yun ang importante. Kung natira man tayo para sa isang agenda na ating binanggit na inilahad dito, maaari po yun. Pero kung pampersonal lang naman, pakiusap po, wag na ho nating ilahad sa pag-uusap na to. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Mike Defensor. At parehas po kayo ng sinabi ni Speaker na wag po natin haluan ng bias itong hearing na ito. Bagkus panawagan ko po sa lahat ng nanonood ngayong hapong ito na alam po natin na ang bawat isa po na membro ng committee ito ay meron talagang personal na patungkol sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Maaari pong ang ilan ay laban sa prangkisa ng ABS. Meron naman pong kampi sa prangkisa ng ABS. Sana po ay wag po natin na direktang atakihin ang mga miyembro ng committee ito, lalong-lalo na sa social media po at sa YouTube. Si Kong Mickey Biolago parang sa pagkakatanong niya doon sa labor issue, ang daming nagbash, mga 134,000 views sa YouTube na hindi nag-prepare, hindi pinag-aralan. Pero sobra pong mag-review yung mga yan bago pumunta dito. Yun lang po talaga, meron lang siyang side na siya ay isa sa mga author ng ABS-CBN. Si Congressman Remulla, meron ring mahigit 100,000 views. Yung naman pong pambaba sa kanya sa isang bagay na hininginan niya ng paumanhin at nagsabi na po siya na kahit walang naniningil sa kanya, ay magbabayad siya ng fine. Sana po panawagan po ng joint chairman ng committee ito, wag po nating direktang atakihin yung mga miyembro ng committee ito, lalong-lalo na sa parehas naman po na pro o anti, ay gusto lamang pong magpalabas parehas ng katotohanan. Maraming salamat po. Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with the main business for the day, for a few administrative matters, well, I'd like to tell the committee that today, after my experience for the past 10 days or the past 6 days of being the subject of many organized attacks on social media, I have gone to the NBI to complain about the cyberbullying being done to my person and to other members of the House. I thought this wise, Mr. Chairman, because we are doing our job for this country. We are not doing this job for personal reasons. This matter of scrutinizing a constitutional franchise, this franchise of ABS-CBN, is a constitutional duty. Ito po ay aming tungkulin sa ilalim ng saligang batas na tingnan po ang bagay na ito. But apparently, Mr. Chairman, some people have employed troll farms to get to our organization. And it goes without saying, I think that all of us have, most of us have an experience here about how these trolls are operating now. And in the same light, Mr. Chairman, I brought this up earlier before we called the meeting to order, that I am asking the committee to look into the deception employed by several persons who testified to this committee. Not only deception, Mr. Sa madaling salita po, may mga nagsinungaling po sa ating committee, alam po natin, dapat po parusahan ng contempt. Kasi lagi natin pinapaalalahanan sa kanila na magsasabi ho ng kabuong katotohanan dito sa committee ito. Sana po maimbestigahan natin to, Mr. Chairman, sapagkat masama ho itong ehemplo kung ito'y palalampasin lang natin ng basta-basta pagkatapos. Pangatlo po, Mr. Chairman, in the same light also, nais ko hong sulatan na ng committee ang NBI upang tingnan ang mga ginawang dahilan ng ABS-CBN katulad po ng Amcara Broadcasting kung ito po ay isang panloloko sa committee ito at sa bansang Pilipino. Sana po magkaisa tayo sa bagay na ito sapagkat dalawang committee ho ito na napakahalaga sa ating bansa. Committee on Good Government or Blue Ribbon Committee and the Franchise Committee. Pag ito po ay pinalampas natin, baka maging ugali lang po ng lahat ng ating mga kaharap na gawin sa atin ang ginagawa ng maraming tao ngayon sa cyberspace. At hindi lang po yun sa pagsisinungaling po dito sa committee ito. Kaya sana po, magkaisa po tayo dito na masulatan po natin ng NBI na tayo po itulungan na ma-document po ang mga katotohanan sa likod po ng mga ganitong pangyayari. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Boying Remulla. At yung contempt po, under Section 11 po ng House Rules, ay pwede po nating i-hearing ito. Pero sana po patapusin muna natin yung mismong prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Pagkatapos po ng usapin ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, tsaka na po natin pag-usapan sa Blue Ribbon Committee yung contempt hearing po na inyong nabanggit.
Yung pagsulat po sa NBI sana kung makukuha ko inyong permiso na makiayon po ako sa Secretariat na gumawa po na sulat o liham na pipirmahan po ng dalawang chairman ng committee.
The Secretariat is directed to do so.
Maraming salamat, Kong Jonathan. Ngayon, punta na po tayo sa ating agenda. Pwede po natin tawagan ng ABS-CBN para po sa kanilang opening statement. Sino po sa inyo, sir? Ms. Reyes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, good afternoon.
Sorry po, ma'am. Tanong ko lang, naka-oath na po ba kayo?
Hindi pa po, sir.
Teka lang. Comsec, pakipa-oath na lang po.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Yes. The chairpersons instructed me to invite all new resource person in the Zoom meeting. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional inquiry, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed po, Ms. Reyes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, good afternoon. My name is Maria Regina Reyes, and I'm the head of the News Division of ABS-CBN Corporation. Marami po tayong nakilalang mga kababayan natin mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng lipunan, dala ng iba't ibang sitwasyon. Nariyan ang mag-asawang Ronnie at Marge na kapwa may kapansanan at nawalan ng trabaho dahil sa COVID-19. Hindi rin malilimutan ng marami sila Leonardo at Joey at mga kasamahan nilang manggagawa na stranded noong lockdown at nagsikap maglakad mula Parañaque pauwi sa mga pamilya nila sa probinsya. Noong kasagsagan ng giyera sa Marawi, nakilala natin si Corporal Jose Estorion na nasugatan sa pakikidigma pero agad na bumalik sa labanan sa kagustuhang tuparin ang sinumpaang tungkulin sa bayan. Marami pa pong mamamayang tulad nila ang naging bahagi ng aming pagbabalita. Naging inspirasyon para sa marami sa atin na magbigay ng tulong at umaksyon para sa ikabubuti ng nakararami. Nais ko po sana ngayon bigyan ng diin ang paglilingkod o serbisyo na sinisikap naming ihatid sa publiko. Ito po yung journalism as public service. Every reporter, writer, producer, anchor, every editor in the newsroom knows that what we do is not just a job. It is a response to a call to tell the truth and work for a cause greater than ourselves. Ang paglalahad ng katotohanan at paglilingkod sa bayan ang layunin ng bawat mamamayan, ng bawat mamamahayag. The very nature of journalism, of truth-telling, is public service. Alam po yan ng bawat kasamahan namin na sumasalubong sa bagyo, lindol, o pagsabog ng bulkan para maihatid ang kwento na pinagdaraan ng krisis ng mga mamamayan at para maghatid ng balita at impormasyon na maaaring makapagligtas ng buhay. Higit sa pangangalap ng mga numero, binibigyan nila ng mukha ang mga kababayan nating nasa lanta. Nagsisilbi silang boses ng mga kapwa natin Pilipino na nangangailangan ng tulong. At ito po ang paglilingkod na nahihirapan na naming magawa ngayon matapos ipatupad ang cease and desist order laban sa ABS-CBN. Not once but twice. The shutdown has deprived more than 69 million Filipinos of the kind of information, analysis and commentary, and public service provided by ABS-CBN News. It has cut off our reach such that 2 out of 3 viewers are unable to watch our news programs. Sila po ay mga kababayan nating sineserbisyuhan ng aming 21 regional news bureaus, yung iba sa mga lugar na tanging signal lang ng ABS-CBN ang nakakaabot at hindi pa nararating ng internet. Sila po yung mga kababayan nating napaglilingkuran hindi lang ng TV Patrol na napapanood natin dito sa Maynila, kundi mga local TV Patrol na naghihimay sa sitwasyon sa kanilang mga probinsya. Sila po yung mga kababayan natin na walang perang pambayad sa cable o pambili ng internet data. Apektado rin po ang serbisyo sa ating mga kababayang OFWs at iba pang overseas Filipinos. Your Honor, since our return to air in 1986, we have endeavored to perform our duty as a news organization. As professional journalists, we strive to keep biases in check and to report on newsworthy events, persons, and issues in an accurate, fair, and balanced manner. Pero tulad ng ibang bahagi ng aming kumpanya, hindi po kami perpekto. Wala pong news organization na perpekto. Sa kabila ng mga pag-iingat at pagbabantay, ay inamin po naming nagkakamali rin po kami. Gayunpaman, agad din po kaming umaaksyon para itama ang mali. And we have mechanisms for handling mistakes committed in the performance of our duty. At the company level, we have an independent network ombudsman that receives investigates, and makes recommendations on complaints against news personnel. These recommendations are acted upon by the head of news in a timely manner. At the news division level, we have a standards and practices unit that likewise ensures our journalists adhere to our own code of ethics and observe the highest professional and ethical standards. Just like those in government, journalists and the news media operate as trustees of the public. As such, our first loyalty is to citizens, and our primary obligation is to the truth. We know that as we hold power to account, we ourselves are accountable to the public we serve. We uphold this accountability and responsibility as vigorously as we uphold press freedom, freedom of expression and free speech, all fundamental rights deeply anchored in our Constitution and well settled in jurisprudence. Your Honors, sa kabila ng aming limitasyon dulot ng shutdown, sinisikap pa rin naming ipagpatuloy ang pagbabalita, lalo na po ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Patuloy kaming kumukuha ng lakas ng loob at inspirasyon kina Ronnie at Marge na natulungan ng aming mga manonood sa sipag at tapang ng manggagawang tulad ni Leonardo at Joey at sa kabayanihan ng mga tulad ni Corporal Estorion. In these most trying of times, we continue to deliver the news each day, knowing that doing so is an opportunity and a privilege, not just to be a witness to history, but to be a force for good. Thank you, Your Honors.
Maraming salamat po. Ngayon naman po ay tawagin natin si Ms. Kata Inocencio, isang dating anchor, host ng ABS.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I just make a reaction to the position?
Kong Defensor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have here the position paper of ABS-CBN, and I felt that the position somehow alludes to the recent social media campaign that has been coming out. Alam niyo, Mr. Chairman, sometime nung May, when this was shut down, nagsimula po ito na nagsasalita na si Kong Dante Marcoleta about yung continued showing ng ABS-CBN. Seemingly, word after that, I mean, in the DigiBox. Pagkatapos po nun, nagsasalita din si Kong Boying Rimulya. At gusto ko pong iklaro sa ABS-CBN na kahit na nung panahon na yun, alam namin na nanggagaling sa ABS-CBN Tower yung signal na ginagamit ng Amkara. But out of toleration, wala pong dumidiin at walang kumikibo until recently. In fact, si Kong Jonathan Alvarado, parati kong kinakausap, sinasabi ko, Kong Jonathan, sumasama ang loob ni Kong Marcoleta dahil ang pakiramdam niya nagagamit yung istasyon laban sa kanya. Sabi ni Kong Jonathan Alvarado, pabayaan na lang muna natin until ma-take up yung issue. At tinake up po namin yan. Doon lang po ako nag-personal collective privilege nung ito po ay i-take up na yung DigiBox. Dito po sa inyong nilagay, sinabi nyo that in recent days, a suggestion has been put forward to allow ABS-CBN to operate in consideration of its employees but without the news division on account of supposedly biased, one-sided reporting. If carried out, not only would this render 1,000 news personnel jobless, it would send a strong and terrifying message that indeed the press was being silenced. Para malaman ng mga nanonood at malaman na rin ng mga kasama natin, bago pa ho to nagsimula yung interview, kayo po nakipag-usap sa amin. Mr. Katigbak, Mr. Lopez, ang sabi nyo sa akin, tinanong nyo ko, may sama ng loob ka ba sa ABS-CBN? Ang sabi ko, wala. Ang sinabi ko, kailangan lang namin magtanong. We need to ask the hard questions. Sometime in June 9, si Congressman Marcoleta nagsalita dito about sa isang news report. At matapos nun, tinira siya doon sa news, well, in a way, pinagsalitaan siya and then nagkaroon ng campaign sa social media. Yung interview ko po na to nangyari ng June 25, TV5. Kung di ako nagkakamali, mga 1-2 beses nyo na po akong pinakausapan. na kung pwede wag isara yung DigiBox. And of course, publicly, on the record, Mr. Katigbak, you have been saying that. Tulungan nyo muna kami i-tolerate na wag isara yung DigiBox because this is our capability to pay our employees. Ang sabi ko dun sa show na yun, sa June 25, sana umabot tayo sa isang sitwasyon na temporarily, baka naman pwede dahil nga nagre-reklamo si Congressman Dante Marcoleta, Congressman Boying Rimulya, siguro wala na muna yung sa News and Public Affairs Division, not to silence the News and Public Affairs Division, but to allow the DigiBox to continue para sa inyong pabor na makalma ko yung aking mga kasama na wag ipasara ang DigiBox out of toleration nang hindi mawala ng trabaho ang mga tao. Ma'am Cory Vidanes, after that hearing, before the hearing of the DigiBox, kinausap nyo rin ako. Inahadal. Sabi niyo, tulungan niya naman sana, wag naman ipitin yung DigiBox. And now you come up with this position saying that I am saying that to close the News and Public Affairs Division. Hindi ko na po ito inopen dito sa committee to dahil sa palagay ko naman baka kampanya lang. And then Ma'am Cory, sinabi niyo po sa akin yung Kapamilya Online World is not ABS-CBN. Pinaliwanag niyo po sa akin nung nagkatayo tayo. Dahil binanggit ko sa inyo, ma'am, ba't ako tinira ng ganun? Parang mali naman. But now coming from ABS-CBN, saying this thing, nagugulat po ako. You can watch that very same show. Ang sinabi ko po noon, habang nag-hearing, sabi ko wala nang franchise eh. DigiBox ang ginagamit and out of toleration, we're allowing it. Pero habang nag-hearing, sabi ko, sana mapayagan na lang muna yung ibang shows. You know, Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to speak on these biases, but for ABS-CBN to take this official position, I take offense, Mr. Chairman. Wala akong sinabing ganito. Wala akong sinasabing sa pagbigay ng prangkisa nyo, wag magkaroon ng News and Public Affairs. I never said that. I never said that in allowing the DigiBox in the future, that you take it away. Ang sinasabi ko po at that time, dahil na rin sa pakiusap nyo, sa marami nating pag-uusap dito, out of toleration, sana mapagbigyan. And that's on the record, may video po yun. I-check nyo po. That was a June 25 showing. So Mr. Chairman, again, you speak about all these things about being the news and all that, but you believe your own propaganda. You're coming out with your own propaganda. And in this case, because of the franchise, you are hitting the very same people asking the hard questions. It may not be, in effect, sasabihin ng iba, oh, baka personal nyo, nagagalit kayo. Hindi ho eh, dahil yung mga nagsasalita dito, doon sa prangkisa, ang siya ding tinitira. Doon sa mga iba-ibang social media platforms, at maging doon sa inyong mga news division, which was aired, not by me, but my colleagues here. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I hope ABS-CBN can reply to this. Where did you get the idea that I was saying, or that did refer to me, but this is about me, that to take away the news division on account of supposedly biased and one-sided reporting. Mr. Chairman, huli na lang po, ang tagal ko na sa politika. At lahat po ng salitang masama, tinanggap ko na. Hindi lang ho ngayon, noon pa. Hindi po ako nagalit kahit kailan. Hindi po ako nagre-react violently kahit kailan, maging sa politika ko sa distrito at maging sa media. Alam po ng mga media personalities yan, not only of ABS-CBN, pati ng ibang channels. Hindi tanggap ko po na dahil sa trabaho namin, pagsasalitain kami ng masama. Minumura po kami. Kuminsan po, sometimes they wish us death. And they say that in the different media platforms. Pero yun po itanggap ko. At hindi ako nagreklamo at never ako nag-file ng kahit anong kaso, kahit sa kaninong broadcaster o kaninong manunulat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Mike Defensor. At bago po natin pasagutin ang ABS-CBN, ikwento ko lang po sa inyo na nung huli po natin na hearing, kinausap ko si Congressman Mike Defensor. Sabi ko sa kanya, Kong Mike, magpapalista ka ba about media bias ng ABS-CBN. Ang sabi niya sa akin, Chairman, wala naman akong issue sa ABS-CBN. Yan po ay totoo niya sinabi sa akin. Ang sabi niya, wala naman akong issue sa ABS-CBN pagdating sa bias, baka yung mga kasama natin ang may sasabihin. Kaya ako po personal, nagulat ako at meron palang magiging issue si Kong Defensor Santiago ngayong araw na ito tungkol po mismo doon sa position paper na kayo po ang nagpasa. Sana po ito po naman ay payong makatao po mula sa isa sa mga chairman ng joint committee ito na maging maingat po sana tayo sa ating pagpasa ng posisyon, lalong-lalo na po kung ibabaon po natin yung sarili natin sa hukay kasi pakiramdam ko po ay imbis na kayo ay magkaroon ng ilang kaibigan dito sa committee ito ay magbabawas pa. Ano po? Sa lahat naman po ng ating mga kasama, siyempre hinihiling po natin na sana sa panahong ito, lalong-lalo na patating tayo sa ending ng ating joint hearings, ay sana po ay maging kalmado tayo at taliwas po sa pag-uusapan natin ngayon na tungkol sa media bias, ay sana po iwasan nating maging bias about dun sa usapin ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at ipagpatuloy po sana natin ang paggalang sa bawat isa. Ngayon po ay papayagan po namin na sumagot po ang ABS-CBN patungkol po doon sa pahayag ni Congressman Mike Defensor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congresswoman Bayalago.
can we ask the COMSEC to provide us a copy of the petition paper of ABS-CBN?
Position paper po.
Yan.
Opo.
Okay, thank you.
The committee secretariat is hereby directed to give all members the position paper of ABS-CBN. Kung Miki, umaapila si COMSEC na i-distribute na daw po. Pakibuklat po yung inyong mga papeles. Or sa email. Personal na lang po, COMSEC. Personal mo na lang pong iabot sa ating mga kasama. ABS-CBN, meron po ba kayong maisasagot doon sa pahayag ni Congressman Defensor Santiago?
Mr. Chair, may I reply? We note the sentiments. We note the sentiments of the Honorable Congressman Defensor. Wala naman po kaming masasabi pa.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman,
gusto ko lang pong linawin
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
na ito po'y position paper po ninyo. Na dalawa lang po yan. It's either kayo nagsasabi ng totoo or ako yung nagsasabi ng totoo. But this is a position paper of ABS-CBN. And, you know, to say that you just note of what I said, when in fact, you refer to a certain situation na sinasabi nyo may nagsabi na to operate in consideration of its employees without the news division, masyado pong mabigat ang ganitong akusasyon. Ibig sabihin po ba, gumawa kayo ng position paper without watching what came out, without checking, hindi nyo po na-check kung ano po yung mismong sinabi doon sa programa at ang konteksto ng pinagsabihan na to? Kasi kung ganun po talaga, mauwi po tayo sa ganung sitwasyon na ako sinasabi ko, kasinungalingan po itong nakalagay dito sa position paper ninyo at hindi po tama ang naging batayan nito. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman
Chairman.
Mike Defensor. At yes, Congressman Barsaga.
paglilinaw lamang, Mr. Chairman, kanina mayroong binasang position paper ang kinatawa ng ABS-CBN. Meron ba tayong printed copy or hard copy ng position paper na binasa para naman kung sakasakaling magtatanong ako, base raw sa position paper, I will not be mistaken, I will not misquote the position paper of ABS-CBN.
Sa panahon pong ito, ay wala pa po tayong kopya nung presentation ni Ma'am Regina Reyes kanina, pero bibigyan ko po ng direksyon ang Committee Secretariat. The Committee Secretariat is hereby directed to secure copies of the presentation of ABS-CBN and distribute it to our members today.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Sarate.
just say a comment on. Binasa ko naman yung position paper na nakalagay dito. Although I note na hindi nga pinangalanan naman ang ating kasamahan, no? Si Congressman Defensor. And itong ganitong komentaryo against ABS-CBN, I'm not defending ABS-CBN. Naririnig ko rin ito sa napakaraming pagkakataon, no? At nababasa rin sa social media itong ganitong punto na not coming from Congressman Santiago, Defensor, ano? Pero sa maraming pagkakataon narinig ko ito, especially doon sa mga programa na kami rin naman ang binabanatan, no? Dahil we have our own shares of talagang pumupuna sa atin. Kaming mga sponsors, binabanatan din, no? Talagang matindi ang banat, ano? Kung ano-ano na lang. At minomonitor ko rin, ganun ang talagang lumabas itong proposal na ito, no? Sige, pagbigyan na lang bumalik yan, pero yung mga bias at one-sided reporting ng kanilang mga pinangalanan, yung ilang mga reporters. So I think this is a general statement of fact, no? I'm not sure if this is being if the honorable defensor is alluded to, but talagang general statement of fact ito ng mga ayaw sa ABS-CBN. At nababasa ko ito, naririnig ko ito, no? So I think if the statement of ABS-CBN that is this, hindi ho natin pwedeng i-conclude rin na mali yung kanilang posisyon. Dahil hindi isa lang, hindi dalawa, marami rin po, no? Sa social media, sa radyo, na ganito ang kanilang sinasabi. So kasi pag magkaganon, kami rin na binabanatan, ng kabila, pwede rin bang, but my position is, sige, you are free to say what you want to say, no? Yung publiko, dahil ito naman ang parte nila dito sa prangkisang ito, na binukas natin ang pagdinig sa publiko, and the public has all the right to say this, no? At tayo, pagdating ng panahon, ay ginagabayan tayo ng ano ang pagtingin natin, what is for the greater good, no? Despite all these statements in the social media, in the public, for and against the renewal of the franchise of ABS-CBN. So ang aking pong pakiusap, tumuloy na tayo doon sa ating agenda ngayon at para makapagtanong na yung ating mga kasamahan. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Kong Kaloy. Kong Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ako nga nagpapasalamat kay Kong Sarate kahit papano siya nilinaw niya yung position paper. Ang sabi ni ABS-CBN sa akin, noted. Kasi nga, Congressman Sarate, gusto ko lang sabihin nga, because it was in a platform na binanggit ko kay Ma'am Cory Vidanes. Sabi ko, Ma'am Cory, parang yung Kapamilya Online World had a meme of me at sinasabi nga ganito. This exact quote of taking out the news division in News and Public Affairs. And I was surprised na makita ko ngayon sa submission ng ABS-CBN because I was thinking, maglalahad lang kung ano yung sistema nila doon sa proseso ng News and Public Affairs reporting. So, Mr. Chairman, having said that, I thank the committee and thank the Chairman for giving me the time. Sige po, pakinggan na po na rin natin yung ibang resource person. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Kong Mike. Pwede na po tayo ngayon dumako sa ating agenda. So, balikan po natin ngayon si Ms. Kata Inocencio na isang
Okay lang po.
Sige po.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Mike, hindi po noted yung sagot po namin. I want to take responsibility po for what was written in this position paper. I didn't realize this was an allusion to you. But please allow us to review the statement, and if it needs to be corrected po, we will submit a revised version to the COMSEC with your permission, Mr. Chair.
As always, Mr. Katibak, marami pong salamat sa inyo.
Salamat po.
Thank you. So, ngayon, balikan na po natin ulit si Ms. Kata Inocencio, isang dating anchor host ng ABS-CBN na sa ibang stasyon na ngayon. Ms. Inocencio.
Good afternoon, your honorable representatives of this House. Thank you very much for welcoming me as your guest in this August chamber, even via Zoom. You know, I served in ABS-CBN for 15 years in various capacities in the news division from 1986 to 2001. I am one of millions of Filipinos who are saddened by the cease and desist order of the NTC for the network to operate and the non-renewal of its franchise. As one of the pioneers of the restored ABS-CBN in 1986, I have seen how the network has grown from nothing to its far-reaching state. This much I know for certain, that in the 15 years that I served in ABS-CBN News in various capacities as Malacanang reporter, House correspondent, desk editor, news anchor, and producer, we, and I speak for the news division, have never been instructed to play favorites, nor to slant stories in favor or against anyone, nor to play partisan politics. We exercised our duty as broadcast journalists based on the ethical standards and responsibilities expected of a professional journalist who is sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, to remain impartial, to air both and all sides as much as possible and as available, and to be fair and balanced in our reporting. I have known the ABS-CBN News head Jing Reyes since 1986, when we both started as production assistants when ABS-CBN went back on air. And I know her to be a woman of integrity who practices the ethical standards of a broadcast journalist. She will never take wrongdoing sitting down and will always express her strong opinion on what she believes in, even if this may oppose the general sentiment of management. And I believe that because of this, she has gained management's trust and confidence apart from her tested abilities as a journalist and a broadcast producer. In its commitment to serve the different sectors of our society, I was also privileged to serve the needs of our abused and endangered children through Bantay Bata 163, when I was its first executive producer and spokesperson and host from 1997 to 2000, under the headship of the late DENR Secretary Gina Lopez. We were able to rescue thousands of imperiled children, including their families, which were put under rehabilitation and given livelihood opportunities so that they can start all over. And I would say that these years spent in Bantay Bata 163 were the most significant and gratifying years that I served in ABS-CBN. Now, I left ABS-CBN in 2001, not because I was disgruntled, but because I was called to serve God in full-time Christian ministry, which led me to the Christian Broadcasting Network as its producer and host of the 700 Club Asia. Our organization values our partnership with ABS-CBN, since it has been home to our various religious, inspirational, and educational programs like the 700 Club, the children's programs Superbook and Oyai. And through this partnership, we were able to reach our intended audience with the truth of the Word of God, and we were able to develop strong godly values for our people. And so, our honors, your honors, it is our earnest prayer to God and our appeal to this honorable House that you grant ABS-CBN its franchise so that all sectors of our society may be served. Thank you very much, and may God bless the Philippines.
Sa punto pong ito, tatawagin po natin muli ang akin pong kapwa Bulakenyo, Ginoong Jason Sa, isa rin po sa mga dating anchor ng ABS-CBN para sa kanyang pahayag.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congresswoman Bayalago.
Mr. Chair, supposedly I will oppose sana po itong pagtawag kay Mr. Jason Sa, pero dahil para sa presentasyon na ito, para sa kaliliwanag ng presentasyon na ito, ako po ay sumusunod lamang na payagan siya. Kasi po, meron lang po akong nabasa sa kanyang page sa Facebook na hindi ko lamang po nagustuhan. Dahil bilang isang mambabatas po, ginagawa ko lamang ang aking tungkulin at bilang pangunahing author ng ABS-CBN. Gusto ko lang din po ipagbigay alam kay Ginoong Sonsa na wala po akong tinanggap na kahit anuman sa mula sa ABS-CBN. I don't know him personally and he doesn't know me personally para sabihin niya na isa akong bayaran. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong sa ating pong mga chairman. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Mickey Villago, at naririnig po kayo ngayon ni Ginoong Jason Sa, at siguro maaari niyang sagutin po yung inyong pahayag sa kanyang pagbibigay ng sentimiento sa usapin ng ABS-CBN. Mr. Jason Sa, nandiyan ka na po ba?
Dito po. Am I being heard, Mr. Chairman?
Opo, naririnig ka po namin.
First of all, nagpapasalamat ako na nabigyan ng pagkakataon. Pagamat noong una tayo dapat nagkadao pang palad ay hindi po nagkaroon ng maayos na ugnayan. Pero kagat pa man, ako'y narito para bigyan ng kalinawan ang marami sa ating mga mamabatas hinggil sa paano ba natakbo ang isang pagbabalita sa larangan ng broadcast. Ang prangkisa po kasi ay negosyo. Pero kaakibat po ng negosyo niyan, meron din pong responsibilidad ang network na isagawa o ikatuparan ang pagninegosyo ayon na rin sa mga lipunin ng ating batas. Ngayon, bias news ang inyong topic. Sa nakalipas na 40 taon, na ako'y naging mamamahayag sa radyo, telebisyon at dyaryo, ay may mga panintunan kung paano sinasagawa ang pagbabalita. Unang-una, meron pong tinatawag na gathering. Pangalawa, meron pong news writing. Pangatlo, meron pong producing, pagdating po sa telebisyon, at airing, pagdating naman po sa radyo at telebisyon. Paano ba nagkakaroon ng pagbabalita? So, mangangalap ng balita, mag-take out ka, tututukan mo yung mga pangyayari. At nung kapanahonan po namin, bawal na bawal po yung press release. Pag ikaw nagbasa sa press release, hindi ka. Kinakailangan ang lahat ng ibabalita mo, enterprise story. In other words, pinagpaguran mo. Ngayon, sa pagbabalita sa radyo, magkaiba po sa telebisyon. Sa radyo, pag tinawag ka ng anchor, ibubungalik mo kung ano po yung tatapawid mo. Ikaw ang producer, ikaw ang news gatherer, ikaw ang writer, ikaw rin ang reporter. Sa telebisyon, magkaiba. Dahil may oras po, halimbawa, kung over ka na umaga, sa gabi pa ang intended broadcast, mayroon ang oras para wariin kung yung ibabalita mo ay ayon sa panuntunan at standards ng broadcast. Dalawa po kasi ang standard ng broadcast. Unang-una, yung kapag yan ay standard ng mismong network. Pangalawa, nung pong kasagsagan ng pahirapan sa broadcast, ninarapat po ng yumaong Tony Barrero at ni Roy Valencia para makapagsimpapawid ang mga radyo at telebisyon na gawin ang ABC, yung kapitan ng mga broadcaster sa Pilipinas at Broadcasting Council para magkaroon ng self-policing ang mga broadcast. So, may
Mr. Chairman,
standards po rin.
Mr. Chairman,
Kahit ikaw ay lumampas dyan sa mga
Convoy.
standards, madalas po ay nireklamo ka una-una o kung hindi man, kung hindi nakakatapat yung reklamo yun, yan po ay sasampa sa KBP Standards Authority. At pagka napatunayan, nagkamali ka ron, ikaw po papatawa ng karampatang parusa. Ewan ko kung yan ay sinusunod pa ngayon dahil ayun na po 10 taon akong wala sa industriya. Ngayon, paano
Mr.
ba
Chair.
nagkakaroon?
Mr. Chair,
Kung
mahirap kasi gusto kong namnamin ang sinasabi ni Joy Sonsa. Hindi ko maintindihan masyado.
Mr. Sonsa, pwede niyo po ba maayos konti yung sa audio ninyo? Medyo malabo po ang dating po ninyo dito sa amin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 po ang dating dyan.
yung ating sound system, pagtimpla.
Medyo malabo pa rin po.
Malinaw naman po kayo nakakarating sa akin. Naintindihan na po ba ngayon?
Meron po kayong headset na may speaker?
Wala po.
Sige po, tuloy niyo na po.
Mr. Chairman, ang sabi ng technical natin, it's the internet connection of Mr. Sonza.
I have a 100%
Sige po, Mr. Sonsa, tuloy niyo na lang po. Tuloy niyo po.
ngayon po, dahil ang usapin tungkol sa bias reporting, paano ba nagkakaroon ng bias reporting? Number 1, maaaring po yung mangyayari kung halimbawa, minasagap na kalap na balita ang isang reporter. At yan ay nangangailangan ng panig ng kabila. Kinakailangan po, sasabihin niyo yung investment na meron ako nakuha ang balita ganito. Hindi ko mahagilap yung kabilang panig. Responsibilidad po ng producer at saka ng investment na hanapin yung kabilang panig. Sapagkat ang pangyayari ho at sa standard, hindi dapat lumalabas sa ere ang anumang balita na hindi patas. In other words, kung 3 paragraph, yung para sa kay Tarpulano, dapat may 3 paragraph din para kay Maria, yung sa opposing party. Ganyan po dapat ang sistema. Ngayon, meron pong, kaya nga importante na lahat coordinated yan. Yung reporter sa labas, yung investment na nagbigay ng assignment, yung producer na magsasayin dito, at saka yung writer na magsusulat ng balita. Nagkakaroon ng bias kung halimbawa, ang sinabi ni, let's say, kapareho niya, sample ko lang ho ito, yung sinabi ni Mike Defensor, na ganito, ganyan. Tapos, iba ang pagkakaintindi. Isusulat ng hindi ayon sa pagkakasabi. Ito is on the condition na walang slant. Pero, nangyayari din na may slant. Halimbawa, example, yung reporter nakakuha ng balita na may namatay dahil uminom ng alak. Ngayon, yung produktong yan, halimbawa, produktong alpha, tatawagan ngayon ng guest yung kumpanya. At alam nila, base sa kanila, kung ano naman ang kanilang tugon. Nangyayari lamang po yan, ang bias kapag ganito. Kasi negosyo nga yung broadcast, ang mangyayari, kapag yung alpha, advertiser ng network, kung sasabihin ng sis, ikaw muna, pwede, meron tayong 300 million yan, o 400 million na advertisement. Madidisgrasya tayo. Ang mangyayari, 2 bagay. Imbargo yung storya, hanggat hindi na kumpleto, which is dapat, or paapyaw yung balita, pagkatapos yung bulto ng balita manggagaling doon sa may-ari ng yung alak. So nagkaroon na ng ano ngayon, ng hindi patas na pagbabalita. Yan po ang ano. Kaya hindi po biro ang trabaho, hindi po katulad sa dyaryo. Sa dyaryo wala tayong kandida. Pwedeng sulat ka. Oh. Yan pong kaibahan ng print media at saka ng broadcast media. Sa broadcast media, meron tayong sinusunod na alituntunin dyan dahil privilege lang yung ano, yung pagninegosyo, yung pagbabalita natin dyan. Yan po pinagkakamali ng marami. Hindi po katulad ng print ang radyo o television. Oh. Halimbawa, kaya po, mapunta naman tayo dyan. Hindi po biro. Kuminsan ang reporter, yung cameraman, yung soundman, kung sino pang kasama niya sa tinatawag na electronic news gathering. Hindi po 8 oras lang ang ginugugol yan. Alam ni Jim Reyes yan, alam nung kung sino-sino pang mga nandyan, galing sa ICS. Madalas nga ako, kuminsan, inaabot pa ng 10, 12 hours. Kaya, hindi makatarungan yung mga naunang pahayag noon, nung hinihingi ni Congressman Patron Salo, na bakit hindi ma-regularize ng mga empleyado yan? Kung kasulayan mo sobra-sobra pa sa oras. Ang ginugugol niyan, 24/7 pa kang madalas, yung trabaho. Yung cameraman, kasama po yan. Yung soundman, kasama yan. Yung DCR man, kasama yan. Kaya, ito po, kung pagtatagin-tagin natin yan, ngayon, pagkikan natin yung bias. Yung bias, ganito. So, isang example, yung pag tinamaan yung advertiser. Pangalawa, pag tinamaan yung consideration ng management. Simple lang ako kasi. Bagamat walang direct na sabi, pag sinabi ng bata, itong storyang ganito. Sige, balita mo, pero kumuha ka ng 3, 4 na magsasabi kontra dyan. Bias na po yun. Halimbawa, bibigyan ko yung example ng bias reporting. Yung lumabas yung Bikoy. Yung Bikoy. Iyang araw po yung binanatan. Nilabas ng mga network. Lalo na ng ABS-CBN. But they never had na kunin yung panig. Binanatan si Pulong Duterte, sinama pa si yung anak na minor de edad, violation of child and youth welfare code. Yan ang sinasabi natin na talaga kasi merong agenda. Pagka nilagyan mo ng agenda ang pagbabalita, bias yan. Pag in-scan mo yung balita, bias na yan. Yan ang nagdudumilat sa katotohanan. Madali kasi hindi kami bias. Saka hindi natin pinag-uusapan dito pandemic. Tingnan natin ito sa pangkabuuan. Normal or abnormal or paranormal kung ano man yun. Kinakailangan palaging objective lang. Tingnan nyo Noong panahon namin, ewan ko kung nangyayari pa ngayon, bibigyan ko ng example. Si Johnny Oro, reporter namin yun, Radio Patrol number 7. Nagre-report siya sa Barangay Holy Spirit. Nakita niya sigmak ang dugo. Nakita niya may patay na bata. Habang nagre-report siya, may nakita pa siyang isang bata na naliligo sa dugo. Sinabi niya patay. Kasi talagang hindi na magalaw But we found out later, yung bata ay buhay. So mali na. Pag maling ganon, suspindido ka agad. Ganon po dapat. Hindi po dapat pinapayagan na ang isang mali, ang pagkakamali, ay lumusot kagad kasi magiging kultura na po yan. Magiging kultura na yan. Pag pinalampas ang isang pagkakamali, lalo na sa pagbabalita, kasi nga in the old days, ang tawag namin dyan, when you go on the air, you are saying, what you're saying is gospel truth. Pag nagkamali ka, magkakamali ang buong bayan. Alam po nila yan. Alam niya ang Angelo Palmonis yan. Station manager din siya. Kaya, yung mga ganito, tingnan niyo ba ang bias, ha? Sino ang bias? Ilang beses na nahuli. Yung ABS. Madali ko kasing gumawa ng bias without really, na hindi obvious Halimbawa, gusto mo palabatin. Milyon yung makalisarali. Ang gagawin lang ho dyan, distract na yung cameraman. Wala kang kukunin na zoom out, ha? Kunin mo lang, zoom in lahat. Umiskwala ka lang dyan. Yung 6 katao, palabasin mong Kasi po yung camera, may maraming daya yan. Pwede kang tumaba. Pwede kang pumayat. Pwede kang magkaroon ng panga kahit wala kang panga. Ha? Pwede kang maging duling kahit na ikaw ay banlag. Marami yung nagagawa ang camera. Ilang beses yung nahuli. Nire-rehearse pa yung nagrarally kunyari. Yan ang mga bias na hindi dapat namamayani sa isang news organization. Yung pong ino-cover natin, yung anong pangalan ito? Yung impeachment ni President Estrada. Ay di ba, nakita niyo naman, kung saan kumikiling. Ang pagkiling, madali hong gawin. Yan ho ang dapat iniiwasan. Ngayon, kung pwede naman ho yung maiwasan, kung walang kulturang namamayani sa interest ng isang network. Pero pagka may kultura ho, kahit na magpasa pa kayo ng ilang batas yan, kailangan ho yan drink. Kailangan baguhin yung kultura. Yung kultura na kinakailangan nanginginig yung mga politician. Yung kinakailangan nanginginclude yan. Yan ang kultura sa ABS-CBN. Na ayaw naman natin kung sakali man at kayong mga nandyan sa mababang kapulungan, mapagbigyan ninyo ang kanilang kahilingan, siguro tiyakin na hindi na mamamayanin. Ngayon, kay Congresswoman Micaela Biolago, hiningnan ko po lahat ng post ko, wala akong sinulat na kayo tumanggap ng kahit ang puso. Ang sinulat ko lang ho, ma'am, ninong at ninang, kapagkat yan po ang Tagalog ng sponsor ng bill. Yan po. Ngayon, kung saan nyo man napulot yan, yung sinabing, inaakusahan ko kayong tumanggap, pakita ko ninyo. At kung ako'y nakasulat ng ganyan, demanda ko ninyo ako. Kung ako naman ay nagkamali at kailangan ko mag-apologize, mag-apologize po ako sa inyo. Ngayon, kung mali naman po yung paratang ninyo, ay sabihin nyo naman po. Nagkamali lang pala kayo, kamukhaan nyo lang pala. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat at ako po'y nakahandang sagutin kung ano man ang mga paglilinaw ng ating mga tagapagpanday ng batas sa mababang kapulungan. Maraming salamat po. Ora.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Jason Sa. Ang susunod po na magsasalita,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Congressman Minority Leader, Congressman Abante.
pwede po bang magtanong ng ilang tanong kay Jason Sa?
Maaari po, Congressman Abante, pero maaari po bang tapusin po muna natin lahat ng magpe-present
Okay.
at bibigyan po kita mamaya ng pagkakataon na magtanong kay Ginoong Jay Sonsa.
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Bishop Benny Abante. Ngayon po sa pagkakataong ito, tawagin naman po natin si Miss June Rufino sa kanyang pahayag hinggil sa content. Kasama po ba natin ngayon, June Rufino? Kung wala po si June Rufino, atin na pong tatawagan ang kinatawan ng NUJP. May kasama po ba tayo sa NUJP? Si Miss Elizabeth. Mukha pong wala rin sa Zoom yung NUJP. Tawagin naman po natin ang kinatawan ng CMFR para sa kanilang pahayag. Okay. Yung sunod-sunod na tinatawag ko puro wala sa Zoom. Paumanhin po sa inyong lahat. Ngayon po, sana nasa Zoom na to. Nandito ba ang KBP? Okay, tawagin naman po natin ang KBP para sa kanilang panimulang pahayag. At pagkatapos po ng lahat na magpe-present ay pwede po nating tanungin ang KBP. KBP?
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako'y taga KBP, Junik daw pong pangalan ko. Wala po kaming prepared na panimulang statement as I was told na baka meron tanongin po. But just the same, meron po, nabanggit po kasi ni Jason sa magre-react lang po ko, na meron po tayong self-regulatory regime sa broadcast industry. Lahat po ng miyembro ng KBP ay subject to our Philippine Broadcast Code. So, ang proseso po natin, kung meron pong sino man na magreklamo against a certain station or a certain personality, ay kailangan lang pong ipahatid yung kanilang reklamo sa KBP. At hanggang maaari po, meron sana silang recording nung kanilang nirereklamo. At yun po ay meron pong sistemang KBP na sa pagdinig po ng mga reklamo. At ito ay dinidinig nga nung aming committee, special committee sa KBP na tinatawag na Standards Authority. Parang quasi-judicial body po ito na parang korte rin po. Dinidinig po yung reklamo at dinidinig din po yung depensa nung naakusahan. At after that, kung meron pong mapatunayan na naglabag yung inakusahan na programa, stasyon, o network, o personality, ay binibigyan po ng karampatang fine or penalty. So yun po yung sistema po natin. As to, gusto ko lang po mabanggit because it's relevant to pinag-uusapan po natin dito. Sa ating pong broadcast code, maliwanag po na iba po yung treatment natin sa news. Ang news po dapat maliwanag na it's very factual. Sa ating pong code ay sinasabi, news should always be factual at hindi po i-confuse ito sa mga commentaries. Ang commentaries naman po ay pinapayagan naman po, kaya lang ang sinasabi po natin, dapat both sides of the argument should always be presented. So, kailangan maliwanag po that news should not be confused with commentary. Ang commentary po pwede pong magbigay ng
Naghang na po. Sige, laktawan na muna natin. Ngayon, pwede na tayo dumiretso sa MTRCB. Nandyan po si Executive Director Ann Nemenzo.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please proceed po. Malinaw po.
Your Honor, we did not prepare any statement for today's hearing, but we are open to answering questions the committee might want to hear from us.
So, okay na. Wala na kayong statement. Prepare na lang kayo later kung may mga tanong po sa inyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
Next, pwede tayo dumiretso sa COMELEC para po sa kanilang opening statements. Sino po ba yung kinatawan ng COMELEC na nandyan sa Zoom ngayon?
Huli sa ako, naglalaro lang pala ng Candy Crush eh.
Attorney, good afternoon. Meron po ba kayong statement? Nakamute. Nakamute din.
Okay po, Your Honors. Hello.
Ayan, sige.
Your Honors, good afternoon po sa members din ng committee. Your Honors, we did not prepare any opening statement, but we are ready, Your Honor, to give information in relation to this hearing, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. Sige, ngayon naman po, pwede nating recognize si Kidlat Tahimik. Wala pa. Ayan. Ayan. Good afternoon po. Nakamute pa yata. Paki-unmute lang po.
Mr. Kidlat, naka-mute po kayo. Pwede po bang pakipindot po yung unmute? Ayan, maaari na po kayo magsimula. Pakipindot po ulit, isa pa. Isa pa. Ayan po, pwede na po kayo magsalita ngayon, Mr. Kidlat.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Hindi po ako sanay magsalita sa mga forum na ganito. Usually kasama ko mga artists na medyo long-haired at mas informal, but I have to follow the protocols of Congress. So my deep appreciation sa ginagawa niyo dito at pagtitiso niyo para ma-improve ang broadcasting sa future. No? I think just for a little background, para you will understand where I'm coming from. Ako po si Kidlat Tahimik. I'm an artist from Baguio. And greetings from Baguio. Medyo malamig-lamig dito. But I also happen to be a national artist. Last 2018, I received my medallion from the President at Malacanang. I have been a cultural advocate. Malakas ang aking pakiramdam and pananaw tungkol sa mga katutubong Pilipino, yung mga kultura nila. Pero even in general, pati hindi katutubo yung kultura natin na which is unique from other countries. No? So let me first clarify. I'm not here, hindi po ako narito para sa panig ng depensa ng ABS-CBN or for the prosecution ng ABS-CBN. Ako po ay, somehow, about 3 weeks ago, I accidentally bumped into one of your hearings sa TV and I got interested at napansin ko na lahat ng pinag-uusapan ay mga PDRs, mga citizenship, mga dole. And tinanong ko sa sarili ko, bakit kaya walang cultural component na pinag-uusapan? At sa akin, bilang isang cultural worker, I think it's important na isama itong ingredient ng yung kultura ng Pilipino and the responsibilities of the broadcast industry to our culture. No? So please don't look at me as being on either side. I think the experts will decide when you vote later. Pero para sa akin na maybe just ewan ko kung tama ito, may expression friend of the court. And I will just like to state my views. And ang feeling ko that besides ang hearing nito is about yung mga naghahanap pa yun ng mga compliance or violations with in the past by the network. I believe that this is also hearings na in aid of legislation for the future of for better franchises in the future. Am I if we're talking about this aid in legislation, then maybe may relevance o yung gusto kong sabihin ngayon. No? Siguro ang tanong ko is, dapat bang franchise renewal ay tinitimbang rin ang mga impact, ang cultural impact ng programming? No? I'm not calling, all my artist friends will say, baka, uy, Kidlat Tahimik is calling for censorship or tighter chains on the kinds of programming. I'm talking, pero pinag-usapan ko lang ho dito ang balance, a call for balance, kasi commercial considerations ang pinakamalakas at nag-monopolize the choice ng programs. No? Let me give a little background as I see our industry, our broadcast industry. Alam mo nyo, I think there are three main broadcasting systems. Yung after World War II, when America was helping Europe regain after the war, they were offering Marshall Aid. Yung Marshall Aid was offering ways to help industry go back. And one of the offerings of the Marshall Plan was to help build a broadcast industry. Ngayon, this commercial broadcasting system was perfected and tried in America, no? Kasi wala silang gera, they were able to first create the technology, the television tube, then manufacture it, tapos nakalat sa mga millions of households, kaya naging very potent mass media ito, no? So this was the model that was being offered to the Europeans through the Marshall Plan. Pero, sabi muna ng mga, I think this is where may nagpreno, ang culture minister. Wala tayong Ministry of Culture dito sa Pilipinas. And I think, sorry na lang, I would advocate for that. Pero, I think our country has copied the American model in general. So, kung walang culture of ministry, Ministry of Culture ang America or Department of Culture, gano'n rin tayo, no? So maybe in the absence of that, we have NCCA and other cultural, but it is different to have a culture ministry. Anyway, in relationship to this application, na baka maglagay sila ng commercial broadcasting, most of the ministers of culture say, teka muna, are we going to let Coca-Cola or Colgate or Ford Motors decide what images will be seen by our children, by our public? And they said, teka muna, we cannot leave it to them. So they opted for another kind. No? The other extreme of this commercial broadcasting system, where there's a lot of freedom, and meron mga broad limitations, which maybe like what the MTRCB has to warn people kung sumusobra sila. I remember I think when I was in college, I think we copied some of the censorship criteria ng America. And maybe some of you remember na dati, kung one breast exposure, pwede pa. Pero kung 2 breast exposures, naku, bawal na yan. But these are kinds of censorships that are based on measurable things, no, mga technicalities. But anyway, yung censorship naman, the other model is the state-controlled television, as in the communist countries. And then talagang total censorship, and you don't have even a little iota of freedom to do what freedom. Now, between these two extremes, sabi ng mga ministers of culture, so muna, let's not give the power to the commercials, to the commercial sponsors, and let us not give it totally to the government who can perpetuate itself in power. Nakahanap sila ng middle ground, and it's called the autonomous broadcasting system. The best example is BBC, no? And who's to say BBC is boring or shallow? BBC is a very good model. Pero ito, all the programming, the budgets for programming and for running they come from yung taxes on TV sets. Every time a receiver is sold, merong tax yun. And I think every year, pagka naka-register yung TV mo, as long as it's operating, you pay taxes. So ito, nagkakaroon ng budget to support autonomous programming. That is hindi beholden sa sponsors, sa commercial sponsors, hindi rin beholden sa gobyerno. But it has a mandate to give wholesome entertainment, to inform, and to enrich the culture of the people. I mentioned this lang kasi maybe now we can understand why we are having this hearing today, no? Na siguro, when commercial broadcasting has its own momentum, maybe there are questions of what is the impact of this kind of broadcasting on sa kapanan ng mga Pilipino, no? Okay, let me, yung unang, just to get to where I am, no? Yung unang head ng BBC, and BBC nga was done on a non-commercial basis. Pero I think in the 1950s, nagkaroon na ng possibility na magkaroon ng commercial broadcasting, yung ITV yata yan. Anyway, he fought this kasi alam niya, malakas ang influensya ng the money that feeds you, no? It might be extreme, but anyway, his name was Lord John Reith, yung unang head ng BBC, and sabi niya, somebody introduced Christianity to England, and somebody introduced smallpox, bubonic plague, and the Black Death. Wala pang COVID noon, pero siguro dapat kasama yon. Need we be ashamed of the moral and cultural values or the intellectual and ethical objectives which are now at stake if we leave everything to sponsored broadcasting? In a way, I think he was explaining kung ano baka ang magiging problema when advertising revenue is the only criterion or the main criterion for what is televised. No? Okay, sa Pilipinas, I think we chose the American model, not only because we were colonized, but after the war, we were given independence on July 4, 1946, although we had gotten our independence before. Pero yung American model na yun, and I think it was the auto broadcasting system of Antonio Quirino, no? He's the brother of the former president. They started it and naging commercial ang basis ng broadcasting dito sa Pilipinas. Ito sinundan rin ni Uncle Bob. You all remember Uncle Bob Stewart sa Channel 7. Again, also that firmed up our situation as a commercial broadcasting system. Okay, if I can bring up the question, why is cultural relevance important? I'm not saying that all programs dapat may ballet dito at may concerto dyan at may Tivoli weaving. We're not talking about that. Pero let's face it, ad revenues create a certain direction in the kind of programming that is fed to our people. No? Kanina, I'm glad that kanina pinag-usapan niyo yung bias, no? And I think you're talking about bias in newscasting, and there's also, well, there are other kinds of biases that I might add here, no? Like for example, and I'm glad that yung nagsalita yung KDP kanina because now I know where to complain. I remember ho nung somewhat the late 1990s, there was a TV program, and I think it was Congressman Lucy Torres who was acting there, and then there was a line, no? Yung line. Maybe it was not her fault, but it was fed to her by the scriptwriter. Ang pangit-pangit mo! Siguro tatay mo, iguro! Ha 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 ha. Canned laughter, no? Mga ganon. These are supposed to be funny, but there are biases that are not even covered by the sponsors, no? This or another bias that we can talk about is like about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I was so happy at last merong television series which was based on tribal people, katutubo, mga alamat nila nakapasok, they had enchanted snakes, and yung Amaya yata, yeah, it's Amaya. And I was congratulating, to myself, the GMA for, wow, most producers are too lazy to do period films na maghanap ka pa ng mga costumes, magre-research pa.
Mr. De Guia? Mr. De Guia?
Yes.
Thank you for the remarks. Meron lang ako gustong tanongin sa inyo. May I interrupt you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, I noticed that may sinabi ko kayo kanina that if advertising revenue becomes the only criteria for broadcasting, ay magkakaproblema po yung ating lipunan. Did you say that, sir?
Magkakaproblema ang ano?
Ang ating bansa, pagka advertising revenue na lang po ang naging basis ng decision ng broadcasting. You said this earlier, di ba ho? Did you not
yes,
say?
I believe that the bias or the skew that comes from the preponderance ng advertising will change what our audiences will see and what they cannot see. There are many films or programs that cannot be shown because hindi, what's that word, patok sa takip of how they choose the programs.
So, ito na lang po, no? Would you have any word to ABS-CBN? Kasi sila po ang dominant player sa industry. They're the most dominant players in the broadcasting industry. Would you have any word for them to at least wrap up your your message to us in the committee?
Okay. As I said, I'm not looking at this strictly as an ABS-CBN thing.
Or to the committee in general, sir. To the committee on franchises, kami ho nagbibigay ng prangkisa sa broadcasters. Maybe you can give us a word of advice to the franchise committee para ho maisaisip namin yung iyong mensahe tungkol sa kultura ng Pilipino.
Okay. One of the things that I also wanted to just mention here was yung sa lakas ng influence ng TV, and like it or not, a lot of children are exposed to that. A lot of homes, ang pinaka-babysitter ay ang TV, no? I'm sure there are a lot of enlightened parents who try to control that and engage. Pero, let me quote another, alam mo nyo, and this I think this is relevant, no? Noong 1961, when the new administration of President Kennedy brought in a new FCC commissioner, no? I think the FCC is like our Department of Telecommunications. And he was going to change the whole thing. And he said, out of 73 hours of evening prime time and there's 59 hours ng action, situation comedies, quiz shows, and movies. His question was, is there no room on primetime TV to enrich and uplift audiences, to enlarge the capacities of our children? Okay, I can leave that there, and whether it's a message for ABS-CBN or for GMA or TV5, it's up to them. But this is a big question. Kasi, okay, ang starting point ko dito is, and I think that's why you're having this committee meeting, is that broadcasting is a privilege, di ba? Given by the government. I think ang premise dito is because yung air, the atmosphere is public property and the signals can only reach the viewers by the networks using that. So itong responsibility, if the government is giving them with a franchise, they are parang naging trustees sila to a common good, no? And this is a concept of the network that maybe sometimes is forgotten na meron kayong meron kayong malalim na responsibilidad which has to be followed. And in these hearings, okay, yeah, so yung question was, and I think this is what that's FCC head, Mr. Minock, said. He was talking to a broadcasters convention in Washington, D.C. At sabi niya, and this is an important point, the public is your beneficiary. If you want to stay as trustees of this responsibility na binigay niya, if you want to stay as trustees, you must deliver a decent return to your public, not only to your shareholders. And I think sometimes the competition between networks, nagiging obsessive sila sa Nielsen ratings nila, and because of this, mas nagiging importante yung patok that the show is going to keep grabbing the audience, and therefore the ratings will convince the advertisers to keep putting in the same company. So ang trend, the actual bias that we're talking about now is the bias is only for trending, di ba? I only found out the meaning of that word trending last week. Yung trending, I don't know why. Pero dahil trending, dahil uso, yun ang magiging patok na magiging programa. And there will be many subjects that are neglected, that will not even have a chance to say. So, will it be any surprise if the preponderance ng mga lumalabas sa, whether it's in the movie houses or on television, is yung mga superheroes, di ba? I mean, somehow, yung kabataan natin are all interested in Spider-Man and Wonder Woman and Superman, pero wala na silang nalalaman tungkol sa kadakilaan ni Andres Bonifacio or yung katalinohan ni Emilio Jacinto. This is a bias that pushes them out. Maybe our advertisers are patriotic and nobody really thinks, I don't want to hear Bonifacio. No, maybe they just, teka muna, the cost revenue per peso I invest by showing instead the X-Men or any major hero will be better than if I show Marilu Diaz-Abaya's Rizal film. This is the kind of biases that I think are unseen, but if a real content analysis done of our shows will show. No? Okay, I want to come to a closing, and maybe I will try to. Napansin ko sa last 10 sessions nyo, you've been looking for violations, but if I look at my cultural criteria, and I want to bring it up. Well, sabi ng KBP kanina, they can take complaints. But for example, if I would complain that Amaya was such a great adventure and to take a risk, no? But if I say, teka muna, but why is Amaya, who is the princess of that village or of that people, bakit siya yung, I don't know what's her name, Marian something. But she's the queen of skin whitening lotions, no? What is the subliminal message of that to all our kayumanggi Filipinas when they see that, wow, kailangan palagi yung pinakabida is somebody who is like them. Now, these are the kinds of things that maybe, can I come to somewhere where if I am talking to the committee in terms of future legislation, no? In aid of legislation, I think be aware of this strength of this bias, no? And how can we balance it? Can we have another agency that will try to say, teka muna, sobrang dito on this time, or you have to bring in a cultural balance, whatever. Or another possibility is that maybe whatever you vote today, I know that the honorable congressmen and women are wanting to come to conclusion to this, no? But whatever you vote, I think I would like to throw a seed to be planted na I think we cannot go on like this forever. Di ba? COVID, everybody says after the post-COVID, we cannot go back to normal. We cannot go back to what it was before. And maybe it's a blessing that your hearings are during these COVID times because meron tayong mahahanap na pwede pang improve yan, pwede pang pagbutihan para our television industry will be truly in the service of the Filipino and the Filipino culture. So, without throwing out any darts at any of the particular stations, let me just say that my appeal is we cannot take for granted the impact of television. The television set is not like a microwave or a mixer or a washing machine. It's a very proactive machine that, well, you can use some word like brainwash, or it cajoles us to be good consumers. It makes us believe in certain ideologies, but we must make sure that it is really in the service of the people, that it is in the service of our future generations. I want to close this little thing. Let me just give you a last minute. This is my bamboo camera. It's a symbol of, it's a metaphor for telling the local story, yung local POV. I think a lot of our programs are patterned after the programs na yung magpapatok which come from abroad. No? But unless we take and tell our storytelling with our cultural filters, I think we will just be copycat, if we just remain as copycats of foreign programming because kikita. Ang biktima dito is going to be the Filipino people. So, this is a fish trap. I made it into a camera. I think some of you saw me when I received my award from President Duterte. I had a selfie with this camera. But please remember this visual. It's a symbol of letting our networks serve the Filipino people in a much deeper way. Ito nga. I'm hoping one day, last night, one day, I can give an award to one network who probably has met the criteria of serving and having programming content that is really tumatama sa kaloob-looban ng Pilipino. So, maraming salamat po. Smile, you're in bamboo camera. Smile. Oh, salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Eric De Guia. Kidlat tahimik, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po sa oras na binigay ng committee para isang refreshing na point of view dito po sa ating pandinig. Kasi pang-11 na yata ito eh. Mabuti namang meron tayong cultural angle sa ating pinag-uusapan sa buong franchise hearing process. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. At ngayon po, pwede natin simulan na yung mga magtatanong. Una sa listahan, si Senior Deputy Minority Leader Janet Garin, na binigyan ng additional oras po ni Congressman Benitez, Baronda at Co.
Mr. Chair, before the Honorable Senior Deputy Leader asks her questions, may I just inquire, Mr. Chair, if the representatives of the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines and CMFR will be allowed to also give their statements, Mr. Chair? I think they are on Zoom.
Sige. Nasa Zoom na ba yung NUJP?
Tinawag na namin kanina yan.
Nandiyan na ba si Miss Elizabeth Panelo or Raymond Villanueva sa Zoom?
Pag-send din na lang siya ng ano, pag-send.
Ayan.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Yes, sige po. Malinaw po. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Raymond Villanueva, Deputy Secretary General of the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines, attending this hearing via Zoom in behalf of our chairperson, Nonoy Espina, who is indisposed. He and the NUJP were invited by Representative Franz Espina Alvarez, chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, having been one of the most ardent petitioners for the renewal of ABS-CBN's franchise. As an organization of journalists and media workers, we ask Congress to renew ABS-CBN's franchise in the belief that despite its admitted shortcomings, the continued operation of a media organization, especially one of our country's biggest, is more beneficial than its closure. We believe that the ABS-CBN should be given an opportunity to correct its mistakes it openly admits and promises to rectify. We appeal to the House of Representatives and to the honorable members of the two committees to exercise their magnanimity and sense of common good in coming out with a decision favorable, not just to the owners of the company, but to its thousands of workers, including journalists and other media workers. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Congarin, you may start na po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga butihing guests who are here today. Let me start by saying that I am opposed to any depletion or removal of our co-Filipinos insofar as the jobs that they have is concerned. However, we cannot just purely and simply use the cloak of protecting our employees without making sure that we stand by the mandate that was given to us. Moreover, we cannot also cover under the auspices of our employees when in fact we are actually doing some confusions in the name of public health. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, allow me to focus on Section 4 of Republic Act number 7966. Allow me to quickly read Section 4, Your Honors, responsibility to the public. The grantee, and in this case, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, shall provide adequate public service time to enable the government through the said broadcasting stations to reach the population in important public issues, provide at all times sound and balanced programming, promote public participation as in community programming, assist in the functions of public information and education, conform to the ethics of honest enterprise, and not use its station for broadcasting of obscene and indecent language, speech, act or scene, or for the dissemination of deliberately false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of the public interest, or to incite, encourage, or assist in subversive or treasonable acts. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I have been a doctor for several years, and mind you, one of the current viruses that we have been encountering, especially in areas where there is a huge monopoly of a media provider, is a virus that we call public health misinformation. There was a report sometime in 2014 of a flesh-eating disease. This was an exclusive report made by ABS-CBN. Namangha po kami, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, dahil lahat naman po ng mga doktor nakakaintindi, that when we actually talk about psoriasis, grave as the situation may look before the layman's eyes, nakakatakot siya minsan tingnan, yung iba, hindi po iba, halos karamihan po ng mga pasyente ng psoriasis ay pinandidirihan, lalo na't pag meron silang mga katabi sa trabaho, sa pampublikong sasakyan. But never did we expect that this will be blown out of proportion, labeling a province, labeling, I believe, a certain town or two areas in that town to have had a flesh-eating disease. This actually gave a huge impact on that town. Next slide, please. What was covered in the news later on was that the Sangguniang Panlalawigan wanted an apology from our major broadcasting network. But Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, kanina po kasi, rinig na rinig ko po ang sinabi ng ating butihing resource person who happens to be handling the news. And I'll go over it in a while, pero ang naisip ko po, ang naging tutok po ng sambayan ng Pilipino ay yung sama na loob na naramdaman ng mga opisyal, which I believe can be given credit. But did we ever think of the patient, of the family, of the hundreds or millions of psoriasis patients out there who has to live with the day-to-day stigma and discrimination, na kapag malamig ang panahon, kapag umuulan, ang kaba at takot nila cannot be beyond explanation. And here is our major TV network bloating the issue. May I be refreshed, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, what was the action taken by the station on matters related to this?
ABS-CBN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Garin, and thank you for the opportunity to address your concern. I remember the story that you are referring to, and it was aired in our late-night newscast, Bandila. Hours after the airing, that story was flagged and our attention was called. We immediately launched an investigation into the erroneous airing of that story and imposed severe disciplinary actions against our airing journalists at that time. We also made sure that we tightened our editorial controls in terms of stories that were being covered and aired. I also sent a team to talk to provincial officials to see how our news division can help them in dealing with the impact of that story, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that kind response. Doon po ang problema eh. Tinutukan po natin yung mga opisyal dahil nagreklamo sila at tila nagkaroon ng resolusyon calling somebody persona non grata. But my focus is not only on our officials. Paano po yung pasyente? Paano po yung mga pamilya ng pasyenteng may psoriasis? Paano po yung patuloy na nilalait ng ibang Pilipinong, ng ibang kababayan natin, hindi nila naintindihan yung sakit? And instead of ABS-CBN being an instrument of educating our public, and unfortunately in this situation, naging tulay tayo para i-discriminate palalo yung ating mga psoriasis patients. Did you ever think of helping the family? Do you have advocacies on explaining to the general public what psoriasis is all about, how we can support them, na ayaw naman nila, subalit ito'y sakit nila, ito naman maski nakakatakot tingnan, hindi nakakapanghawa. Dahil ang naging reaksyon po ng ABS-CBN, tumutok doon po sa mga opisyal. At nakalimutan natin na yung taong nilait natin, taong may buhay at nasasaktan. At hindi lang po siya ang psoriasis patients, marami pa po sila. And they are actually good people, nagkataon lang nagkasakit, isang sakit sa balat na wala pong gamot o kung meron mang gamot, napakamahal. Let me move, and then Mr. Chair, if I may, nakakagulat po kasi kung meron po talagang proper vetting, when your reporter went there, she was in complete personal protective equipment na talagang visual pa lang, takot na po. I am not bringing this out in the open to demean the broadcast network. But then I'm bringing this out dahil minsan pag tayo'y lumalaki na, nakakalimutan natin na marami pong mga maliliit na tao na kapag ating nasasagasaan, walang-wala po silang kakayanang lumaban. Just like in this instance, papansinin natin dahil sila board member, sila gobernador, pero paano po ang pangkaraniwang Pilipino? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Mr. Chair, allow me to refresh the memories of our distinguished colleagues here on a victim who was murdered in Cebu. I think the name is Christine Silawan. Previous slide, please. Okay. Nabigla po ang sambayan ng Pilipino dahil isang batang babae na napakaganda. And of course, the mother who was really grieving, the neighbors and the families grieving, wanted justice for this victim. And to refresh your memory, Your Honors, naging malaking issue po ito sa Cebu. But it was a puzzle why she was skinned, why the body looked like that. And the PNP came into the picture. When the PNP came into the picture, nagsagawa po sila ng sariling investigasyon and hindi pa po nalalaman kung sino ang may gawa nito. But apparently, again, in your station, distinguished officials of our giant network, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, out of the blue, there was an expert who was claiming to have conducted autopsy on the victim. Can you please flash the next photo, please? The next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. That's the victim there in the middle. Meron pong isang bata na nasa gilid. At kung titingnan niyo po, napakakawawa nung batang ito. This is actually the boyfriend of Christine Silawan. Siya yung unang naituro dahil siya yung nakita na huling kasama. Pero minarapat ng karamihan na hindi ito tutukan dahil tiningnan muna at hinintay muna yung investigasyon. I don't know what the attitude has been formed. Pero minsan kasi kapag malaki ka na, gusto mong palagi kang nauuna sa balita, and sometimes I am not blaming the officers and the management of ABS-CBN. Siguro minsan pag sobra na tayong malaki, hindi natin nababantayan yung mga maliliit na bagay. But if we look at the situation, it has a huge impact on our people. The boyfriend was alleged to have been the murderer of this victim. But the PNP refuted this. The only problem here is that the PNP was not given the platform that you gave to Attorney Acosta and to Dr. Erwin Erfe, an expert that you always publicize in your station. I agree he is a doctor, but myself being a doctor, we all know that he is not a pathologist, nor is he allowed to perform forensic pathology. Ano po ba ang nangyari? Dahil sa malawakang pagbabalita, this innocent boyfriend of the victim, ikinulong, and at his young age, he cannot understand why, while he was grieving for the death of his girlfriend, he was also placed in prison, subjected to things we cannot imagine. Nangyari po ba ito dahil siya'y anak lamang po ng isang mahirap na pamilya? Nangyari po ba ito dahil siya'y isang probinsyano na hindi alam kung paano lumaban sa ganitong klaseng laban? Ikinulong po ang batang ito habang siya ay umiiyak dahil yung kanyang girlfriend ipinatay. The only link there, may nagsabing sila ang huling nakitang magkasama sa kumbento dahil sa Kristan yung boyfriend. But because the police investigation were pointing to a lot of blank walls, they tapped the NBI, opened, I believe a cybercrime, the experts on cybercrime came into the picture and opened the Facebook of the victim. So much so that it led them to a possible suspect, a businessman who actually wanted, who had an infatuation with this young lady, na mas may pera at mas may kaya kesa dito sa boyfriend na mahirap. Ano po ba ang nakita ng PNP? Nakita na nanlaban yung bata, hindi po siya na-rape, at yung bilang mga eksperto po, ang sabi po ng ating ibang mga pathologists is that there is a possibility that the victim was left there for a few days at posibleng nakain ng kung anumang hayop or a stray dog. And that was the explanation. But there was seemingly a sensational news claiming, this was again claimed by the public attorney's office, which for reasons we do not understand, is almost always being given an exclusive coverage by your station. At ang sinabi nga nila doon, ina-rape daw yung bata, binuhusan ng asido. This was in contrast to the findings of the real forensic pathologist under PNP. Isa po ang epekto dito. Pwede pong mawalang bisa yung kaso dahil yung totoong eksperto hindi naman nabibigyan ng plataforma kagaya ng binibigay nyo kay Dr. Erfe. But what pained me here is that we have here a young boy who was already sent to prison, and the judge in Cebu found out that it was not supported by any evidence, and there was already in the custody of the police the victim on the left, the suspect on the left, who actually confessed to the crime. Pero pilit pa rin inilabas sa balita, so much so that the president gave a directive, yung batang yan, pag pinatay niya yung isang batang babae sa Cebu, ibalik sa kulungan yan. Of course, there was confusion because sometimes, if you're a very big, almost always, if you're a very big network, and if you come out in the open at sinabi niyong, ito ang kasalanan ng isang tao, naniniwala na po yung lahat. And I was looking at our national treasurer earlier, there was actually semblance in what he was saying. Yes, at the end, after several months, nalaman din yung katotohanan, pero hindi na ito na ilalabas masyado sa balita. But will correcting the wrong that was mentioned before, will correcting the fake expert that you tried to portray as a forensic pathologist on television, will that correct the psychological torture that this young teenage boy underwent while in prison? Next slide, please. And that's it. Ito po palagi nating footage na nakikita po. Ang sinasabi ko po, pwede pong meron kayong mga rason. But earlier, as I was listening to the opening statement of our distinguished resource person, ang sabi niyo po sa slide number 5, it is your response to a call to tell the truth and work for a cause greater than ourselves. Tama po yun. But a cause greater than ourselves is actually coming out and listening to the real experts, not to the friends of your employees or newscasters. At kung yung ating pong biktima was murdered, mas masakit po itong pangalawang biktima na sa batang at murang edad niya naikulong, pinalabas, ikinulong ulit, dahil nga po, yung eksperto na palagi niyong pinagbibigyan ng ere, hindi naman po pathologist. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I really didn't want to open this up. But I do have high respect for ABS-CBN. As a child, nakikita ko po, nung maliit pa po ako, kayo na po ang unang bukang bibig. And even my daughter, when she was growing up, we were always excited to bond together to watch the soap operas. The good channels and the advocacies that you have made us bond together as a family and allowed us to talk about a lot of things. But as the years passed by, my eyes were starting to open to a few people whom I've known. Mga taong walang ibang ginawa kundi magtrabaho. Mga taong kinainggitan. People who are not powerful. I'm really sorry, I'm just a little bit emotional because this person, hindi ko po siya lubasang kilala. Nakilala ko po siya unang-una nung nagkaroon ng Yolanda. Nakilala ko po siya nung nakikipaglaban siya sa SARS at ako po nung mga panahon na yun, wala pa po sa larangan ng kalusugan. Nakilala ko po siya kung paano siya magtrabaho nung labanan nila yung leptospirosis. At lalo ko siyang nakilala nung linabanan natin yung Ebola at yung MERS-CoV. He was the only infectious specialist in the central office of the Department of Health. He was a regular person being interviewed by your station because he was the DOH spokesperson during the time of Secretary Ona and was carried on during my time. I'm referring to the former Assistant Secretary, Dr. Lyndon Lisuy. Lyndon was a jolly person. He dedicated his life to DOH despite all the efforts from the private sector. Next slide, please. Yeah. He was always the person who gave calm to everybody when there was a lot of fake public health news. This is the person who protected your network when the flesh-eating news came out in the open. Siya po ang lumabas at nakiusap na wag nang palakihin, and siya po yung kumausap sa mga pasyenteng may psoriasis, telling them that everything will be all right, that it was not the usual thing that happens. And who will expect that Lyndon will be victimized by the impunity that sometimes happen in a very big corporation? Next slide, please. Lyndon was not really in the limelight, but he was forced to, simply because we have a lot of pandemics, we have a lot of outbreaks, we have a lot of emerging infectious diseases. And that prompted him to work hard. Lalo't lalo na po, na sa buong departamento, he was the only one who agreed not to practice and instead focus on the Department of Health. Salamat. Probably because of his hard work, when President Duterte assumed office, I'm not sure what happened, but maybe because they were looking for competent career people in the department. Director Lyndon Lisuy, who was not appointed as Assistant Secretary or Undersecretary during the previous administration, during the time of former President Aquino, by virtue of his being career and by virtue of his performance, he was appointed as Assistant Secretary. Next slide, please. And that prompted him to work harder. But sometime in December, and even in November, although there were already a lot of intrigues about him being appointed, he was always cited as somebody who did not campaign for the president, as somebody who is not really, as somebody who was a spokesperson during the time of the former president. But despite all of this, he was appointed by virtue of the career promotion inside the department. Siguro ito ay na pinagsimulan ng mga ibang matagal nang naiinggit sa kanya at ngunit hindi niya lang pinapatulan. In one of your TV stations, I remember that fully because I was about to have dinner, and when I opened up DZMM, Secretary Duque was about to be interviewed. And a person who hated Lyndon for being appointed submitted a letter to Secretary Duque. Unfortunately, even before Secretary Duque had time to peruse over it in his office, because Secretary Duque, just like all the other former secretaries of health, decided to top Lyndon for infectious disease concerns and for emerging illnesses, and even as a spokesperson. There was a 2-page letter read verbatim before the eyes of all doctors listening. Hindi lang yun. I just heard it later from colleagues that he had an ailing father who cannot sleep and who cannot eat without watching TV Patrol and without listening to DZMM. Yan po ang pangkaraniwan araw-araw. Yan yung ginagawa ng tatay niya. Yan yung ginagawa ng nanay niya. But on that night, laking gulat nila nung binasa yung 2 pahina ng sulat, a letter accusing him of corruption, a letter accusing him as a medical representative, a letter accusing him of being incompetent, a letter threatening him, and a letter calling on the President to remove him from the Department of Health. Hindi ko na po matandaan, pero sa grabe at sa dami na akusasyon doon, we saw the immediate transformation of Lyndon. He was never the same old person that we used to see him. Moreover, he cannot forgive himself for inflicting that harm on his parents. Alam mo yung palagi niyang bukang bibig na, kaya ko namang masaktan ang sarili ko. Pero yung masaktan yung nanay at tatay ko, dahil lamang po ako na-promote sa DOH, hindi po ba mas maganda na tanggalin na lang po ako bilang opisyal? But people were advising him not to give up. Why? Simply because he was the only infectious disease specialist in the whole department. And after that, he was always being ridiculed. Of course, hindi po siya payat na tao, hindi po siya, mahirap po kasi minsan pag parang kinakantsawan ka. And you're a scientist or you're a doctor who is not used to all of this. Because doctors as they are, lahat po ng mga eksperto, hindi po mahilig humarap sa media. Because you're always busy in your work. If there are doctors who will have the whole time of their life facing media, it's because they're not practicing, or it's because they are not busy with patients, or it's because they have ambitions. And a very powerful TV network like your station unconsciously can ruin the lives of many of our scientists and our doctors. That's why I decided to come out and speak up for them, because I've seen a lot of them suffer in pain. I've seen a lot of them who are brilliant scientists, but who cannot speak up when it comes to talking before radio stations and TV stations. Moreover, wala naman silang maraming kakilala sa istasyon nyo, at hindi naman sila pwedeng basta-basta pumunta na lang doon at magsabi kung ano ang kanilang nararamdaman. Next slide, please. And because of those repeated series of autopsies being conducted, so may I ask, I know, Mr. Chair, I've been thinking so hard about this. I really do not want to ask these questions. But then as a doctor, it is my moral obligation to do this. I can face all cases thrown to me because I am both a doctor and a politician. But doing this to scientists and other doctors, kawawa po sila. So ito po ang naging buhay nila. On a weekly basis, ngayon nga, yung iba naka-quarantine, yung iba nagpo-positibo. They have to, hire lawyers, spend a lot, spend everything, every centavo that's being paid to them by the government, simply because you had a series of experts that you call, binansagan niyo pong eksperto, yung mga hindi naman totoong eksperto. So may I ask the officers of ABS-CBN, first, what is your basis in labeling a doctor as a public health expert? Or, let's say in the case of autopsies, when do you call a doctor a pathologist? When do you give credential to a forensic pathologist when in fact he is not? And because you mentioned that in responsible journalism, you really have to go through to a series of vetting. And because the flesh-eating fiasco already happened before, you already have systems installed. May I ask you, do you ever have an evidence, a statement from all the 21 countries, plus the United States of America, plus all the countries who are members of the European Union, who are currently using the Dengvaxia vaccine, maski isa lang po, meron po ba kayong nakitang ebidensya o papel man lang na nagpapakitang may namatay dahil sa Dengvaxia?
ABS-CBN, maaari niyo pong sagutin yung 3-4 na katanungan na ipinukol sa inyo ng makapagbagdamdamin na si Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Your Honor, in our pursuit of the truth about Dengvaxia, we sought information from various sources, including experts, including officials, previous and present, of the Department of Health. They gave us diverse opinions and observations about the vaccine and how it was selected to fight dengue in our country. We tried our best to do our stories in a fair and balanced way. But I do understand and acknowledge your concern about the use of non-experts. In fact, I myself received feedback that some of our commentators' interviews with non-experts tended to alarm people. And as a result of that, I acted on it immediately. And we dealt with the commentator as well. We also put an end to stories on Dengvaxia that tended to cause alarm among the general public, Your Honor. In relation to what happened with Dr. Lyndon Lisuy, Your Honor, pardon me po, hindi po ako masyadong pamilyar doon sa pagbabasa ng letter that was apparently complaining about him. However, let me just say this. We are a large news organization. Our news platforms have been integrated since several years ago. And sometimes mistakes were made. We are far from perfect. We acknowledge that we make mistakes, Your Honor, and we try our best to do everything to correct them in a timely manner. Everything we do is really for the benefit of our viewers and for our public. Wala pong mali siya doon. Kaya nga po, hinigpitan namin ang aming editorial controls para mapigilan ang mga ganitong pagkakamali. It is a continuing effort to improve our protocols and our processes, as well as to professionalize our ranks even more, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, there were 3 phrases that struck me. First, the answer on timely manner. Second, no malice. Third, you consulted experts. May I inquire? Well, because when we talk about experts, we're not talking about personalities. We're talking about specialty societies, medical societies, and even the World Health Organization. So can you enlighten me? Or if you won't have time anymore, you can submit to us in writing. Sino po yung eksperto na sinasabi mo? You can just name the major expert that you have. Pangalawa, timely manner. Yeah, Mr. Chair, before that, just so we will not be deviated from the point of discussion, sino po yung eksperto na sinasabi nyo?
I cannot remember at the top of my head, Your Honor, but I do remember that we had several news stories that we aired in our various platforms on Deng Baksha that relied on officials of the health department at that time. However, I acknowledge that there were also non-experts interviewed during our commentary programs on radio, Your Honor. Yun po ang pagkakaiba nung mga content na nailabas po namin tungkol sa Deng Baksha.
Do you have an advisor or a consultant who guides all your stations and your TV networks whom to interview, whom not to interview?
One of our public health experts, one of the public health experts that we consulted and provided us information to guide our editorial decision-making was Dr. Susie Mercado. That was the height of the Deng Baksha controversy, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I know Susie as a doctor. What made you choose her? I mean, I don't want this to focus on her. Ang tinitingnan po natin ay yung action po ng inyong network. Sa dami-dami po ng doktor sa buong Pilipinas at sa buong mundo, bakit po kailangan lahat ng mga usapin sa kalusugan ay kailangan nanggagaling kay Dr. Susie Mercado? Siya po ba isang infectious disease specialist? Did she ever practice in vaccinology? Did she ever handle an outbreak or a pandemic?
Your Honor, no. She was also advising us on other matters related to public health at that time because we gave the issue of health attention in our news programs, Your Honor. Yun naman pong ibang eksperto ay ginawa po namin ang mga interviews sa aming mga news programs, Your Honor, and in the news reports.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, mismo yung pagpipili nyo ng isang tao, I don't have anything against Susie Mercado, but on my case, I would say that no doctor holds the expertise of many. Kasi kung ang sinasabi nyo po, dun sa slide presentation nyo kanina, is that the true, ang katotohanan at paglilingkod sa bayan, ang layunin ng bawat mamamahayag. Hindi po ba na kapag kayo pumipili ng iisa lamang pong tao who will tell you, advise you, or dictate on you, hindi po ba sa gagawin yung ganyan, ang laki ng posibilidad na kung meron siyang personal na kalaban or meron siyang galit sa isang tao, magkakaroon ka ngayon ng pag-aaway-away among doctors because a giant TV station should have went through the Philippine Medical Association, or even get the official statements. I mean, we know, of course, that she was interested for the WHO regional director post. And the WHO regional director post needs a lot of backing from the government. Mr. Chair, I believe I still have two more major issues that we'd like to handle. Pero ang ipinapakita lang po natin dito, kapag pala yung ABS-CBN, merong taong kinuha, at yung tao na yon, may galit sa'yo dati, or may galit sa mga tao sa departamento, o may galit sa pagbabakuna o hindi mo na pagbigyan dati, and it will be like their time to pay you back simply because they have a huge TV network against their back. Nakawawa naman po ang taong bayan. Mr. Chair, next slide, please. Earlier, Mr. Chair, I had one question to ABS-CBN. Ang sabi niya is you do extensive research. You consult diverse officials. We have the Philippine Medical Association, the umbrella organization of all doctors. Under the banner of the Philippine Medical Association, we have various organizations, both specialists and non-specialists. Bakit po ba? Sa dami-dami naman ng specialty organizations whose idea and input will not be biased. Bakit po ba kailangan ang inyong sasabihin sa larangan ng kalusugan nakatutok lang po sa isang tao? And again, if you were indeed doing your research, no less than the World Health Organization have repeatedly told you that the vaccine does not cause deaths. Bakit po ba paulit-ulit nyo pa rin ginagawa yon? You mentioned about giving everybody the prerogative to speak up. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I'm going to submit to this august body a review of the interviews, the corresponding airtime by a few of the people of ABS-CBN kung saan halatang halata po na parang ginawa ng black time yung inyong broadcast network para lang po sirain yung mga matitinong opisyal sa loob. Na kapag yung isang tao gustong magpa-appoint at walang bakante, lalapit lang sa isang empleyado nyo, isang opisyal nyo, para sila makapasok. Do you look at this as responsible journalism? And moreover, you mentioned timely manner. Ilan po bang otopsiya ang nakandak muna ni Dr. Erfe bago nyo ito hininto? And how long did it take you? A few days? A few months? Because if my memory recollection tells me right, hindi nyo po ito hininto hanggang nawalan na lang ng gana yung taong makinig. Mr. Chair, my last public health concern here. ABS-CBN should have been a very responsible network. Nakasaad po sa kanilang franchise agreement as contained in Republic Act number 7966. Responsibility to the public. You should conform to the ethics of honest enterprise. You should not disseminate or deliberately disseminate false information or willful misrepresentation to the detriment of the public interest. Ano po ang ginawa nyo? Araw-araw, si Dr. Erfe, kaharap ang sambayan ng Pilipino, may dugo na autopsy. Una, autopsies should not be conducted by non-experts. Pangalawa, naglabas po ng hinaing yung Philippine Society of Pathologists, the umbrella organization that holds the expertise to this. At ang pakiusap nila, please do not tolerate this. But it fell on deaf ears, Madam Speaker, Madam Resource Person. At ang sabi nga nila paulit-ulit sa inyo, bakit hindi nyo pwede itong gawin? Because as pathologists, they have been taught to strictly observe the confidentiality of the autopsy process and to respect the mortal remains of the patient. Not only that, it was very prominent in your series of exclusive interviews and exclusive shows that media men were filming the actual autopsy examination. Never have we paraded as doctors the organs of the autopsy cases we have done in public, dripping the blood. Not only was that inhumane and disrespectful to the dead, it was also dangerous on the part of the media people who were exposed to possible viruses and bacteria that may be present in dead bodies. Kailangan nyo po kasi talagang alagaan yung inyong mga empleyado dahil lang po ba kailangang makascoop, papupuntahin nyo sila at ipaparada nyo sila. It is tantamount to a public health menace. And Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, this was the cause of vaccine coverage plummeting. Now that you have heard from all over the world that viscerotropism and neurotropism does not exist in the so-called victims that you were calling. Kasi paulit-ulit po kaming reaching out to your station. The others listened, but ABS-CBN, because you're a big conglomerate and you're a giant, our voices fell on deaf ears. And even up to this point of time, with health issues, you keep on interviewing non-experts. And the problem there is, kapag ikaw ay isang doktor, binigyan ka ng airtime ng ABS-CBN, the public now believes you. Expertise is already measured by whom you invite and whom you give platform. Those autopsies exposed your people to a lot of bacteria and viruses. Hindi po pwedeng gawin yun. Yung pagparada natin ng mga duguang internal organs, ano po ang nangyari? Natakot lahat ng nanay. Bumalik ang polio, nagkaroon tayo ng outbreak ng measles, nagkaroon tayo ng outbreak ng Japanese encephalitis, dengue, chikungunya, name it, you have it. Now, it pains me to hear you clamoring that you have been helping the Filipino people, clamoring that you have been helping our country. Tulong po ba yung ibinalik nyo yung lahat ng mga infectious diseases na natanggal na ng ating bansa? Tulong po ba na naging instrumento kayo that for the 10 years that we have been polio-free, it only took you and some of your people dahil gusto nyo yung limelight, gusto nyo yung media. Those irresponsible reporting, I do not care if you will be hitting me personally, okay lang po yun. Pero yung programang iningatan ng ating gobyerno ng ilang taon, just because if you cannot perceive the real experts in our country, how can you have responsible journalism? How can you convey the real public health information? How can you deny that you have been unknowingly and unconsciously become a part of that virus that's creeping on our public health? Mas masahol pa sa COVID-19 ang public health misinformation. Kaya, Mr. Chair, if I will be given another opportunity, I will come out with other specific situations where public health was sacrificed simply because of the fight to be the first one to come out with the news. You mentioned it is a response to call to tell the truth and work for a cause greater than yourselves. Yes, that should be the case. But apparently, there are a lot of deviations. Sabi niyo rin po kanina, ang paglalahad ng katotohanan at maglilingkod sa bayan ang layunin ng bawat mamamahayag. Tama po yun. Pero paulit-ulit po nananawagan yung mga doktor, why don't you focus on specialty organizations? If you talk about psoriasis, call the Philippine Society of Dermatologists and they will give you a person. If you talk about autopsies, call the Philippine Society of Pathologists and they will give you facts and not fake experts. If you want to know about public health, you have PCP, you have internists. You cannot just call people simply because they are your friends. Because responsibility is not all about friendship. Responsibility is all about standing by the mandate that was given to you by our government. Mr. Chair, I know nagalit na po, wala na po akong oras. I really would have to enumerate other illnesses that has been sacrificed by the claymore to be on top in terms of bringing news to our people. At uulitin ko po, napakarami po ng mga mababait at mga galing tao sa ABS-CBN. But if the management insists to be deaf, mute, or blind to the realities on the ground, you cannot say that your heart is for the people if you will only take care of officials. You cannot say that your heart is for the people if you cannot let our lowly brothers and sisters speak up and be heard. You mentioned at the company level you have an independent network ombudsman that receives, investigates, and makes recommendations on complaints against news personnel. And these recommendations are acted upon by the head of news in a timely manner. If this was done in a timely manner, all the gains that we have for the past 25 years could not have been drowned just because of irresponsible journalism. Mr. Chair, I thank you for the indulgence and the perseverance. I hope I will be given the next opportunity to touch on other public health programs that have been ruined simply because responsible journalism is cloaked with a desire to be on the top. So let me just ask this direct question, and I do hope you will not take it against us, doctors. Kasi ang pakiramdam po ng ating mga doktor, ang pakiramdam po ng ating mga scientists at the Research Institute of Tropical Medicine, the doctor whom you have been lambasting because she was the principal investigator of Dengvaxia, is the same doctor that made the BCG, the vaccine you are using for your TB, for your children against TB. They are the same scientists, Filipino scientists, that did polio. They are the same scientists who did the vaccine on measles. They are the same scientists who are actively developing the vaccine on HIV. They are now the same scientists being tapped to develop COVID vaccine. Pero ando dun yung takot, ando dun yung kaba. Kasi alam nila kahit magaling sila sa larangan ng kalusugan, pagdating po sa media, wala po silang panahon na makipagkape-kape at mag-PR sa inyo kasi wala silang kakayanan at wala po silang ganun kalawak na oras para gawin yon. To Mr. Katibak, whom I respect so much, I hope you can answer my question truthfully, honestly, and as a Filipino. Ginamit niyo po ba ang Dengvaxia para mapalapit at akala niyo ay mapapalapit kayo kay Pangulong Duterte by hitting the previous administration?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Will you commit that you conduct an investigation? By the way, Mr. Chair, pasensya na lang po. I remember, I tried to always erase this on my mind because I don't want to be a bitter person. But I remember when I was heavily challenged as a doctor, and I was criticized because I'm from the province and I'm not from Manila. I accepted all of that. But what pained me is that you gave me an instance to answer before DZMM. At doon po natuwa ako. Dahil in-interview ako, nung umagang yun, nagbigay ako ng sagot at sabi ko, I will prioritize this. I will answer this. Because with all the controversies, I have to rush. We had to rush my father to the hospital dahil na-stroke siya sa sama ng loob. And when that happened, ang sabi ko sa sarili ko, talaga naman pala na dapat hangaan ko yung ABS-CBN. Because after all the months of the lies and the unfairness, you gave me 30 minutes of time in DZMM to be interviewed. At doon ko sinabi ang buong katotohanan. But when I reached the hospital bed of my father who was being transported to the ICU, he was looking at the TV, he was crying, and he was telling me, ano yung nangyayari? Because on your TV Patrol News, it was all over the headline, Garin apologizes to Dengvaxia parents. I did everything to call your station. I was in touch with all the people that we can call dun sa mga numero ibinigay nyo. Kasi hanggang sa ANC, paulit-ulit yon. At ang sabi ko, pwede bang wag nyo na munang ibalita yon? Because it's not true. And I told them, just give me time. Para lang yung tatay ko, mamatay man siya o makasurvive man siya, hindi niya dalhin sa pagkamatay niya yung sama ng nararamdaman niya. because he heard me when I was being interviewed. And if you can prove in that interview that I did apologize for the Dengvaksha program, I will immediately resign from Congress. Napupudpud na po yung daliri namin. Kasama ko yung aking mga kapatid at nanay sa kakatawag. But it fell on deaf ears. It fell on deaf ears. I just wanted to ask you, at isa lang po yung tanong namin. Ang sabi namin, when did you have that interview on TV Patrol? Naka-headline pa. And your people were telling me, ay hindi po. This is from the management. This is from the management. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I will not be personal on this. It is enough for me that what happened to me will not happen to other doctors. I might be privileged enough because I have my mandate and the people in my district who have known me and who will not believe in the lies, even if it will be ABS-CBN pending this. But I am worried that if this will be done again to the other doctors and the other scientists or to the patients who are discriminated, ano po ba ang laban nila? And as a member of this august body, I look at it as my extreme responsibility that your management should not allow this to happen. Sir, moms, please review my interview on DZMM. I can give you a tape. And then go into TV Patrol on the same day. You had that news item repeated for straight 3 days. At ang sagot nyo lang sa akin, ganun eh. Yun yung instruction ng management, we heard you. I even asked, when did TV Patrol interviewed me? Because I was just in that hospital taking care of my father who felt very bad that the TV station that he looked up to since he was young was the same TV station who will be an instrument. I have a few people who were not happy. If you are part of the executive, when you become a secretary, a member of the cabinet, you cannot please everybody. There are tough decisions that you have to make. And there were a lot of tough decisions that I had to make because we had to cleanse DOH from corruption. There were a lot of tough decisions we had to make at FDA. At marami po kaming ginawang desisyon para linisin ang PhilHealth. But if your TV station will be allowed to be an instrument of a few people who would like to be appointed, or a few people who would like to win in an election, or of a few people who are not really experts but who are pretending to be experts, or a few people who will get back at us because their businesses were ruined because we have to put systems. Ngayon, ang daming nagrereklamo sa DOH. But did you ask them why they cannot move? Because they are afraid of ABS-CBN. Gustong-gusto ng mga doktor na gumalaw. Gustong-gusto ng DOH na gumalaw. Pero bawat galaw nila, bawat desisyon, bawat gawin nilang tama, ang bukang bibig nila, baka malindon lisoy kami. I do hope, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, that the management of ABS-CBN will look into this. Kasi kung mabigyan po natin sila ng prangkisa, at narinig ko po sa ilang kasamahang natin, ayaw natin mawalan ng trabaho ang ating mga kababayan. Ayaw nating ipitin ang isang malaking negosyante. We are all one with this. But if protecting a business conglomerate would mean tolerating the lies on public health, would mean tolerating the fake experts that you continuously interview on your station, then we have to stand up. Even if we lose this vote, I have to stand up. I have to convey the sentiments of our doctors. Because not every doctor is given the privilege to sit in Congress. Not every doctor is privileged to be a mother. And as a mother, and as a legislator, and as a vaccinologist, I can sacrifice my political post if only I have to stood up by the Hippocratic oath that I have always agreed upon. At patuloy ko pong tatayuan at gagawin ang nararapat para sa mga bakuna dahil vaccination saves lives. And now we are in this mess. Now we are in this pandemic. This pandemic is already a big problem. Pero ang hindi nasasabi, for once in the history of vaccination, when measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine was ruined because of a fake expert who went to the US, who is from the UK, ano po ang ginawa ng UK? Ano po ang ginawa ng Amerika? Ano po ang ginawa ng mga media? They came out with the truth. And that doctor, tinanggalan ng lisensya. Pero dito sa atin, pag merong gustong magpasikap, gustong magpa-appoint, all you have to do is approach a reporter from your station, befriend him, and then they will have the luxury of time, the luxury of a big conglomerate, the luxury of being called an expert simply because you allowed them to be. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, even up to this point of time, I still don't know whether to vote yes or no. I'm still thinking. My vote might just be one vote, maliit lang po ito, but it is enough for me that if ever we grant them the renewal of their franchise, all of this should be looked into by ABS-CBN. Because when you manage a corporation, success is not measured by money. Success is measured by the real difference that you give to our people. Not the difference that you mouth on the presentations that you make, but the difference that in your conscience you have. To the family of Asek Lyndon Lee Sui, I know that no words, nor even an apology can ABS-CBN can bring back his life. But when he died, defending himself, being very bitter, all that I can say is that maybe God has His purpose, and maybe the Committee on Good Government and the Committee on Legislative Franchises should be a very vital instrument. That big as you are, when you grow bigger and you grow bigger and you grow bigger, you always have to remember that at one point, you will never grow big if before God's eyes, you will be part of continuous public health lies. So I do hope that people who will be speaking before your station are real experts. And again, my last appeal. Please do not focus on personalities. Kami pong mga doktor, malaking bangayan kung saan ka nag-aral. Kung galing ka sa ganito, kung galing ka sa ganito, ikaw ba'y taga Manila, ikaw ba'y taga probinsya. That is why in some countries and in many countries, the Secretary of Health, the Minister of Health is a non-doctor. Because the countries do that so that the sitting Ministry of Health will be neutral, no biases. But if you get a certain person, and that certain person dictates whom to interview, what to say, what to put on the news, then you do injustice to the people who have probably refused her or refused him at one point in their lives. You now become part of a bigger virus we call fake news and public health misinformation. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Garin. Ang susunod po natin ay si Minority Leader Benny Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give the premise that I've always advocated and believed in my statements and my questions. There are two realities, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, in this world. We have a legal reality, we have a spiritual reality. There is a law, a natural law, Mr. Chair, that we all believe in. In fact, this is an absolute law of nature, the law of cause and effect. I would even think that legal realities are the result of the cause in this world, the result of what spiritual realities that we have today. The spiritual reality I'm referring to is what the good book, the Bible says. Men love darkness, and I'm quoting now, rather than light, because their deeds are evil. So because of this spiritual reality, Mr. Chair, that men love darkness rather than light because their deeds are evil, we have these legal realities so that we can prevent men from doing evil. We have a principle in a democratic nation like ours that we are not a nation of men, but a nation of laws. We believe in the rule of law. This committee hearing, I would even want to convince myself, it's not about politics. It is about law. My decision either to support the franchise of ABS-CBN or not will not be based on personalities, will not be based on politics, but must be based on law. What I will be saying today, asking questions, are realities that we cannot avoid and we cannot get out of. I would like to cite, Mr. Chair, some provisions in the Constitution, and I would like to seek the understanding of the lawyer of ABS-CBN so that I can be enlightened on these provisions. Article 2, State Policies, Section 11. The state values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect for human rights. Section 13, the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. In Article 14 of the Constitution, on education, in Section 3, educational institutions shall teach the rights and duties of citizenship, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, develop moral character and personal discipline, encourage critical and creative thinking. I would like the lawyer of ABS-CBN to please enlighten me, being a lawyer, on the provisions of the Constitution that I mentioned.
Mr. Chair, may I request that Attorney Bautista be allowed
Attorney
to
Bautista,
speak.
nasa Zoom ba siya?
Good afternoon po sa inyo lahat. Naririnig po ba ninyo ako?
Pakilaksan lang po, Attorney Ayo.
Is this better?
Yan, sige po.
Salamat po sa tanong ninyo, Congressman Abante. Yung pong state policies ay para pong advisory or recommendatory policies ng Constitution. But they have to be implemented by actual legislation. Kasi ho, parang motherhood statements ito na sinasabi ng ating constitutional framers na ito dapat ang ating gawin. But they need specific implementing legislation. Yun lang po.
Okay. Ito po bang mga provisions na ito, Attorney, kasama dito ang media at broadcasting?
Opo, kasama po. Dahil po lahat ng citizens.
Okay. I would like to cite some events in your programming, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed.
Go ahead po.
I have the presentation here. And my first question, perhaps it can be answered afterwards, is this, the first slide. I think I gave that to you. Wala ba? Just wait for a while, ano po, kasi mawawala po yung pagiging madamdamin ko pag wala yung presentation.
Ayan na po siya, Kong Abante.
There is a question that I would like to ask that can be answered after perhaps the complete presentation that I have. And this is the question. Is ABS-CBN, and I would like to say this, no, and I'm not picking on ABS-CBN alone. I believe that God has allowed this franchise issue to be tackled by Congress so that the other networks will realize the values of what I'm going to say. So this is not just ABS-CBN. This is all the networks that we have in our country today. So I would like to pose the question, and the answer would be afterwards. Is ABS-CBN following the 2004 implementing rules and regulations of Presidential Decree number 1986 as updated October 2012 on TV classification, applying contemporary Filipino cultural values as standard? That would be the comprehensive question, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Sexy wet performance in ASAP. It says, remember when rival Sunday noontime shows Party Pilipinas and ASAP both grabbed the attention of the MTRCB. In 2013, Lavi Po and Rocco Nasino had a sensual number in Party Pilipinas while Ann Curtis performed a sexy wet performance in ASAP. Next slide. Just like other long-running shows in this list, ASAP had its own share of encounters with the MTRCB. One recent incident was Ann Curtis' 28th birthday production number, where she did a, I quote, wet performance of Rihanna's hit song, Diamonds. In the performance, aired in February 24, 2013, Anne wore a black strapless dress with a very high slit. Next slide. Next slide, please. In June 2014, the MTRCB imposed strict rules on Pinoy Big Brother, all in following a controversy that involved housemate Jaime Halandone posing nude for a painting. Posing nude as task in Pinoy Big Brother. Next slide, please. Certain sectors, including the Philippine Commission on Women, raised concerns about a weekly task wherein Big Brother urged Jaime to post nude for a painting that would raise funds for a charity. Jaime, who is vocal about being a devoted Christian, backed out from the nude painting challenge, as did the three other housemates, Daniel Machunaga, Michelle Gumabao, and Ranti Portento, who were supposed to accompany her. PBB All In issued a public apology as ordered by the MTRCB through TV Patrol. The government agency also ordered the show to adopt gender-sensitive measures, including seminars in coordination with the Philippine Commission on Women. Next slide, please.
Kong Benny,
Yes.
inform ko lang po kayo, dinagdagan kayo ng additional 5 minutes ni Congressman Mike D.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Offending sensibilities in Pinoy Big Brother. In July 2015, MTRCB ordered PBB 737 to enter in a, as I quote, strict and close collaboration with the regulatory board, as the resolution stated that certain scenes in the show offended the sensibilities of the viewing public. Next slide, please. The patong scene in The Better Half. One scene in The Better Half showed the character of Denise Laurel on top of Carlo Aquino while making love. Mocha described the bed scene by saying, and I quote, "Ang haba ng halikan, mayroon pang nakapatong yung babae sa lalaki." Next slide, please. The PNP striptease scene in On the Wings of Love in a PNP uniform. In January 2016, MTRCB summoned the top executives of ABS-CBN to discuss James Reed's striptease scene in the TV series On the Wings of Love, which top-billed him and love team partner Nadine Lustre. This was in connection to Philippine National Police complaint about the improper use of the police uniform in television and movies for that matter. Next slide, please. Attorney Villarreal said in his statement, the said episode portrayed actor James Reed doing a striptease while wearing a PNP General Office uniform, allegedly with a police badge and showing the rank of SP04. Next slide, please. Degrading scenes in its showtime. In August 2014, it was reported that MTRCB called for a mandatory conference with its Showtime's executives and host Vice Ganda for alleged offensive and degrading scenes aired in the July 28, 2014 episode of the show. According to the letter, signed by MTRCB Hearing and Adjudication Committee Co-Chairperson Eric Malyonga and committee members Bobby Andrews and Joey Romero. And I quote, the challenge portion in the program segment entitled Gandang Lalaki showed program host Mr. Jose Vizeral, aka Vice Ganda, wiping off with a towel his sweaty armpit and smudged this towel all over the face of one of the program's male dancers. Next slide, please. Foul language in Pangako Sa'yo. MTRCB called the attention of executives of the defunct teleserye Pangako Sa'yo for the use of foul language in the May 29 episode of the show. The episode in question, which happened 3 days after its pilot episode, featured a confrontation scene between Pilar Pilapil and Ian Veneracion. Benita, who is Pilar, confronted her son Eduardo, Ian, after he had a relationship with their cook Amor, Jody Santamaria, despite his engagement to Claudia Angelica Panganiban. She told her son, kung pampalipas libog lang yan, that's okay. Go ahead. Next slide, please. Another foul language in Pangako Sa'yo, which was top-billed by Catherine Bernardo and Daniel Padilla, was placed at the 8:30 p.m. time slot where kids and younger audiences are expected to be awake. Next slide. Steamy car love scene in Till I Met You. In November 2016, MTRCB called for a meeting with executives of the Jadin primetime series Till I Met You. The episodes in question were aired from October 25 to 28, 2016. Viewers filed complaints about the steamy car love scene of James and Nadine aired on October 25, as well as the bathtub scene of the Jadin love team that aired in the succeeding episodes. Next slide. While the October 25 episode carried a strong parental guidance or SPG rating, the other episodes only had a PG rating. Another picture in next slide. X rating in Maalaala Mo Kaya. In 2012, Maalaala Mo Kaya's Cursed Beauty episode featuring Jane Onesa and Angel Aquino was initially given an X rating by the MTRCB, which means that it is not for public exhibition. This is the reason why MMK had to postpone its June 2, 2012 airing since it was submitted again for another review to the MTRCB. The MMK episode tackled a sensitive topic since Jane's character is a 15-year-old girl who is recurrently raped by her stepfather. Next slide. Angel's character, who played Jane's mother, reportedly assisted her live-in partner while doing the act of rape. Almost a month later, in June 28, MMK finally aired the controversial episode with an SPG rating. And so, I'd like to ask ABS-CBN, do you have a morality issue? Are we to assume, next slide, that if given another 25 years, these are the type of programs you will continue to air? The last question is, have you forsaken contemporary Filipino cultural values and morality in favor of the ratings? I'd like to ask ABS-CBN to please answer these questions. I would like to say this, not because, Mr. Chair, that I am a bishop, that I have a holier-than-thou attitude. No. I am not only a bishop, but I'm a family man. I have children, I have grandchildren. And even if MTRCB would issue a rating of SPG or whatever it might be, we've got to remember that TV is a public viewing, unlike the movies, where if it is rated only 16 years old and above, can come and see the movie. 15 years and below cannot enter. That is not like television. May I ask, therefore, as our good attorney said, that the articles and the provisions I read in the Constitution also applies in broadcasting and media. May I now please ask the questions or give it to our ABS-CBN officials.
Your Honor, good afternoon po, Congressman Abante. To your first question po about PD 1986, yes po, to your first question po, sa PD 1986, yung sa MTRCB po, yes po, we comply po with all the MTRCB program classifications that are recommended. Congressman, kung meron mga unresolved issues po, we present our position to the Adjudication Committee of MTRCB and we come up po with agreements and changes moving forward po. With regards to your second question po, rest assured po na iisa po ang ating layunin na mapangalagaan, iisa po ang ating layunin na mapangalagaan ang moral at spiritual values ng pamilyang Pilipino. We tell po stories that teach life lessons and our stories po embody Filipino values. Filipino values po like hard work, honesty, respect, resilience, and most of all po, love for family, country, and God. Dahil po, ang sentro ng aming mga kwento ay ang pamilyang Pilipino. Personally po, I assure you that moving forward, we will continue to be responsible content producers that make a positive influence in the lives of the Filipino. Maganda po ang hangarin namin. We want to entertain, inspire, and give hope to the Filipino audience. If there are infractions po, we correct them right away, and definitely po, we apologize to our audiences. Yun lang po, Mayor, Congressman Abante.
Maganda po yung inyong sinabi, and I would like to just, Mr. Chair, quote the commentary of a certain attorney Josephus Jimenez of the Freeman. This is entitled The Social Irrelevance of Noontime TV Shows and Telenovelas. And this is not just ABS-CBN, okay? He said, I do not know if you have read this, and I would like now please to quote this. With great sadness and dismay, I am constrained to say that all the leading TV and radio networks and even most print media organizations in the Philippines today are feeding the minds of the people with trash and dirty garbage that distort the values and sense of purpose of the young and old alike. Noontime TV shows poison people and telenovelas distract them from social and economic realities. Dirty jokes, lewd dances, and vulgar language pollute the airwaves and poison the Filipino soul. Influence the formation of a national thought, culture, and paradigm. And that is how powerful the media is. In the Philippines, most of these media are just in it for the money. They don't have any sense of patriotism or love of country. It is pure business for them. All they are after are ads, circulation, and to some even envelopmental journalism, being bribed to push a selfish or insidious advocacy. They don't think of the larger implications of what they publish to the long-range strategies and objectives of the nation. What the people see and hear reflect the kind of nation we have. The print and broadcast media here in the Philippines, and in fairness, in many other third world countries, are fixated on making money through ads to fuel consumerism and market liberalism, disregarding the loftier purposes of value formation to build a strong nation and a people of a sturdy character and values. The national government agencies that regulate print and broadcast media are either manned by incompetent executives or political appointees without a noble purpose, or being bribed not to censor or suspend erring practitioners and network. Noontime shows that propagate the people's culture of mendicancy. The host gives money and jacket, all of those things. So I would like to ask the ABS-CBN, just like what Attorney Jimenez here, Josephus Jimenez, asked. Ang sabi niya rito my question is simple. What is the social relevance of all this? What are the redeeming social values? He further said, I have a very high respect for Boy Abunda. He is one of the more sensible TV hosts. Which include Karen Davila, Ted Filon, and Tina Monsoon Falma. But Boy Abunda's hackneyed questions, and I quote, sex or chocolate, lights on or lights out, the best time of the day to have sex, irritate me, ang sabi ni Attorney Jimenez. What do these questions have to do with building a strong value system and national character for our nation and people? He said, I paused for any reply. I think until now, there was no reply. And perhaps right now, the ABS-CBN has the chance to be able to answer them.
Kong Abante, before ko po pasagutin yung ABS, inform ko lang po yun na binigyan kayo ng additional time tulad ni Congressman Mike D, ni Congressman Tony Pet Albano. Additional 5 minutes po.
Thank you po. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ABS.
Congressman Abante,
Yes.
we have continued to work on improving our content through the years po. There is no intention to give the audience trash. Kasi po, mahal namin ang audience namin and we are here to serve them. Ang Channel 2 po has a general audience.
Please let me interrupt. I do realize that you have no bad intention.
Opo.
But what is said is already said. And even if you do not have any bad intention, the fact that they were said to others who are viewing it, it's not good.
Yes, I acknowledge that, Congressman Abante. And moving forward, we'll make sure po. I was just going to say po, in Channel 2 kasi, we have a general audience. So, sinisigurado po namin na nabibigyan namin ng audience ng iba't ibang kwento at karanasan para po masagot namin ang iba't ibang pangangailangan ng mga miyembro ng pamilya. Hindi po kami nagsasabi or nagmamalinis. As we said, we may be imperfect, but we continue to strive to work on those imperfections. And I take note po, Congressman Abante, of all the insights, all the observations, and moving forward po, we will make sure we address them.
Ito po, I hope that the other networks are listening and watching. Ito, media rin po ang nagtatanong eh. Media rin ang nagsasabi. Opo, sapagkat yun namang audience natin, wala naman silang lakas na loob magsalita eh. No. Ngayon, pagdating dito sa Kongreso, syempre, I have to be objective with everything I say.
Yes po.
I cannot be biased, no? For example, like sabi ni Jason sa kanina, bias kayo. Tatanungin ko sana siya kung siya hindi bias. Ganoon din naman eh. Di ba? While, in reality, Mr. Chair, sana mag-point of order ako kanina kay Jason sapagkat alam na sa social media na panay ang tira niya sa inyo eh. Oo. So, here is a guy that says you are biased in your reporting and he does not even have the authority to say he's not biased. Pero ito po, media nagsasabi ha, in a particular column in Philippine Star, an opinion targeted TVs and radio networks on the issue of, and I would like to quote, feeding the minds of the people with trash and dirty garbage that distort the value and sense of purpose of the young and old alike. Now, I know you do not have this intention, but these words are real and honest that is being done by a television network. Now, let me ask a question to you. If you say that you do not do this and that you value the families, how can we correct this?
Sorry, Kong Abante, can you repeat the last question?
Ito po ang sabi, how can we correct this? No? Ito mo sinasabi sa Philippine Star, feeding the minds of the people with trash and dirty garbage that distort the value and sense of purpose of the young and old alike. How would you think we should correct this?
Moving forward po, we will handle that po with our producers. I personally po will supervise our producers. Pwede po lang akong sumagot dun sa noontime show kanina.
Go ahead po.
Opo. Gusto ko lang po sabihin that Showtime and Vice Ganda, ang gusto lang po nila talaga ay magpasaya ng mamamayang Pilipino. Mr. Chairman, yeah, I just feel that the hosts, di ba, have no they don't have any deliberate intention, di ba, to hurt anybody when they do the program. They want people to have fun. They want to give happiness.
Alam ko
Yes
po.
po, they have to be very, very responsible. They self-regulate po. They try their best to self-regulate. And if there are some falters or excesses, they're quick to make up po. Gusto lang ko po lang sabihin that ang intensyon lang po namin lahat is magbigay ng dekalidad ng mga programa na may values po para magabayan ang pamilyang Pilipino. It has never been, as I will repeat po, Congressman Abante, it has never been our intention to destroy any person, to hurt any family. Nanay po din ako, Congressman Abante. I'm very sensitive to that, and our team po, I can attest to that. We make sure that we continue to work on responsibility when we produce our stories, when we produce our experiences. And because po, it's not about us, it's about the people we serve. And that's what we've dedicated our lives to, Congressman Abante. Service.
Alam ko po,
Na
in
yun
fact-
po, we will continue to improve that service. As
Okay.
I said earlier, we may have our imperfections, but we are going to move forward, and we will work at improving our content.
Salamat po sa inyong kasagutan. Alam ko po yun, and pinapasalamatan ko po yun.
Salamat
You know,
po.
at alam ko naman na sa mga question pong ito, maaaring maging kontribida ako sapagkat very, very popular ang inyong noontime shows. Ngayon, kaya sinasabi ko po na ito po mga bagay na ito ay hindi ko po ito katanungan at mga statement, kundi statement din po ito ng media. Oo. Pinaparating din po ito sa inyo upang magkaroon tayo ng pagbabago sa ating mga programs.
Yes,
Opo.
Congressman.
Na talagang kayo po, kapamilya po kayo, di ba?
Yes,
And you believe in you believe in family values.
Yes po.
You believe in moral values. Therefore, dapat magkaroon po tayo ng self-regulation. Not only because the MTRCB says so, that magikinig po tayo mismo, if we believe in discipline, if we believe in moral values, the Filipinos being a religious people, I think that we also have to listen to this, hindi po ba? To be able to really change. And I would like to know, I appreciate your answers. Pero gusto ko po lang ituloy ito. Ano po? So, magiging malinaw po sa atin. Ito, I quote, sinabi rin po ito ng media, noontime TV shows poison people and telenovelas distract them from social and economic realities, dirty jokes, lewd dances, vulgar language, pollute the airwaves, and poison the Filipino soul. Well, of course, kayo nandirito, no? So, you are the one to answer. And the question of the columnists, which I now propound to you, is this. What is the social relevance of all this? Meron po ba? Meron po ba o wala?
Meron po, Congressman. Unang-una po, I just would like to say that yes, we practice self-regulation po. And everybody in our team knows that po. We do not allow that kind of language in our programs po. If there are, as I said earlier, if there are slips po.
Ba't nakakalusot po eh?
Yun nga, slips po ang tawag. Nako po, hindi po, it doesn't go unpassed. When there are slips po, we make sure we deal with it immediately, and everybody in our team can attest to that po.
Oo. Therefore, wala po talaga itong social relevance. Kasi for example, you want to have an honest show. Oh, rape scene po ito. Ibig nyo sabihin, to be honest, that you will actually vividly picture a rape scene in public? Of course not.
Of course not.
Of course not. Di po ba?
Of course not.
Of course not. So therefore,
yeah,
gusto ko
of
rin
course
tanungin,
not.
nakalagay po dito, what are the redeeming social values? There's no redeeming social values.
Congressman sandali lang po.
Opo, opo.
Yeah, I will answer you. Yung pong sinasabi yung mga sexual scenes and ano. Number one po, we have no theme of any show that's focused on just sex po. Number two po, if there are sexual scenes, these are only used po to establish relationships at hindi po short, hindi siya mahabang scenes po. It's only used to establish relationships and heighten conflict. Pero po, sana makita yung kabuuan ng mga kwento namin, hindi lang scenes isolated from each other. Kasi pag nakita po ninyo yung kabuuan ng kwento, dun nyo ma-appreciate that all our programs po stand for Filipino values, as I said earlier. So, dahil pamilya po ay importante sa amin, the values of family, malasakit sa bayan, at pagmamahal sa Diyos po, makikita niyo yun. Even our kontrabidas po have redeeming values in the end. They have learnings. They learn later on to forgive instead of just have a life of revenge. Marami pong lessons na ganun na even the kontrabidas po learn towards the end. And that's the redeeming value po. So, we also work, as I said, when we have life lessons in our programs, that's our way po of giving inspiration, of giving our simple life lessons to the audiences. Ang mga lessons po na wag mawawala ng pag-asa, kumapit po sa Diyos, work hard and make sure, that what you do is for the good of others. Marami po kaming lessons po sa aming mga kwento, pero sana po, imbis na specific scenes lang po ang makita natin. Sana ma-appreciate natin, Mr. Chairman at Mr. Congressman Abante, yung kabuuan ng programa at yung nadadala at nadudulot niyang inspirasyon at pag-asa sa aming mga manonood. Yun lang po.
Naniniwala po ako doon sa kabuuan. Kinakailangang i-judge ang isang program sa kabuuan. Pero pag nagpapakita po ron sa kabuuan ng patong scene, kahit po kayong nanay, hindi niyo papayagan eh. Hindi po ba? Ayan, pinakita ko sa inyo po yung patong scene. Pinakita ko sa inyo yung torrid lips-to-lips kissing. Mr. Chair, my colleagues, I believe that many of your shows give realities and true stories of Filipino experiences. Pero pag meron na po itong tinatawag na torrid kissing scenes in public, napapanood kahit ng mga bata. Meron po, pinakita ko sa inyo. Ang hirap lang ng MTRCB, saka kayo bibigyan ng warning na ipalabas na eh. I think that you ought to change that. I think we have the MTRCB rin, Mr. Chair, isn't it? And I will be asking them also some questions that they ought to realize. For example, like yung patong scene sa Better Half. Naipalabas yun eh. Hindi naman po nakikita ng audience yung kabuuan. Nakikita po nila yung mga titillating scenes eh. Why? Sasabi ko nga sa inyo, the spiritual reality of human nature. That's why we are a nation of laws and not of men. Ano po? Now, ito po nakalagay. And I would like to ask the MTRCB to answer me on this. Letter D, disapproved for airing on television. Any television program that does not conform to the G, PG, or SPG classification shall be disapproved for television broadcast. The material shall be disapproved for television broadcast if, in the judgment of the board applying contemporary Filipino culture values as standard, it is objectionable for being immoral, indecent, contrary to law, and of good customs, injurious to the prestige of the Republic of the Philippines or its people, or with a dangerous tendency to encourage the commission of violence or of a wrong or crime, such as but not limited to the work depicts in a patently lewd, offensive, or demeaning manner excretory functions and sexual conduct such as sexual intercourse, masturbation, and exhibition of the genitals. I would like to ask the MTRCB to please enlighten me on this. And why is it that you're only warning our television networks after airing what we may say a violation of your rule?
MTRCB, Executive Director Anne Menzo, pakisagot po yung tanong ni Congressman Abante.
Hello po. Good afternoon po.
Yes.
To answer your question, sir, MTRCB requires the network to submit a program, an episode of their program, and then it is reviewed by our board members. They are a committee of 3. And then if ever the committee finds that the material submitted is for PG or parental guidance, the succeeding episodes of that particular program for the next 13 weeks should carry and should conform with the parental guidance parameters.
And you're reviewing it, right?
Only one episode, Congressman.
One
Just
episode.
a sample episode.
So then, pinapalabas yan, and afterwards you issue a warning. The
Once,
question is, bakit na ipapalabas? And then you issue a warning.
We only review one sample episode, Congressman. And then the networks for the next 13 weeks will exercise self-regulation,
Yun.
making sure that the succeeding episodes will conform to the rating given based on the sample episode submitted and reviewed by the board.
So self-regulation, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
All right, now, let me ask you another question here. Okay? Should there be a stricter guidelines on television, different from movies?
It is a different set of parameters, Congressman. Because
What I'm
for
saying
movies-
is, should there be a stricter guidelines
yes,
for television?
Yes, Congressman.
Should there be?
Yes, there
And
should
therefore,
be a stricter.
and therefore, Congress should review your guidelines.
The
So
reason
you
for
will
having-
you will be able to safeguard the families, the children, the parents, and everyone.
Yes, Congressman. That's the reason why MTRCB came up with an advisory. It's an advisory of the rating of the particular program shown before the program to advise the adult present to guide their children whether the material should be watched by them or not. Also, another measure that MTRCB implemented is they have a pictogram. You will see it at the bottom lower portion of your TV. It's color-coded. It's green for G, PG for blue, and then red for SPG. Also, the reason for this, it is superimposed all throughout the program because if you were not able to watch or catch the advisory at the beginning, you are still guided by that pictogram.
My last question to ABS-CBN, sirs and ma'am, no? If ever, and this is not for me, all right? It's not for me, okay? You can do what you want to do and you do not need to listen to me as a person. But if ever, we are going to give you a 25-year franchise, would there be changes in your programming and content programs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Abante. Ang next po na mag-interpellate ay si Congresswoman Sol Aragones na nagkaroon ng additional 5 minutes galing kay Congresswoman Tambunting. Kong Sol.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of, not a point of order, Mr. Chairman, but a point of query, just a quick one.
Kong Defensor.
Na-notice ko po kasi yung nasubmit na position paper, ang title po, Position Paper on the Issue of Alleged Failure to Air President Duterte's Political Advertisement during the campaign period. Ngayon po, hindi po siyempre makakasagot si Pangulong Duterte dahil wala naman po siya dito sa hearing na to. Critical po dito yung dokumento dun sa COMELEC na sinubmit yung ads. Kasi doon natin makikita dahil ang sabi niyo po dito, meron hong first come first served basis. So if we can have the submission to the COMELEC, just so makita lang ho natin kung ano yung sinasabi nating lumabas na ads based on your COMELEC submission. Do we have it, Mr. Chairman? I mean, wala ho akong tatanong, kundi yun lang po lang, yung document to support this. Para ho sa discussion mamaya, I think the other congressmen would also be interested.
Papasabit mo.
Kung kaya nila po ngayon, Mr. Chairman, kasi yes, it's a position paper about the President's supposed statement, I think. So dapat din naman, to be fair to him, may supporting documents tong document na to.
May
Itong position paper
we
na
know
to.
from ABS kung meron kayong supporting documents?
We'll submit it to the committee po.
Sorry, Mr. Katibak, pasensya na po kasi baka po may magtanong sa atin mamaya. I don't want to rush the ABS-CBN, but again, baka po pang nagtanong kailan lumabas yung kay President Duterte na airing, anong oras, di ba yun po ang official submission sa COMELEC, baka po material dito sa position paper. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Thank you. So, balik na to, Kong Sol.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Ang katanungan ko po ay para kay Miss Jean Reyes. Miss Jean Reyes, para po sa kaalaman ng publiko at ng lahat, maaari niyo bang ikwento sa amin kung paano nabubuo ang isang balita bago ito umere sa isang newscast, halimbawa ng TV Patrol at ng Bandila? Ano po yung mga layers na pinagdadaanan nito bago ito umere sa isang newscast? Miss Jean Reyes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Aragones. Ang pagbabalita po ay bahagi na ng pang-araw-araw naming buhay sa ABS-CBN. We have reporters assigned to particular beats. Tulad po ng mga government institutions, agencies, law enforcement agencies as well. So lahat po sila ay lumalabas araw-araw, nangangalap ng balita sa kanya-kanyang assignment nila. Kapag po biglang nag-break ang storya, agad-agad po nila itong ire-report. Sa ngayon po, dahil sa teknolohiya, they are also required to report on digital, on social media, as well as on our radio platform, on our cable news channel. At sa ilang oras na bago ang TV Patrol ay paghahandaan po nilang buuin yung mga storyang yon, kung ano yung binabalita nila. In the course of coverage, lalabas po ang kanilang kakayahan, lalabas ang kanilang experience, ang seniority, ang pagkuha nila ng mga sources, gayon din ang interviews, at kung ano-ano pa pong tools na maaari nilang gamitin para mabuo nila ang balita. Kadalasan may ini-interview po. Kinocoveran ito ng video dahil visual ang aming platform. Ina-advise po ito sa desk editors at gayon din po sa mga program producers ng mga platform namin. So ganun po ang proseso. Makikita po sa gatekeeping layers na yan na dadaan po siya sa desk editors, dadaan din po siya sa program producers bago ma-ere ang mga storya nila na mula sa labas.
At Ms. Jing Reyes, sa pagbuo din ng isang balita, importante na makuha ang magkabilang panig ng kwento. Tama po ba? Ibig sabihin, kung may nagreklamo, dapat ma-interview siya at ang inireklamo ay dapat ding makuna ng panig. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. May mga storya po na simple lamang kung matatawag na ganun, isang event at pwede mo siyang i-present ng buo at wala namang dalawang panig na kailangan, lalo na't meron kang na-witness, no? At yan ay nangyayari sa mga panahon ng kalamidad o ng biglaang mga aksidente. Gayunpaman ay meron tayong pamamaraan para makuha po ang lahat ng may relevant information at relevant statements tungkol sa mga pangyayaring yan. Kapag po may akusasyon, talaga pong dapat kunin ng dalawang panig, Your Honor.
Ms. Jing, paano kung may akusasyon at ang isang panig ay kinunan pero isang panig ay ayaw magbigay ng statement? Paano po natin mailalabas ang news item na ito sa balita?
Kapag yung kabilang panig po ay ayaw magbigay ng pahayag, there are some instances, Your Honor, in which that happens, unfortunately, and we are constrained to air the story because it's big without the other side, but we would disclose that we did our best to interview him or get a reaction from him or her, Your Honor.
May mga pagkakataon din po, Ms. Jing, sa isang live newscast na nagkakamali ang video na nailalabas, nagkakamali ang video or graphics. Paano ho itinatama sa mismong oras na iyon ang newscast?
Kapag po nalaman namin agad ang pagkakamali, ay hinahabol po yon within that particular program. Kung ito po ay spelling error or graphics or factual error, maaari po talagang makalusot. Pero kung ito po ay factual error or an inaccuracy, and we find out about it during the program, we make sure that we air the correction within the same program po.
Salamat po. Pupunta na ho ako sa aking pangalawang katanungan. Sa haba ho ng panahon ng paghahatid ng balita ng ABS-CBN sa iba't ibang platforms nito, may mga pagkakataon po ba na nakatanggap na kayo ng reklamo tungkol sa isang news item na ibinalita sa isang newscast at paano niyo po ito tinutugunan o inaaksyonan?
Meron po. As I said, Your Honor, we are not a perfect organization, and even when you were still with us as a reporter, Your Honor, you were aware that we take feedback from our viewers and complaints very seriously. I personally would like to state that I take those feedback and complaints very seriously. At ito po ay inaaksyonan natin, una, sa pagmamagitan ng pagtatama ng storya o ng report. Pangalawa, sa paghingi ng paumanhin. Kapag nagkakamali po tayo, ginagawa po nating public yan. At pangatlo, may kaukulang investigasyon at parusa sa mga nagkakamali, Your Honor.
Tama rin po ba, Ms. Jing Reyes, na sabihin na ang training ng isang reporter sa ABS-CBN o sa anumang istasyon na pinag-uusapan natin o maging sa mga anchors ay tinitiyak ang kredo ng isang journalist na kinakailangang accurate at patas ang isang balita na kinakalap at inilalabas, walang labis, walang kulang, sa katotohanan lamang?
Yes, Your Honor, yan po ang aming tungkulin. At lahat po naman ng journalist ng ABS-CBN, yan po ang kanyang layunin. Kaya nga lang, nagkakaroon din ng mga pagkakataon na hindi po naiiwasan na nagkakamali po kami. Minsan po ito ay dahil sa mismong nakuhang report, minsan naman ay may ibang detalye na nakuha naman ng ibang reporter at ipinagsama sa isang report, kaya nagaganap po yung ganong errors, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Ms. Jing Reyes. Mr. Chair, gusto ko naman hong tanungin ang KBP, ang kinatawan po ng KBP.
Go ahead po, Kong Sol, nandyan po ang si Mr. Junik daw.
Mr. June ng KBP, ang ABS-CBN po ay kaanib ng kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas, for the record. Tama po ba? Mr. June? Kasama po ba natin si Mr. June, Mr. Chair?
Nandyan po siya kanina eh. Baka nakamute pa.
Ayun, na-mute na po. Your Honor, Your Chairman, Your Honor, tama po yun na member po ang ABS-CBN ng Kapisanan ng Broadcast ng Pilipinas.
Bilang bahagi ho o miyembro ang ABS-CBN ng Kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas sa mahabang panahon, paano nyo ilalarawan ang ABS-CBN bilang isang broadcasting company na miyembro ho ninyo?
Well, ang ABS-CBN po has been a member of good standing. Very active po sila sa maraming committees, and they're always represented sa board of trustees ng KBP, so they're part of the policy making. Meron din po silang representative dun sa mga iba't ibang committee, lalo na po yung ating quasi-judicial committee, which is called the Standards Council, which investigates concerns. So very, very active po sila, and they've been contributing in a lot to the Kapisanan in terms of their time, in terms of providing airtime also to cover important events for the government. For example, yung pong partnership natin dito sa pandemic, well, before sila masara, they've been together with a lot of members ng KBP, they've been actively broadcasting, simulcasting the Laging Handa at saka yung mga press conferences po ng presidential spokesperson para mapahitid po yung lahat ng relevant information about the pandemic. So that's just an example po. They've been quite active, and they're also giving us airtime to air PSAs, both initiated by the organization at mga PSAs po na in-initiate po ng gobyerno, ng iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. June, sa inyong kasagutan. Mr. Chair, may mga bagay na malinaw sa nalakalap ko sa mga kasagutan sa aking mga katanungan ngayong hapong ito. Una, sa pagkuha ng isang balita at bago lumabas ang balita sa ere o sa isang newscast, ay importante na nakuha ang anumang panig ng kwento para ito'y maging patas. Sa ABS-CBN, may internal check and balance at sino man sa kumpanya o sa broadcasting network mula sa maliit hanggang pinaka mataas na empleyado, kung ikaw ay nagkamali at labag sa ethics o standards ng kumpanya, ay maaaring patawan ng disciplinary action. At patuloy ang sinasabi nga, yung kredo ng isang journalist na nananalaytay sa puso at isipan ang paggawa ng balita sa isang patas na pamamaraan. Isang bagay pa rin yung malinaw na narinig ko at napagtanto ko sa mga narinig ko ngayong araw na ito. Hindi ho perpekto o walang perpektong organisasyon gaya ng sinasabi ng marami sa atin ngayon. Tingin ko ho, wala ring perpektong istasyon sa pagkakataong ito. Pero ang mas pinakamahalaga sa lahat na lumilitaw ngayon, anumang pagkukulang ay handang punuan, anumang kalakasan ay nais pang palakasin para maipagpatuloy ang pagsiservisyo sa publiko. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Sol. Susunod po ay isang manifestation galing kay Congressman ating Vice Chair, Congressman Bambol Tolentino.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, at sa ating pong mga kasamahan dito sa plenary at sa Zoom. Mr. Chair, hindi na po ako gagamit ng PowerPoint or slides dahil ang aking pong manifestation ay bukal na manggagaling sa aking damdamin. Mr. Chair, una po sa lahat, baka po makalimutan ko magpasalamat sa ABS-CBN dahil po sa pag-cover nila as POC President, dahil po sa pag-cover nila ng opening and closing of the last Southeast Asian Games. Nagpapasalamat po ako doon dahil isang karangalan po at bahagi po ako ng Southeast Asian Games. Mr. Chair, nais ko lang pong ipabatid sa pagkakataong ito na maaring personal or parochial po ang aking manifestation, pero ito po ay magpapatunay na bias po ang para sa akin ng ABS-CBN sapagkat naranasan ko pong personal. 2013, during my first term ng Congress, ang masasabi ko lang po ay mahirap lumaban na ang kalaban mo ay taga-ABS-CBN. I won't mention name. With due respect to our colleagues here, I won't mention name. 1 year before election, binabanatan ka na. May replay pa yon every week or every month. Meron pa po yung palabas at may replay pa sa Amerika, sa US, sa Canada. Tatawag sa iyo mga kaibigan mo, kamag-anak mo. Ano ba nangyari sa iyo? Ba't binabanatan ka ng may replay pa, paulit-ulit, pwede pong ulitin nila. So, ang sinasabi ko po doon, mahirap kalabanin kung this should be applicable not only to ABS-CBN, but on other networks na dapat magkaroon ng reform at baguhin naman nila yung ganyang style. Mahirap kalabanin kung ang kalaban mo ay empleyado ng ABS-CBN. Buti na lang po, malakas ang kapit natin sa katotohanan, alam ng Panginoon Diyos na mali lahat na nire-report nila. At kaya po ako nandito hanggang ngayon, on my 3rd term. Anyway, tapos na po yun. Nakapagpatawaran na po doon. Dadako na lang po ako sa 2016 and 2019 election. 2016 election, sa akin pong kapatid na tumatakbong senador, 3 years before election, 3 years, imagine kung paano po banatan araw-araw. Okay lang po yung yung pong i-criticize. That's freedom of the press, sinasabi nila. Ang problema po doon, tayo pong mga biktima, hindi tayo makaganti. Hindi naman tayo makasagot. Wala naman tayong time para sumagot. Imagine kung araw-araw kang binabanatan ng below the belt. Halos araw-araw, 3 years, durugin ka, kaladkarin ka, lahat nandun na. I won't mention name kasi po meron namang pending libel case sa involved na reporter. I won't mention name. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, yung pagkabayas, na hindi man lang itap ng management, oy, baka naman sumusobra ka na. Why will they do that? Kasi asset nila yung anchor or yung reporter. Diba? Hinahayaan na lang ganun. Ang sa akin lang po, napakahirap po talaga. Hindi kayo makasagot. Paano kayo sasagot? Wala namang time. I'll give you an example kung paano kayo sasagot. Ito lang pong COVID, Mr. Chair. Ito lang pong COVID, kasagsagan ng COVID. I tried to call ABS. Na-dial ko. Nakatawag po ako sa program ni Yusek Malaya. Sinagot ako sa telepono. Sabi ko, baka po meron akong katanungan, baka pwedeng maisingit, importante lang about COVID. Ang sagot po sa akin, sandali lang po, ilalabi ko pa ito. So natapos po ang show na hindi ako pinagbigyan. Okay lang po yun. Tumawag ako sa kabilang istasyon, sa 7. Hindi po nagdalawang isip na itanong ko po yung concern ko. It might be personal, but sinasabi ko po yung style, di ba? Kahit hindi po dumaan sa PR firm or what, dapat mag-isip naman kung importante yung isang bagay. Ang sinasabi ko po kanina, doon po sa aking kapatid, ang laking hirap ng ginawa sa amin. Halos hinila ka ng pababa, niyapakan ka na. Buti ko po kung tama or isang batikos or whatever, pero yung araw-arawin po, almusal, wala pong katapusan, hilahin kang pababa. Kaya po naging, may tama rin po sa resulta ng 2016 election. Mabigat po talaga. Mabigat po talaga pag hindi na correct ang pagiging bias ng isang istasyon, not only for ABS-CBN, but I'm telling this to all networks, Mr. Chairman. Mabigat po talaga kung hindi po makikialam o pababayaan ng management. Sasabihin lang, yes, freedom of the press, freedom of the press. Hindi nga po kami makaganti. Buti kung meron kaming time na para gumanti, sumagot. Ay sila araw-araw nasa mikropono, nagagawa nila lahat. Buti sana kung tama, not below the belt. Pero mabigat po kung below the belt. Kaya po, pag ganyang personal, ang naisip ko na lang, being a sportsman, bakit personal din lang kung talagang may galit ka? Ba't di natin daanin sa sports, Mr. Chairman? Pwede naman tayo maglaro ng chess, cycling, or magtigalwa tayong gloves, magboxing na lang tayo, doon nating daan kung talagang may personal kang galit sa isang tao. Kaya po, Mr. Chairman, hanga ako doon sa mga unang panahon na pag may personal na galit, whether kung saan, dinadaan sa duelo. Yung po bang dating umakbang ng 20, sabay pagtalikod, duelo. Hanga po ako doon sa ganung pag-resolve ng pagbatikos o pagsira ng puri ng isang tao. Pero yung pong gagamitin mong armas, yung pong freedom of the press, at hindi naman po makagante yung kawawang tao o yung biktima, my God, bahala na po ang Panginoon sa kanila. That's my manifestation, Mr. Chairman, on the biasness of ABS-CBN. Mr. Chair, I don't need an answer from ABS-CBN. Kasi po, akala ko yung sinabi po ni Congressman Marcoleta, he will be inviting some personalities or anchor reporters from ABS-CBN, pero hindi naman po naganap yun.
Mr. Katigbak.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin, no, as of now, I would like to make a public commitment that any public official will be given airtime on ABS to express their side on any issue that is being raised against them. That is a commitment po by the owners, by the management, and we are instructing our organization today to take note, please, of this instruction. Ulitin ko lang po, it's a public commitment that any public official will be given the chance to air their side po. Salamat
Mr.
po,
Chair.
Salamat po.
Kong Defensor.
Just for the record, I'd like to commend Mr. Carlo Katigbak for his statement today and for being consistently very cordial, respectful, and honest in his reply to the in his responses to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Katigbak.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pasalamatan si Mr. Carlo Katigbak sa kanyang pagbibigay ng assurance sa Kongreso na magiging patas rin ang ABS-CBN, lalo na kung sakali na mapagbibigyan ng panibagong prangkisa. At ito po ay maging babala sa lahat ng istasyon na kailangan po natin na maging patas sa lahat ng ating pagbabalita. At hindi po natin maaaring gamitin yung blanket ng freedom of the press para siraan ng isang tao, lalong-lalo na po sa nangyari kay Congressman Bambol Tolentino.
Thank you, Chair Jonathan. Again, thank you po, Mr. Katigbak, sa inyong statement ngayon. Next po natin na i-recognize, ang susunod magtatanong si Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, ang mga katanungan ko po ay sa KBP. So, una, Mr. Chair, alam ko po yung topic natin ngayon ay yung bias reporting. So, ako po sa palagay ko, kung sino man po yung pinaka-eksperto dito sa ating mga resource person na pwedeng mag-define o mag-explain ano ba yung bias reporting at paano ba yung pagre-regulate dito, paano ba ito maiiwasan, ay yung KBP po. Kaya pwede ko bang matanong, Mr. Chair, si representative po ng KBP, ano po ba sa tingin ninyo yung ibig sabihin po ng bias reporting as defined po doon sa organization ninyo?
Dun sa, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, doon po sa ating broadcast code, maliwanag po doon na kung anong sinasabi po. Unang-una na banggit ko po kanina, sa mga news po dapat straight reporting lang po. It's just a statement of facts, etc. etc. No? Sa commentary po tsaka public affairs program, baka doon po lumabas yung bias reporting na sinasabi. And of course sa news din po ay nabanggit din ni kailangan ang panintunan po natin when there is a controversial issue, you have to give equal opportunity for both sides to be heard. So kailangan po pag kinuha nyo yung isang side ng isang part of the argument, kailangan bigyan ng equal opportunity and equal importance yung kabilang parte. So, hindi mo pwedeng, let's say, banat-banatan mo palagi isang tao without giving that person an opportunity to air the side. Yun po siguro ang basic guideline natin na para maiwasan po yung sinasabi ng bias reporting. At nakaloob po yun sa maliwanag po sa ating broadcast code yun. At gusto ko lang pong sanang sabihin din na under the self-regulatory environment po natin, ay na-advise po natin sino man, government officials or any person who might feel na they were given an unfair treatment by any broadcast station or organization. Magreklamo po kayo. Bigyan niyo po sa amin ng reklamo niyo at yun po ididinggin at the airing station or the airing personality will be sanctioned. At marami na pong, including ABS-CBN, meron na po mga nagreklamo na. At ang kagandahan po, mas mabilis po. Kasi kung dadaan po natin sa korte, syempre, alam naman natin, if we go to the legal process, medyo nagtabagal po yon. Ang kagandahan lang po ng self-regulation, within a few weeks or a few months, mariresolve po kagad yun. In fact, a lot of our cases against the ABS-CBN or a lot of our members, nare-resolve po yan kagad dahil unang-una pinag-uusap po natin and karamihan po pag nag-hain ng reklamo sa KBP, nare-resolve yan po with the discussion between the aggrieved party at saka yung pong kinomplain. So, I encourage everyone, kung meron po kayong reklamo, kahit sino po, ABS-CBN, kahit na po sinong mga miyembro namin sa KBP, paalam niyo po sa amin at kaagad po namin gagawa ng kaukulang aksyon yon para ma-resolve po yung issue na yon.
Good to know po, Mr. Chair, kasi meron palang self-regulation, ang mga network, ang mga radio station, kaugnay po doon sa klase ng reporting. So para po magkaroon ng, para po makatugon sa interes ng mga mamamayan, kailangan yung mga informasyon, yung pong mga kinakailangan malaman ng mamamayan ay dapat po nakukuha yung dalawang side. So, yun po. Kaya po pala may naririnig tayo, di ba? Pag merong mga reporter o broadcaster, pasensya na po kayo, kinuha namin yung side ng ganitong tao o ng ganitong organisasyon, pero unfortunately po, hindi po sumasagot. So, yun yung yung paraan para makita natin na talagang kinukuha yung mga sides noong mga taong concerned doon sa news report. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, sasagutin po yan. Tama po yan as far as the KBP is concerned. Ganun po. Kailangan po makuha yung punto de vista ng both sides po, palagi.
Yes.
At kung hindi ko ipapayagan ng network na gusto magpaliwanag kayo yung aggrieved party, that's also a basis for you to file a complaint against that particular station or network. At yun po ay gagawin po natin ng kaukulang hakbang para ma-resolve po yung issue na yun.
Okay. So thank you po. At kung meron po ang publiko, tingin nila ay hindi nakuha yung side noong halimbawa kahit na hindi official, kahit na individual na tingin niya ay hindi nakuha yung side niya at hindi na i-report yung side niya. With the advent naman ng with the advent naman of our technology, with the advent naman ng mabilis na pagre-report, with the digitized na ngayon, nagagawa. Kami po halimbawa sa ACT Teachers Party List, kapag tingin namin ay hindi na i-report yung gusto naming mangyari o yung mga unions na nagbibigay ng gusto ng side nila na marinig, pinapadala naman yan, di ba? Sa mga, pwede nang maipadala yan doon sa mga desk noong mga newscaster, broadcaster, reporter. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po yun. Kung gusto niyo pong idaan sa KBP, pwede po kayong mag-bisitahin yung aming website. Meron po kaming portion doon na complaint. So you can file a complaint and let us know, or kung gusto niyo pong tawagan kami, kung mas mabilis po sa inyo, pwede rin po yun at actionin po namin kaagad. We will immediately inform the station or the network.
Okay, next question po, Mr. Chair. With regards to ito po kanina yung sa news reporting, mga information na sinasabi natin na kapag meron tayong mga news report, kailangan makuha yung dalawang panig para magkaroon ng balance reporting, di ba? Ito naman po, yung commentaries and opinions ng mga broadcaster. Ito po, ako po ay advocate ng freedom of speech, expression, at syempre freedom of the press. So, meron po bang ganito, halimbawa, kailan po ba nagsisimula at natatapos yung freedom of expression or opinion or speech ng isang broadcaster? So meron po ba kayong regulation doon, or so syempre yung constitution pa rin natin yung dapat na manaig doon? So ano po ba yung role doon ng ating KBP, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, doon po sa ating broadcast code, nakalagay po yung provision natin sa Article 2, Section 6 ng broadcast code po natin, that opposing or contrasting sides of public issues should be fairly presented. So, related din po yun sa sinasabi natin kanina, no? So, yung pong sinasabi nyo kanina, we, of course, aside from the broadcast code of the Philippines, and in fact, more than the broadcast code of the Philippines, ang self-regulation po, ang unang-unang prinsipyo po natin is, we adhere to the laws of the land. So, yun po ang unang sinusunod po natin sa self-regulation po natin. So, everything that we perform should always conform to the laws of the land, from the Constitution and the specific laws, no, of the Republic. In fact, ang ating pong panuntunan din po dito, if there's a case filed in the KBP at inihir po na isang sangay ng gobyerno, whether it's the court or another regulatory arm of the government, mag-step aside muna po yung KBP para mapabayaan mo po na yung government regulatory body or the court to rule on a particular case. So, in answer to your question, tama po yun. Aside from the broadcast code of the Philippines about airing both sides, about balanced reporting, we always abide by the laws of the land from the Constitution and specific ano. So, for example, laws on libel, sinusunod din po natin yung mga ganong attitude po na.
Okay. So, sa sinasabi po, Mr. Chair, nung ating tagapagsalita from the KBP, so may mga batas din naman po tayo kung tingin ng isang tao ay nagkaroon ng paglabag doon sa kanyang karapatan. Pero dito po sa sinasabi natin na yung pong freedom of expression, freedom of speech na halimbawa po ay pinapractice po ng mga commentators, ng mga broadcasters. So kayo po, ano po yung regulation na meron kayo dito ang KBP aside pa po doon sa cyber libel or libel na case na pwedeng gamitin? So meron po bang sets of rules or regulations or mananaig po yung ating constitution?
Maliban po dun sa, Your Honor, maliban po dun sa laws of the land po natin, may specific rules po tayo sa broadcast code po natin about, for example, in news sources. We have to make sure that yung news sources po natin ay credible, na tama po yon. So there should be verification, tsaka only news that can be attributed to a source ang kailangan po ang pwede po natin magamit. Pag ang source po natin na hindi natin ma-identify, kailangan maliwanag po dun sa pagre-report natin that the source cannot be verified, and explain the reason why that the source cannot be verified. So very meticulous po tayo dyan. That's just an example, no? Dun sa broadcast code na po natin, talagang maliwanag po doon na kailangan very fair tayo, it should be factual, pag nagbalita po tayo, it should be based on the actual fact, no? At napaliwanag po kanina nung ni Ms. Jing Reyes na nangyayari din po na kung minsan nagkakamali. So alam naman po natin sa ating industriya, kung minsan in the heat of the getting the news, kung minsan hindi na verify kagad. Pero ang alidundunan po natin doon, if you're not too sure about your source o yung fact mo, you have to actually state that. At pag when you verify na there's something to be changed, immediately dapat i-correct mo kagad yun. At nabanggit naman po ni Ms. Jing Reyes na ginagawa naman po nila yun. Ang ano lang po natin, dapat there should be also timeliness in correcting if there's a mistake. By the way, yung sinasabi niyo po about meron pong nagsabi sa akin na kaibigan kong abogado, kumano na po siya ngayon, ang sabi po niya that the right of a person stops when the rights of the other person begin. So and I think that's relevant to laws on libel, no? Pag nakakasira na po ng puri at saka yung ginagawa po natin, I think that's where our responsibility ay mananaig po dapat. Hindi po basta-basta tira tayo ng tira, dapat we also have to see if number one, we're factual, and if the rights of the other person is already infringed on.
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Castro. Ang susunod po natin ay si Congressman Aboying Remulla. Si ano na lang po muna. Balikan natin si Kong Boying, si Kong Bordado na lang po muna.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Kong Bordado, pakilaksan lang po konti. Medyo mahina po ang ano dito.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
And okay na po. Please proceed po.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the discussion of whether ABS-CBN has violated the stipulations of its franchise and whether it will be allowed to get a new franchise to operate seems to have become a long-grown issue. But with all the allegations laid out before us, we still go back to the biggest, if not the most important issue, that the broadcasting company is guilty of biased reporting. But Mr. Chairman, can journalism be truly and completely free of bias? As human beings, our way of thinking and perceiving and our understanding of the world are inherently influenced by the kind of culture, environment, and society we grew up in. These factors affect how we come to our decisions and our judgment almost unconsciously. Therefore, even though a journalist strives to remove all impartiality in delivering news and information to the public, personal judgment shaped by these elements still play an integral part in deciding how to present the news and information, however unconsciously. And if that were the case, Mr. Chairman, then ABS-CBN is just as guilty as any other media network whose news reports are an amalgamation of information, details, and facts that their journalists have decided to include or omit. The American Press Institute, Mr. Chairman, recognizes the inevitability of bias in journalism, stating that in the right circumstance, bias need not be a bad thing. It can help make information more understandable, lending humanity to facts, and even prompting to right a wrong. It is therefore important for journalists to not only acknowledge its existence, but also to learn how to manage it through remaining objective in testing data and materials so as not to let their biases undermine the accuracy of their work. Mr. Chairman, it has been more than 2 months since the screens of ABS-CBN have gone dark, something that has not happened since 1972. Still, the discourse on whether the company is indeed guilty of the alleged violations thrown its way seems to be nowhere near over. It is within reason, Mr. Chairman, that we exercise due diligence in our scrutiny. But as ABS-CBN is being condemned for preference and prejudice, we must also be careful to ensure that personal biases are not coming into play. Mr. Chairman, it is easy to turn to the word bias when a particular report is unsavory or disagreeable. But it is the job of the media, as a fundamental part of the democratic society, to bridge the gap between the government and the Filipino masses by providing timely and accurate information, no matter how hard it is to stomach. More so, it is the media's duty to be an avenue where the public may freely relay their concerns, needs, ideas, and criticisms. And if in this rigorous and prolonged headlock we currently have with ABS-CBN, which has time and again refuted and disproved the allegations of violations thrown against it, we are keeping the broadcasting company from doing its duty to the Filipino people, then we, as representatives of our constituents and of the whole country, practically fail to do ours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Bordado. Ang susunod po, balikan po natin si Senior Majority Leader Boying Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po. Nais ko kong tanungin si Mr. Carlo Katigbak. Ito bang hearing natin ngayon, itong nakaraan ng mga hearing, pang-11 na ho ito, Mr. Chairman, no?
Pang-12 na po.
12 na ho, no? Nagkaroon ba ho kayo ng issue ng press freedom sa amin?
Hindi po.
Sa pagre-report nyo ho ng proceedings dito, would you say na balansyado kayo, bias kayo, fair kayo? Ano ang description nyo sa inyong coverage ng ating proceedings dito?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to believe we were fair and balanced po.
Kasi hindi ko ho nakita yan eh. Ako'y umaasa ho sa Google feed. Ang Google kasi, mayroon silang metrics, yung gusto mong basahin, lumalabas. Binabasa ko lahat ng ABS-CBN feed sa Google. At wala ho ko nakitang balansyado. Ang mga kagaya ho, ng example, citizenship. Ang inyong sinabi, Gabby Lopez is 100% Filipino. Hindi nyo naman sinabi siya American citizen. Tapos pagdating mo sa PDR, totally legal. Hindi nyo naman sinabi na may nakikita kaming problema. Pagdating po sa Amkara, sabi nyo meron kayong black time arrangement na ito ay dahilan na hindi dapat isarado ang TV+. Ngayon, tatanungin ko sa inyo, was there a balanced way of reporting it or was it really from the perspective of ABS-CBN?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, can I ask Ms. Jing Reyes to answer that po?
Ms. Jing Reyes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, malawakan po talaga yung naging coverage namin sa franchise hearings dahil unang-una, historic po ito at marami na talagang araw ang ginugol ng institusyong ito sa issue ng prangkisa. Sinisiguro ko po sa inyo, 4 halos ang news teams na nakabantay po sa hearing. At sa loob ng TV Patrol, ang aming flagship news program, ilang beses po naming inilalabas ang mga highlights ng franchise hearing. At lagi pong naroroon ang akusasyon laban sa ABS, ang sagot. So, andun po lahat ang pinakamahalagang bahagi na didiscuss at natatalakay dito sa ating mga hearings, Your Honor. Gayon din po sa iba naming natitira pang plataforma sa pagbabalita, ganon din po sa DZMM.
Ang sinasabi nyo, totally fair ang inyong coverage ng hearing na to. Na lahat ng nangyari dito, inilabas nyo talaga. Yun po sinasabi nyo sa amin.
Yes, Your Honor. Kayo po ay palaging naroon sa aming pagbabalita kahit na po ang inyong maraming posisyon ay hindi pabor sa ABS-CBN, Your Honor.
Kasi ano ho eh, iba ho sa karanasan ang inyong sinasabi, pero hindi na rin ako mapakahaba dito. Kasi ang issue ho rito talaga, pag natapos ho itong isyong to, sabihin natin, example, nabigyan kayo ng prangkisa, may issue pa ba ng press freedom?
Your Honor, naniniwala naman po kami na ang issue ng press freedom ay dala o naging epekto ng CDO na pinatupad ng NTC noong May 5, Your Honor.
Bakit meron ba ho kayong prangkisa na ihaharap sa akin na pwedeng gamitin para kayo mag-broadcast? O pag kayo po'y tinigil ba, press freedom na ho ang inyong issue?
Alam ko naman po na may iba pang issue, Your Honor. Gayunman, hindi rin po natin maikakaila na nagkaroon din naman ng chilling effect yung CDO na pinatupad ng NTC.
Chilling effect ang sinasabi nyo. Ang tinatanong ko ho dito ay nung tumigil ang TV Plus sa pag-broadcast, ang problema ho rito kasi, no franchise, no broadcast. Bakit nyo nasabi na press freedom ang issue? Ang pinag-uusapan po, yung prangkisa. Ano ho yung kinalaman ng press freedom sa prangkisa na nag-expire na wala ho ang ABS-CBN ngayon? Ano ho kinalaman ng press freedom doon?
Your Honor, totoo po na broadcast kami o narrowcast kung inyong mamarapatin dahil yun po ang tawag sa cable, ano? Pero hindi rin naman po natin maitatatawa o maitatanggi na ang ideya po ng press freedom, ang pagpapractice po ng press freedom ay hindi lamang para sa aming mga journalists. Lahat po ng mamamayan ay nakikinabang po dito. At ito po ang aking paninindigan na nung naputol po ang aming koneksyon sa malaking audience ng Channel 2 at DZMM, naapektuhan din po ang kalayaan sa pamamahayag dahil hindi na po kami na-access ng maraming manonood, Your Honor.
Ngunit, nakapag-broadcast natuloy naman ang cable nyo, yung inyong internet platform, ang nawala lang naman sa inyo, di ba, yung airwaves na patrimonial property of the state na kasama sa pagbibigay ng prangkisa, na kasamang frequency na binibigay ng NTC pag kayo po ay may certificate of public convenience and necessity. Mali ho yun o tama ho?
Yes, Your Honor. However, may I just explain na meron din naman pong ibang na paso ang prangkisa at pending pa po ang renewal. Pero
Pinaliwanag ko na ho yan.
pinasara.
Ang sabi ho namin kay Congresswoman Villago, kung meron siyang problema sa prangkisang paso na pinayagan, ireklamo lang. Ngayon, immediately yung committee ho, gagawin ang trabaho niya. Naalala mo yun, Mitch? Yeah, may dala siyang sulat, might as well, di ba? Pero ang tinatanong ko nga sa inyo, kaya sabi ko nga sa kanya, tsaka alam naman ang lahat yon. Pag may reklamo, tutuluyan namin. Pag wala akong reklamo, ano magagawa namin? On our own, we'll hand down everybody. Hindi ho namin trabaho yun. Ang trabaho ho namin ito gumawa ng batas. Nagkataon, kung may pasong prangkisa, hindi ho pinaalam sa amin.
Congressman Remulla, sa pagkakaalala po ng isa sa mga chairman ng joint committee ito, ay ibinigay ko na po ang assurance kay Congresswoman Mickey Villago na yung po kanyang mga nasabi niya na may pasong prangkisa ay susunod na pag-aaralan ng committee ito. At inaasahan po natin na magkakaroon din ng mga susunod na hearing ukol naman po sa ihahain ni Congresswoman Mickey Villago na House Resolution.
O dito tuloy ho natin ang usapan, Ms. King Reyes. No? Kasi mamaya ho, siyempre, ang tanong natin dito, pag kayo ba hindi nakakuha ng prangkisa, press freedom issue ba ho ito?
Maaaring yan po ang maging paninindigan ng mga mamamahayag, Your Honor.
Paano ho naging press freedom issue yun? Eh kung tinimbang ka, ngunit kulang, ano hong gagawin namin? Sasabihin namin, sapat pa rin ang timba, kahit kulang?
Your Honor, may you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Ika nga ho, sa Tagalog, tayo naman marunong mag-Pilipino no? Pag sinabing tinimbang ka, ngunit kulang, you were weighed and you were found wanting. Yan po ay isa sa mga desisyon na posible sa committee ito. Kayo po ay dumadaan tayo ngayon sa isang proseso na sinuscrutinize sa inyong prangkisa, pinag-aaralan. Kung sabihin namin na o makita ho ng committee na meron kayong pagkukulang at marahil ay hindi mo na dapat bigyan ng prangkisa. Ito ba'y press freedom issue?
Naninindigan po ako na magiging kabahagi niyan ang issue ng malayang pamamahayag, Your Honor.
Kaya ang sinasabi nyo, pag nabigyan kayo ng prangkisa, walang issue ng press freedom. Pag hindi kayo nabigyan ng prangkisa, masama kami dahil nag-violate kami ng press freedom. Iyon po yung blackmail nyo sa amin.
I am not blackmailing this honorable body, Your Honor.
Ano hong tawag nyo ron? Kasi naririnig ko na kagad. Sabihin natin, hindi tayo matuloy sa pagbibigay ng prangkisa, babanatan nyo kami. Ganon ho yun.
No, Your Honor. Hindi po namin kayo babanatan. Sasabihin lang po natin kung ano ang magiging outcome ng hearings ng Kongreso.
Kasi siyempre sa karanasan po namin, ako po malapit na mag-senior citizen At since 1987, kaya memorable po sa akin yan, ako po ay kumuha ng bar noong 1987. Graduate po ako ng College of Law sa UP, kumuha ako ng bar. At yun din yung panahon na bumalik ang ABS-CBN sa ere after martial law. Ang nakalata ko lang po, sinabi ko sa sinulat ko to sa aking post sa internet, sa Facebook, 33 taon. Sinabi ko ho kay Mr. Mark Lopez to. 33 years na ho. Walang tigil ho kayong tirahin nyo ang gobyerno, ang kongreso, kung sino man. Ang tawag nyo nga sa congressman, di ba ho? Ms. Jing, hindi ba nyo naririnig yun sa mga tao nyo na ganun ho ang trato sa kongreso ng inyong news department at sa inyong public affairs programs? Lagi hong inaalipusta ang imahe ng public servants?
Your Honor, malaki po ang respeto ko sa mga tao sa gobyerno. Like journalism, politics, and being public servants is a noble calling. At malaki po ang resources na we devote a big number of our resources to covering government institutions and agencies. Hindi po namin kayo hinahamak o nilalait or ridicule, Your Honor.
Ang sarap kong pakinggan yan eh. Pero sa karanasan namin, parang malayo po sa totoo eh. Teleserye, o Biscory, sabihin mo sa akin kung mali o tama. Lahat po ng kontrabida, masamang tao, laging congressman, governor, mayor, lagi hong gano'n na lang, ayun yung pinapalabas sa taong bayan. Ginagawa ka ho kami na ehemplo ng kasamaan. Ano ba ho nakain namin o pinakita namin sa inyo na para ang lahat po na naglilingkod sa bayan ay in the service of the Filipino people, ABS-CBN na lang, at yung mga government official, lahat abusado. Bakit ho gano'n ang pinalalabas na ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, will you allow me to answer?
Opo, kaya tinatanong kayo eh.
Opo. Your Honor, with all due respect, hindi po lahat ng aming mga kontrabida ay masasamang government official. Marami po kaming mabubuti. Pangako sa iyo, isa pa lamang, and these are roles of mayors, governors, congressmen po. Ang isang character po na di mabuti, that plays the role of a government official, is in no way po a representation of government officials in real life, Your Honor. With due respect po, Your Honor, marami po kaming mga nanay sa mga teleserye na nang-aapi ng mga adoptive children. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na lahat ng nanay po sa mundo ay mang-aapi na ng adoptive children or the real children in real life. Yun
Mr.
lang
Chairman.
po, Your Honor.
Ang issue kasi rito, ang nakikita ko, na dapat mapag-usapan talaga, itong bias kasi, ang problema, dahil may mind control po, may control po sa utak ng tao, ang mass media. Kaya sa ating saligang batas, nung ito ibinuo ng mga nauna sa atin, sa mga framers ng ating constitution, ang sinabi na mahigpit ng ating framers ng constitution, mass media should be owned and controlled by Filipinos. Isa pa lang ho yan. Meron po akong sinasabi, Congress shall by law prohibit monopolies in mass media. Ang ibig sabihin, no sa mga debate ho ng Constitutional Commission, lagi ho nilang iniisip ang impluensya ng mass media sa pag-iisip ng taong bayan. Iyon po ang responsibility ng isang network. And this is a great power that you wield that will just make or break the Filipino. And lumalabas po kasi rito, pag very powerful po kayo, ay para wala nang tigil na inaalipusta na lang ang mga opisyal ng gobyerno, ang mga mamamayan, yung mga government workers. Marami ho. Yung bang, kagaya sinabi nyo kanina, lagi kayong may fair reporting. Lagi nyo kung kinukuha yung kabilang side. Ang question, do you even air them? Kasi marami na ho kayo nasaktan na tao. Alam nyo ba ho yun o hindi?
Your Honor, may I respond? Yun hong tungkol sa pag-aalipusta sa tao sa gobyerno ay hindi po yan ang aming trabaho. Kung magkataon man lang po na hindi maganda ang aming coverage sa ibang opisyal, ito po ay dahil sa factual basis na nakikita ng aming mga mamamahayag at hindi lamang po ng ABS-CBN, Your Honor. We uncover wrongdoing in
Sige,
many
sige.
places.
Ging. Ano tayo? Wag na natin paikutin masyado, no? Kasi nagbubulahan na tayo rito eh. Yung mga PR spin na pumapasok sa inyong news and public affairs, wala ka bang idea ron o meron ka idea?
Ano po yun, Your Honor?
PR.
PR.
Public relations spin ng mga spin doctors. Alam mo yun o hindi?
We guard against those, Your Honor, but we are aware that there are PR people, spin doctors, if you will, who try to request our anchors or some of our journalists to air
Tanungin
their
kita,
side.
yes or no lang, isang beses lang ha. Has ABS-CBN ever done a spin on a story na may nasaktan kayo mga tao at yung taong yun ay hindi nyo na na-air yung storya, yung side niya na storya? Yes or no? I mean, or meron ba ho? Wala. Meron ba ho ang pangyayari na yung spin doctor nyo, binanatan ng tao, sinubukang makipag-usap, sinubukang magpaliwanag, hindi nyo ho pinagpaliwanag? Meron ba ho?
No. We
Never
always
happened,
air.
ma'am?
We always air the side of...
Never happened? Absolutely certain that you've always aired the other side of the story? Absolutely?
Your Honor, there are times when the other side is not aired because they refuse to be interviewed or they refuse to give us a statement.
That is my point.
That is happening not only to ABS-CBN, Your
It's
Honor,
around the
but to
world.
other media.
It's around the world. Worldwide too eh. The unbridled power of mass media. Vis-a-vis all other institutions that the world has. Mawa, sa bansa natin, we have the executive, the legislative, judiciary, and we have mass media. That's basically the fourth branch of government. Would you agree with me, Mr. Chairman? Would you agree with me, Mr. Katigbak, that probably the fourth estate, mass media, is more powerful than government itself?
I don't think we're more powerful than government, Your Honor. In fact, that's why we're here today, because I understand that our future is in the hands of the government, in the hands of the legislature.
Ano ho kasi, when we look at this issue, at pag nag-iisipan po natin how heavy this will weigh on all of us, we look at the country as a whole and the country in the future and how we have become from 1987 till now. Ang ginagawa ko 87, kasi for the past 25 years, kayo ho yung pinaka-monolith eh. You're the biggest organization sa buong Pilipinas on mass media. Di ba tama naman ho yun? The Philippines' largest network. Tama ho?
Tama po.
So, ang reminder ko ho nga, napakabigat ho ng responsibility ng mass media sa bansa natin. The way that people think, yung ano na uuso, kung ano sayaw na bago, kung ano ang trending, puro na lang mass media nagdadala. Tama ho o mali?
Mr. Chair, if you allow me lang to say a few words, please. No? The last 11 days po, the last 11 hearings, napakinggan po namin ang lahat ng, sa tingin nyo po, tingin po ng Kongreso, ang mga pagkukulang po ng ABS-CBN. Kami ni Mark po, we have been here 3-4 years maybe, at hindi po namin kayang sagutin ang mga nangyari before our time. Pero hindi rin kami arrogante na hindi po nakikinig sa mga sinasabi ninyo. Alam po namin na maraming kailangan ayusin, i-reform sa ABS-CBN at handa po kaming gawin lahat yan. Mabigyan lang po ng pagkakataong ituloy ang operation po ng ABS-CBN.
To the extent po, Mr. Katigbak, na aamin ka ba kayo sa mga pagkakamali na nakikita ng committee ito? Aamin ba kayo? Aaminin nyo ba na talaga nagkamali kayo sa ilang bagay na dapat talaga hindi nyo ginawa, na talagang nakasama sa bansang ito?
Meron kaming tatanggapin na pagkukulang po, pero sinasabi po namin wala po kaming nilabag na batas.
Yun nga ho no? Sa Amkara ho, wala kayong nakikitang mali sa ginawa ho ng ABS-CBN?
Wala po. Sa tingin po namin wala po.
Nag-post po itong isang, anong pangalan nun?
Engineer.
Anong pangalan ng engineer?
Jeff Canoy.
Jeff Canoy, ABS-CBN engineer. Nag-post siya. Malungkot siyang pinapatay niya yung signal ng TV Plus noong June 30. Anong signal na pinapatay niya?
Congressman Remulla.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ang engineer po ay si Romeo Tandok Jr. Ang nag-report nito ay si Jeff Canoy, isang reporter ng ABS-CBN.
Yung reporter ng ABS-CBN, sabi niya, malungkot na pinapatay yung signal ng TV Plus. Pero, di ba ho Amkara dapat yon? Hindi ho ABS-CBN dapat na nagpapatay nun?
Your Honor, if you allow me to answer, no. Mr. Chair, yung pagpatay ho kasi ng transmitter nung araw na yon, may mga remote kami na transmitters which require physical a person to visit those sites in order to shut down the transmitters. And at that point, there were some limitations in being able to do it in a much quicker time, no? So yung napag-usapan doon was that we would shut it off from ABS-CBN because we have that capability to shut it off quickly. So yun ang naging decision at that point ho.
Ano ho to Mr. Lopez, Mr. Katigbak one lie will not cure another Ito kasi, ang sabi nyo, Amkara na ho ang nagbo-broadcast ng signal nyo. Malinawin natin, totoo ba yun o hindi?
Totoo po.
Amkara na ang nagbo-broadcast. Sila naman may-ari ng lahat ng transmitter na gumagana sa kanilang panig ng mundo?
Yung equipment po, I think that's the one yung napag-usapan ho, which is still in the process of being transferred. But we are also...
Pero hindi pa nalilipat?
Hindi pa po. It's ongoing.
Ang may-ari pa rin, ABS-CBN pa rin?
Yes.
Ang lumalabas, nagba-block time kayo sa sarili nyo?
Hindi po. Hindi po. Yes, kasi ho, the NTC originally assigned Channel 43 for the use of...
Sino may-ari ng Channel 43? Sino may-ari ng frequency?
Amkara po, Channel 43.
Hindi. Ang may-ari ng frequency, Taong Bayan. Tama ho o mali?
Tama po. It's assigned to...
Pag inassign ng NTC yan, hindi na may-ari niyan Channel 43. Inassign ng NTC sa ABS-CBN. Tama ho o mali? I think may problema yung microphone niya.
Sorry po, can I request the question?
Di ba, tinatanong ko sa inyo, sino may-ari ng frequency ng Channel 43?
Well, it's assigned to Amkara po.
Assigned to Amkara before inassign sa ABS-CBN ng NTC through the provisional authority. Tama ho, mali? Through the provisional authority, imbis na Amkara may-ari, binigay na pinagamit na ng NTC sa ABS-CBN yung frequency ng Channel 43. Am I correct?
Your Honor, can I request Attorney Uy to answer the question?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
The NTC assigned Channel 43 to ABS-CBN for the simulcast of its...
Assigned the frequency of Channel 43 or Channel 43?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Ano ba yung inassign sa inyo? Channel 43 o frequency of Channel 43? Magkaiba ho yun eh.
I don't know the
Channel
difference.
43 is a frequency. Are we saying that? If we're speaking the same language, I would accede to that. Is Channel 43 a frequency or a station? Para ma-distinguish po natin. Para malinaw po sa isip ng taong bayan.
It's a frequency, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Channel 43 is a frequency. Sino may-ari ng frequency? Attorney.
The state, Mr. Chair.
Oh, taong bayan, the state, taong bayan na may-ari ng frequency. Di ba? So under the provisional authority issued on May 14, 2019, inassign ng NTC sa Channel 2, sa ABS-CBN, case number 87-006, provisional authority, inassign po yung frequency, Channel 43, sa ABS-CBN para mag-digital kayo. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that was stated in the provisional authority granted to ABS-CBN. However, Channel 43 was assigned to ABS-CBN even before then, Mr. Chair.
And, Attorney, remember, when this was assigned, the NTC was still under the impression, hindi pa nawawala yung impression ng NTC. Hanggang ngayon yata, hindi pa nawawala. Na magkapatid po, sister stations po, ang ABS-CBN at ang AMCARA. Kasi naging subsidiary nyo siya for 24 years. Am I correct? 24 years nyo naging subsidiary ang AMCARA or 23?
ABS-CBN had shareholdings in AMCARA for that period, Mr. Chair.
For 23 years. 49%.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
Within the-
Congressman Defensor.
with the indulgence of Honorable Rimulya, kasi yung punto lang naman po ni Congressman Rimulya kanina is that sinasabi walang violation. So pinoint out niya yung mismong engineer ng ABS-CBN na nag-post na ino-off niya yung signal supposedly ng AMCARA. Now, Mr. Lopez is saying no, it was the signal of the other stations na dapat, well, basically should have been off since May 5 of this year. But anyway, having said that, Mr. Chair, nakarecord naman po yun eh. Ang pinagtataka ko lang po, yung engineer din kasi, siya rin ang nag-delete nung kanyang pinost. So talaga kung hindi maalis sa amin at maging sa komite, kasi may nag-send na message po sa atin, kanya-kanyang may nagbigay ng message dun sa pangyayari. But I guess, Mr. Chair, yung pong sinabi ni Congressman Rimulya, nagtawag naman po ng investigation na sa NBI and they will give the respective report given this development. Tingnan na lang po natin doon because I would think, Congressman Rimulya, that ABS-CBN would assert na hindi mali yung o hindi yun violation at wala silang ginagawang violation. But from your observation, and I agree with your observation, in this particular case, na dito sa engineer ng ABS-CBN, may konti po ako nakikitang kamalian. Tingin ko talaga, yung assertion namin dati pa na ginagamit yung signal, ginawa niya. Kasi kung hindi, bakit niya po binaba? Bakit niya tinake down yung kanyang pinost? So, that's it, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put the discussion again back on track on the points being raised by the Honorable Rimulya on the question of the political bias, Mr. Chair. Salamat
Attorney
po.
Maxi, no? Maxi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Ang tanong dito, ang AMCARA and ABS-CBN was together until 2019 as a subsidiary ba? Tama ba, Attorney Maxi?
I don't think it qualifies as a subsidiary, Mr. Chairman, because ABS-CBN had a minority stake only.
Bakit nag-oopisina ang AMCARA sa ABS-CBN that whole time?
Mr. Chair, the stockholders of AMCARA elected as directors of AMCARA persons who were also officers of ABS-CBN.
Which is Mr. Gabi Lopez and Mr. Freddy Garcia.
At some point, Mr. Chairman, yes.
At sila rin ang pumipirma ng FS nila. Financial statement nila, di ba? Sa inyong reportorial requirements, sila pumipirma para sa AMCARA.
Well, not necessarily the president or the chairman.
2016. Hindi nyo ba alam yon?
As regards the signatory of financial statements, Mr. Chairman, it's not necessarily the president or the chairman who signs those, Mr. Chair.
Di ba? May pirma sila, di ba?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
May pirma. Yung nakita ko dati na, na financial statement ng Amcara, nakapirma ron, naka-certify doon si Mr. Gabby Lopez saka si Mr. Freddy Garcia.
They were officers before, Mr. Chairman.
So nag-oopisina sila sa inyo, sila ang pumipirma ng financial statement, ang lahat ng equipment na Amcara ang ABS-CBN ang bumili. Except all the equipment of Amcara Broadcasting Corporation was purchased by ABS-CBN except for the first batch of analog equipment of Amcara Broadcasting Network Incorporated. Am I correct here?
Mr. Chairman, the equipment that was purchased for Channel 43, which was assigned by the NTC to Amcara, was purchased by ABS-CBN because that frequency was assigned to ABS-CBN for the digital simulcast of Channel 2. Because it was assigned to ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair, ABS-CBN was the entity that imported and acquired the equipment.
Naturally, Attorney Maxi, naturally, when you are given the authority to go digital television, you will need a digital transmitter and digital equipment to do the same. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you had to purchase this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So binili nyo yung mga gamit na yon. Kayo ho ang bumili.
ABS-CBN, yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Hindi Amcara ang bumili.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
And at hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin Amcara ang may-ari ng equipment.
It's in the process of being transferred, Mr. Chair. The documents have been executed, except that due to the quarantine, the documents were not submitted to the NTC for its approval. But the documents have been executed, Mr. Chair.
Pero Attorney Maxi, 24 years, almost the whole time, hanggang itong the whole 2020, hanggang sa life ng Amcara, kayo po yung black timer ng 21 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 25 years. Kayo po yung black timer ng Amcara. Iyon ang inyong posisyon. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero walang investment na bago ang Amcara sa equipment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't understand.
Hindi kasi, hindi ka ba nagtatagalog? Hindi ka nakakaintindi?
Hindi po, nakakaintindi po. Hindi ko lang po naintindihan yung sinabi nila.
O sige, ulitin natin. Ang gamit ng Amcara nanggaling sa ABS-CBN. Ayan ang iyong sinasabi sa amin. The facilities of Amcara, gusto mo ba may English accent pa?
Kong Boying.
American accent, gusto mo?
Kong Boying, sorry po. Hearing suspended for a few minutes. Hearing resumed. Kong Boying. Kong Mike Defensor.
Mr. Chairman,
Kung Boying, sige po.
they seem to be very, very hesitant to answer questions about Amkara, and I'm being given the runaround here by even the legal counsel of ABS-CBN, the in-house legal counsel. And due to this unfortunate fact, when we are trying to clarify some issues, I move that we investigate Amkara in the Committee on Good Government, or the Blue Ribbon Committee, together with the NTC's testimony. So to go into to the bottom of this black time arrangement, which I refuse to believe is a black time arrangement, but a usufruct, which they have used to vilify this committee before social media, saying that or not only this committee, but maybe the NTC, that we had no right, or nobody had a right to terminate the broadcast of the TV Plus, the digital format platform, when we all know that the franchise had already expired. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I terminate my interpellation for today to give way to the other congressmen who have been waiting also, like me, who waited for 5-6 hours for my turn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat,
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Remulla. At meron po tayong pending motion to have the hearing of Amkara under the Committee of Good Government and Public Accountability. Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Mike Defensor.
On the motion for the continuing investigation in the Committee on Good Government, I second the motion, including, Mr. Chairman, the other topics that are to be continued in your Committee of Good Government, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion,
Second.
duly seconded. Hearing no objections. Motion is carried. Magkakaroon po tayo ng hearing para sa Amkara sa Blue Ribbon Committee. Ang susunod po natin na kikilalanin na magbibigay ng kaunting pahayag ay si Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the indulgence of my colleagues, pasensya na po at kailangan ko po kagad bumalik dun sa pagtatanong. Nagulat lang po ako kasi, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga bisita na mga opisyalis po ng ABS-CBN. Dahil pagkatapos ko pong magtanong kanina, airing out my personal observations as a doctor, as a mother, and as a legislator, kabilat kanan pong putaktak ang aking narinig at natanggap sa social media. Kanina, I wanted to comment on the interpellation of another colleague when she was asking about how news are being released. At pinilit ko na lang paniwalaan yung sinasabi niyo na it goes through a long method of vetting. Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, there is something circulating in social media now, and may we request the Secretariat to please play it. Yes, it was all over the headline. Garin apologizes to Dengvaksha parents. I did everything to call your station. I was in touch with all the people that we can call dun sa mga numerong ibinigay nyo. Kasi hanggang sa ANC, paulit-ulit yon. At ang sabi ko, pwede bang wag nyo na munang ibalita yon? Because it's not true. And if you can prove in that interview that I did apologize for the Dengvaksha program, I will immediately resign from Congress.
Nitong Huwebes, inilabas sa Senate hearing ang mga sulat mula sa galit na magulang ng mga batang nabakunahan.
Yung volume, please.
Humingi ng dispensa si dating Health Secretary Janet Garin sa mga magulang.
So sa mga nanay, pasensya na po talaga. I would like to apologize. Nangyayari yung ganitong nagpapanik na hindi. As long as the truth is on our side, matatapos po ito.
Hindi pwede po sa akin, joke po yun. Kasi inaprobahan po niya yun. Akala namin okay yung bakuna na yun. Yung sorry niya, paano kung nawala yung anak ko, sorry na lang, ganun.
On your TV Patrol News, it was all over. Okay, Mr. Chair, can we request the Secretariat to please forward it Yan po yung kanina nung nagsasalita ako. Pakinggan po natin, kasi hindi ko po nahanap yung video na ito. I exerted all efforts to look for this news, which is supposed to be archived. At nung nagsalita nga ako kanina, biglang nabuhay ulit ito. Sir, can you please play it, but please forward it to the time that I was allegedly apologizing, please. Paki-play po. Tingnan po natin dito.
At mula sa galit na magulang ng mga batang nabakunahan ng Dengvaxia, humingi ng dispensa si dating Health Secretary Janet Garin sa mga magulang.
So, sa mga nanay, pasensya na po talaga. I would
Pause,
like
please.
to apologize.
Please pause. Okay. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, yan po nakasulat po dyan sa mga nanay, pasensya na po, nakalagay doon. Hindi po kasi siya halata. Paki-continue po.
Nangyari yung ganito nagpapanik na hindi as long as the truth is on our side, matatapos po ito.
Hindi pwede po sa akin, joke lang. Kasi naprobahan po niya yun. Akala namin
Can you
okay yung
please pause?
bakuna na yun. Yung sorry.
Okay. Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, and to the owners of ABS-CBN, yung pong statement ko doon na dalawa, very obvious po na it's spliced. Kung pwede pong i-review nyo yan. Okay? Hindi ko siya mahanap, pilit kong hinahanap. My intention was to show it to you personally. And of course, kay Ma'am Regina Reyes, you mentioned earlier na talagang you go through a proper vetting process. While it is true that I said that if you can prove that I really said that and I was interviewed for the TV Patrol segment, I will resign. I stand by my word. Hindi po ako nanloloko. Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, nag-request ako na i-play ito dahil kung titingnan mo dyan sa lumalabas ngayon sa social media, parang galit pa ako. Pero alam na alam niyo po na hindi ako galit. I'm coming out because we want to correct things. I'm not saying that it's your fault. Ang dami ko pong kaibigang media. In fact, I have a lot of good friends, mga barkada who are, I know many of their people, many of their families. If you look at that news, obvious na obvious kasi na in-splice. Unang-una, that interview in TV Patrol was never conducted. Hindi po ako in-interview ng TV Patrol kagaya ng lumalabas dyan. Talaga pong haka-haka yan. Pwede niyo po ba ma-research kung saan po nagsimula, alin po bang forum na nagsasalita ako dyan, at tila obvious na hinati at pinagdugtong. Ngayon po, inulit po yan. But what makes me so sad, Mr. Chair, our distinguished resource person, sirs, can we go to the comments, please? Kaakibat po kasi dito, biglaan po itong lumabas. Actually, kanina pa siya. A few minutes after I interpolated, lumabas ito. And I'm very sad that in the comment section, it's full of hatred. Tila ba parang nag-aaway-away yung sambayan ng Pilipino, kasama pa doon sa pinaringgan si Congressman Defensor, si Congressman Remulla, meron pang ibang mga nilagay na personalidad. And look at the comments section. It's full of hatred. Because you are letting people who would like to put forward comments, para kang masyadong, look at the, medyo kung pwede nating mapa-enlarge. Ayan, nakalagay ba, no? Pati ba naman Dengvaxia, ibabato nyo sa ABS-CBN? Konektado po ba yan sa franchise? Walang koneksyon yan sa hinihingi nyo. Palabra de honor, resign now. Tapos may comment, syempre hindi siya magre-resign kasi wala siyang word of honor. Resign na, bokya kakong. Ano yung hiling mo, ipinagkakaloob na, resign na, now na. Resign na, paulit-ulit yan, nakakahiya.
Mr.
Anong
Chair.
pinaglalaban mo? Okay.
Yes, Congressman Defensor Santiago.
Mr. Chair, correction. Can you strike off the record Santiago from my last name, Madam Com Secretary? No, but the Honorable Garin, actually po, you know, we've been getting that for the past month. So, wala naman po. I don't take it personal. I know where you're coming from. I understand that. Pero, ayan po yung reality naman ng social media. All I'm saying is, I think what you're saying is that it's coming from people who are probably with a group, because how can they splice that interview and come out if it was just a normal person? But anyway, having said that, assume na natin netizen talaga gumawa niyan, okay na po. Siguro we just accept that as a reality, part of our
Well, Mr. Chair, the reason why I wanted to play this, to take advantage of the presence of the owners and the management of ABS-CBN Corporation, because this network, once they will be given, once their franchise will be renewed, uulitin ko po, I don't want any person to lose their jobs. It's not only the 11,000 employees that you have. There are collateral businesses, yung drivers nila, yung katulong nila, yung nagbebenta ng mga pagkain doon, yung makeup artist nila, yung mga scholars nila, marami pang iba. But the reason I was trying to open this up, sana para magkaroon ng pagbabago. Because you mentioned earlier, nothing is perfect. But that news article na paulit-ulit dati na nire-replay, that's why I'm putting it in categorical statements. First, that interview in TV Patrol never happened. For 3 straight days, while my father was fighting for his life, ang pakiusap ko lang is hanapin yung original na tape kung saan yan nanggaling para malaman natin na hindi totoo. But then nothing happened. I'm saying that not because I don't want to approve your franchise. I told you I don't have a vote yet. But our responsibility in granting the renewal of your franchise is to make sure that these experiences, especially of those who do not have access to powerful people, hindi mauulit-ulit. If you go further, grabe yung hate statements. Grabe yung mga bangayan at yung mga awayan. Why? Because your management do not, I don't know if you will have the intention, pero ang nangyayari kasi, hindi ito nakokorekt. Again, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, allow me to repeat. Everybody here, we all don't want anybody to lose jobs, especially at this point of a pandemic. Pinapalabas po natin ito because when you admit faults in the system, you become stronger. You will near perfection. But the things that is happening, ito po, Mr. Chair, yung pinakamalaking impact. Kasi grabe ang paniniwala ng mga tao sa inyo. If you will say, ito ang gamot ng COVID ngayon, many people will follow. Pag sinabi nyo, wag nyo itong gawin, naniniwala ang sambayan ng tao. And if you look at the comments portion, you can see the huge influence that you have. I opened that up because vaccination is a very tough job. If we vaccinate people, we reap the fruits of what we do after several years. Sa isang iglap, pwede mo rin siyang mawala. And again, Mr. Chair, ayaw nating mawala ng trabaho yung sambayan yung mga tao nakasandal sa ABS-CBN. But I convey this. Hindi ko naman alam na ganun pala grabe, no, ang mga nakikinig or may mga network or mga nagmamanman. But if you are going to look into that, trace the original interview. Unang-una, pasensya na po, uulitin ko, that interview in TV Patrol was non-existent. How can I do that? I was inside the ICU with my father fighting for his life. If I was emotional earlier, it's because I see people whom I've worked with na hindi makapaglaban-laban. And I know that you can be the instruments in redeeming their names and their dignity. I am not maligning your company. I am making this an appeal. na kung merong mga doktor na naglaban-laban, kung merong mga doktor na may mga sama ng loob sa iba, or kung merong isang doktor na masyadong malawak yung kanyang ambisyon, wag na wag natin silang payagan na gamitin yung istasyon nyo. Because you have a huge responsibility. You have a great influence. You can make and unmake people. For me, I will survive because my constituency knows the truth. But for these scientists, for these doctors, for these parents na hanggang ngayon walang closure, sa mga taong pinag-away-away, and when you mentioned that your health advisor, your public health advisor was the same person who actually gathered, sourced out, and ambulance chased alleged Dengvaxia victims, syempre nagulat na rin ako. Kaya nga kanina nagulat ako when you mentioned a name because we least expected it from a colleague. Be that as it may, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, uulitin ko po, wala pong may kagustuhang may mawalan ng trabaho. Wala pong may kagustuhang may maghirap. Mas awang-awa kami doon sa mga empleyado nyo because they cannot survive. Most of them, some of them will. But for management, with or without ABS-CBN, tuloy-tuloy po kayo because businessmen as you are, you can always find other investments. But if ABS-CBN will be granted a renewal of their franchise, mas maganda po yun. Ang ibig lang po natin sabihin, marami pong mga maliliit na tao ang nakasandal sa inyo. Sila po ang mahihirapan, hindi po kayo. Kaya nga po ipinarating ko ito sa inyo dahil yung mga epekto ng ganitong mga pag-splice ng interviews, hindi nga ito interview ng TV Patrol eh. Again, nobody from TV Patrol interviewed me a few days and even during that day. Walang-wala po talaga yan. And I swear, before my father's grave, na hindi po ako pupunta dito and will ridicule myself. But if you look at the hate comments, ito po ay ginagawang magkakaawa yung mga tao. That is the huge influence that you have. And given the opportunity that your franchise will be renewed, please make sure that systems and processes are in place. Please make sure to make a difference. Please make sure that whenever you speak and people follow, they're doing it for the good of our country, not for the selfish interests of one, two, or a few doctors whose only intention is to malign people who are their competitors or to malign people just so they would like to be appointed or just to ignite the nuances among medical professionals. Kapareho po ng pangkaraniwang tao, may mga bangayan rin po sa mga doktor. When I was Secretary of Health, that happens almost every day. But we never allow that to divide what is science and what is not science. ABS-CBN is the key towards promoting facts and real public health information. Yan po ang rason ba't ako nagsalita kanina. Uulitin ko po, Mr. Chair, napakabilis po pala na halungkatin yung isang balita kung hinahanap mo. And whoever could have retrieved that is somebody who has access to your files. Mabuti nga na inilabas yan at nakuha ko yung kopya. Maski anong play pa ang gawin nyo at paulit-ulit, napaka-obvious po that it's a spliced interview that was actually non-existent in terms of a TV Patrol, newscaster or reporter or whatever calling me for an interview. Maraming salamat rin po at uulitin po natin. In this discussion, in the midst of a pandemic, I don't want to segue into COVID. Marami po sa atin, and even kayo nagtatanong, bakit ba dumating si COVID-19 sa mundo natin? I don't want to shift away from science, but sometimes science and God meets. And the reason why COVID-19 is here is that we have become so divided wherein the powerful persons and the powerful people or those who are near powerful people can oppress a few. And this virus is just a test of how we are going to unite, act with speed, and defeat them. And this franchise discussion is also an avenue where we are going to review the faults, the lapses, or the holes that needs to be plugged. Because any businessman, any manager, wherever you go, you always would want to have a perfect system. It's difficult to be perfect, but nearing perfect means accepting the lapses that has happened. Moving forward, nangyari na yon, nakalimutan ko na yon. Many of the people, the other scientists will not be able to go above it. Siguro, if you will have time, like a simple note to perk them up will be good. Kung hindi rin, okay lang din.
Congresswoman Garin,
But we don't
please
want
wrap up.
this to happen again. And the reason why we're here is that kaakibat po sa responsibilidad ng inyong prangkisa, kaakibat po dyan ang responsibilidad ng tinatawag natin na responsible journalism. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies again.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Sharon Garin. Kami po ay nakikiramay sa pagpanaw po ng iyong
Mr. Chair,
ama.
Janet, sir.
Ay, Janet Garin, opo, paumanhin po. At kami nakikiramay sa pagpanaw ng iyong ama. Sana po ay mapayapa na siya sa langit. Ganoon rin po nakikiramay po ang joint committee ito sa pamilya ng aming kasama na si Congresswoman Marisa Andaya na nabalitaan po naming pumanaw. Sana po ay magkaroon po ng kapayapaan sa puso ng kanyang pamilya. Yes, Congressman Eric Yap, isa po sa mga vice chairman ng committee ito.
Mr. Chair, ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin, naiintindihan ko po si Congressman Janet Garin dahil nung napapanood ko siya nung ako'y wala pa dito sa Kongreso, galit na galit ako sa kanya. Ang sabi ko, bakit niya ginawa to sa Dimbaksya? Ganon. Yung pala, nung napunta ako sa Kongreso, nakita ko si Congressman Janet Garin kung gaano siya ka-passionate pagdating sa health. Tungkol sa COVID, ang dami niyang tinulong sa amin. Sa Benguet, siya nagtumulong sa amin para magkaroon kami ng automated na laboratory testing. So yung nangyari sa Dimbaksya, nag-base ako sa media. Nag-base po ako sa isang network na hindi ko na po papangalanan, dun sa report nila na dahil kay Secretary Garin, marami namatay, pero tama po kayo, Ma'am Congressman Janet Garin. Ito po, hindi nyo ginawa to para pumatay ng tao. Kumbaga, ginawa nyo po yung trabaho nyo. At huwag po kayo mag-alala. Ako po, sinasabi ko sa lahat ng tao, lalo na sa amin sa Benguet, kaya po tayo nagkaroon ng automated laboratory, kaya tayo nakapag-donate, ay dahil kay Congresswoman Janet Garin. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, yung gusto kong idagdag, no, na nakakaawa Pag nakita mo yung isang tao na mapagbibintangan or maibabalita na ganito, na marami namatay dahil sa ginawa niyang gamot, pero hindi nabigay yung side niya, hindi hin-highlight kung bakit napili yung ganitong vaccine, kulang yung panahon na magpaliwanag siya. Minsan, masakit Para kay Secretary Garin, guilty po ako doon. Kung Janet Garin, sorry po. Kung ganun po yung naging opinion ko dahil nag-base ako sa report sa media, pasensya na po. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin, nung nakausap ko kayo at nakasama ko kayo, nakita ko ano ang nasa puso nyo. Yung makatulong sa tao, yung gumawa ng tama. At kahit hindi kayo official ng DOH ngayon, ginagawa nyo ang lahat para makatulong sa COVID-19. So, eto Mr. Chair, yung gusto natin mapigilan. Yung pag naibalita lang, hindi pa verified, nagmukha na tayo masamang tao, nagmukha na tayong kriminal, at nung malalaman na hindi pala pagkakamali nitong congressman na to o nitong taong ito, kulang na ang time para ibawiin at purihin yung tao sa ginawa niyang tama. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Eric Yap, Chairman po ng Appropriations Committee ng House of the People. Ang susunod po na mag-interpolate ay ang ating kasama, Congressman PD Barsaga, na binigyan po ng oras ng 5 pa nating kasama. Kaya kayo po, Congressman PD, ay magkakaroon ng 30 minuto ng purong pagtatanong, Hindi po bibilangin ang sagot ng inyong mga tatanungin. Maaari na po kayo magsimula, Congressman Barsaga.
Magandang gabi sa lahat ng kasama natin sa ating committee hearing na ginaganap ngayong gabi. Unang-una, nais kong sabihin na bilang isang manananggol, isang public servant, mahalaga sa akin ang halalan. Katunayan, lagi kong sinasabi that elections are actually the bedrock of our democracy. Pinapaalala ko rin na sa pamamagitan ng halalan, pinipili ng ating mga mamamayan kung sino ang mga mamumuno sa ating bayan, sa ating lungsod, sa ating lalawigan, at sa ating bansa. At akin ding sinasabi na sa panahon ng halalan, makikita natin na pantay-pantay ang karapatan ng bawat mamamayan. Ang isang mahirap, katulad ng isang mayaman, minsan lamang boboto. Ang isang nag-aral, katulad ng hindi nag-aral, minsan lamang boboto. Ang mga kawani, katulad ng kanilang mga amo, minsan din lamang boboto. There is equality of right insofar as elections are concerned, because whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you are educated, whether you are uneducated, isang beses lamang ang inyong pagpili sa manunungkulan sa ating bayan. And because of this background, nang ako ay nagkaroon ng pagkakataon dito sa Kongreso, napili ako na maging chairman ng Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. Kasama rin ako bilang head ng House of Representatives sa Senado sa oversight function when it comes to automated elections, pati na doon sa ating overseas voting. At noong 2016, when I was serving my final term as a congressman, I was a member of the Board of Canvassers who were given the authority under the Constitution to proclaim the winning president and the vice president. And therefore, for me personally, masyadong mahalaga ang batas tungkol sa halalan at kinakailangan din namang aminin natin, whether we like it or not, that the mass media, both radio and television, played a vital role in molding possibly the results of the election. Sa ating pagpupulong, isa sa issue na nagbigay ng position paper ang ABS-CBN ay position paper on the issue of alleged failure to air President Duterte's political advertisement during the campaign period. At bago magsimulang maglinaw tungkol sa position paper, ang position paper ng ABS-CBN is not signed, it is not verified, at gusto kong tanungin lamang ang resource persons natin mula sa ABS-CBN, sino ba ang pwedeng magsabi na itong position paper na binigay ng ating ABS-CBN persons are accurate, authentic, and the truth of the statements appearing therein?
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair? I submitted the position paper, Your Honor, and it was accompanied by a cover letter.
Kaya ko lang nililinaw to sapagkat itong position paper ay walang signature, walang pirma. So, do you confirm under your present oath about the true and veracity of all the statements appearing in this position paper which you have submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maraming salamat. Mahalaga ang political advertisement. Maswerte lamang tayo na noong nagdaang halalan, ang lamang ng ating Pangulo ay masyadong malaki. Ngunit kung ang nanalo sa pagkapangulo, ang lamang-lamang niya ay 50,000 sa runner-up at sasabihin noong kandidato sa pagkapangulo who garnered the second highest number of votes na kaya siya ay natalo lamang ng 50,000 ay sapagkat hindi naiyere ang kanyang political advertisement sa mga lalawigan. You can just imagine what would be the repercussions. May mga protesta sa kalye, there will be followers on both sides, there will be chaos, there will be anarchy, at siguro hindi na natin kayang maisip kung ano ang mangyayari sa ating bansa. And it is in this context na sa akin personally, mahalaga talaga ang pag-eere ng political advertisement, pati na ang dahilan kung bakit hindi na-air ang mga political advertisement. Unang-una, na magkaroon ng hearing sa Senado noong ika-24 ng Pebrero 2020, inamin ng ABS-CBN ang kanilang hindi pag-eere ng political ad ng ating Pangulo. Is this correct? Tama po ba to?
Tama po,
Yes.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
As a matter of fact, during that hearing, humingi din ng paumanhin si Ginoong Carlo Katigbak sa ating Pangulo dahilan sa hindi pagkaka-air ng kanyang political advertisement. At base rin sa inyong position paper, ang hindi na-air na political advertisement ng ating Pangulo ay yung sa probinsya.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At base rin doon sa hearing sa Senado, sinabi rin ni Big Subiri nang siya ay tumatakbo sa opposition in 2013, he had the same experience. Totoo po ba yun? Sinabi ni Big Subiri doon sa hearing na yon that he has the same experience when he was running for the opposition under the United Nationalist Party noong 2013.
Hindi ko po maalala yung exact year pero may binanggit po si Senator Zubiri. Tama po, may binanggit po si Senator Zubiri. Hindi ko lang po matandaan yung taon.
At nabanggit niya, ganyan din ang naging karanasan ni Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, pati na ni Senator Francis Tolentino noong 2016. Inaamin ba to ng ABS-CBN na yung mga political ads ng mga senador na aking nabanggit ay hindi talaga nila naiere?
Opo.
Okay. So sa madaling sabi, yung hindi pag-eere ng mga political advertisement ng mga kandidato sa national positions, masasabi ba nating pangkaraniwang nangyayari sa ABS-CBN?
Sa 2016 po nangyari. Hindi ko pa nakikita po yung sa 2019 report.
Sa?
Sa 2016 po. Totoo po.
Sa 2016 nangyari. Sa 2013 nangyari rin.
Nangyari po.
Noong namang 2010 elections, nangyari ba rin?
Wala po kaming information sa 2010 po, pero malamang nangyari
Okay.
din po.
Noong February 24, 2020, katulad ng aking nabanggit kanina, sa hearing sa Senado, humingi kayo ng paumanhin sa ating Pangulo. Ang tanong ko, ito ba ang kauna-unahang pagkakataon mula noong 2016 election na kayo ay humingi ng public apology sa ating Pangulo.
Opo.
At wala ring private apology prior to February 24, 2020. Private.
Wala po.
Kailan nyo nalaman sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon na hindi nyo naiyere ang political advertisement ng ating Pangulo sa probinsya noong 2016 elections?
Nung nag-umpisa po sa April pa lang, alam na po namin na may mga spots na hindi umere.
April,
2016 po.
pero dito sa inyong press releases and even in your statement, ang sabi nyo, first come, first serve kayo. At yung mga political ads ng ating Pangulo, dumating lamang noong May 3 at nakompleto lamang noong May 4. So ano ang totoo, May or April, alam nyo na?
Yung sinabi po namin is karamihan po, majority po of the unaired spots were in May.
Okay. Pero yung kay Pangulo, May 3.
May 2 po, may submission sa May 2. May telecast order siya ng May 2. Meron din siyang telecast order ng May 3.
Hindi, ang pinag-uusapan natin yung halaga na 6,778,317.99 na hindi na-year.
Opo.
Kailan nyo natanggap yung political advertisement?
Meron pong natanggap sa May 2, 2016. Meron din natanggap sa May 3, 2016.
At sabi nyo, ito ay hindi na-year sa provinces, sa mga probinsya sa ating bansa.
Tama po.
Bukod ba sa ating Pangulo, mayroon bang political advertisement ang iba pang kandidato na hindi nyo na-year sa mga probinsya sa ating bansa?
Meron po.
Maaari nyo masabi kung sino?
Mahaba pong listahan to. Pwedeng isubmit na lang po sa committee secretary. Mahaba po yung listahan. Pwedeng isubmit na lang po namin sa committee secretary, Mr. Chair.
How long is the list, Mr. Katigbak?
Medyo marami po.
Probably you can read to us the first 20 names.
Simple na lang natin. Doon sa mga nanalong senador, mayroon ba silang provincial advertisement na hindi nyo na-year noong 2016? Doon sa mga nanalong senador.
Meron po.
Sino?
Si Senator Tolentino, Senator Pangilinan, Senator De Lima, Senator Zubiri, Senator Recto. Ayan po.
Sa kandidato naman sa pagka-vice-presidente noong 2016, meron ba kayong political advertisement na hindi na-year?
Meron din po.
Sa probinsya, ha?
Opo.
Okay?
Probinsya. Mr. Chair, wala po akong breakdown so national and local. Pero meron po akong in total na hindi po na-ere.
Maibibigay nyo kung sino yung mga may political advertisement na tumatakbo bilang pangalawang Pangulo noong 2016 na hindi nyo na-year sa probinsya.
Meron po akong listahan dito, pero hindi po naka-breakdown between national and provincial.
Hindi, okay lang kung kahit hindi naka-breakdown, kung sino-sino lamang yon.
Opo. Former Senator Trillanes, former Senator Mar, si Speaker Cayetano, and si former Senator Marcos po.
At sa pagkapangulo naman,
Sorry po, si Vice President Lenny Robredo din po.
pagkapangulo, aside from President Duterte, sino pa yung mga kandidato sa pagkapangulo na hindi nyo na-air ang political advertisement?
Former Senator Rojas po. Yan lang po.
Now, paano ba ang policy nyo? Kasi ang medyo complaint sa atin, tinatanggap nyo ang bayad, pero hindi naman pala sufisyente ang inyong airtime para ma-air ang political advertisement. Siguro alam nyo naman ang kahalagahan ng political advertisement, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga kandidato na tumatakbo sa national position.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, tinatanggap po ng mga ahente po namin kasi may mga request po na nanggaling sa mga ahensya na tanggapin po at kung sakaling may umatras or hindi matuloy, ay ipasok na lang nila po yung telecast order po nila.
Tama ba na sabihin na sa pagtanggap ng inyong mga ahente, hinihingi na rin ang bayad?
Tama po.
Simplify na lang natin kasi kulang na tayo sa oras. Noong kailan nyo unang nalaman na hindi nyo na-iere ang political advertisement ni President Duterte noong 2016 elections?
Siguro po, nung nag-umpisa yung telecast order ng May 2 and May 3, sa May 4 po, by May 4 siguro po.
May 4?
Opo.
Nalaman nyo na?
Alam na namin po na may mga spots na hindi po tumakbo.
Okay. And that includes the political advertisement of the President.
Opo.
Pero ang sabi nyo kanina, it was only on February 24, 2020, na kayo ay humingi ng apology sa ating Pangulo, public or private. At considering na yung 2020 ay halos 4 na taon na pagkaroon ng halalan, ang tanong ko lamang, bakit kayo humingi ng public apology sa ating Pangulo pagkalipas ng halos 4 na taon? At ang paghingi nyo pa ng apology o paumanhin ay nangyari pa sa Senate hearing na kung saan ang pinag-uusapan ay ang inyong prangkisa.
Inamin po namin na delayed po yung pag-issue ng refund check. Inamin po namin na delayed yung pag-issue ng cheque para sa refund po. At
ang pinag-uusapan pa natin, hindi yung pag-issue ng cheque, kundi yung public apology. Sa akin lamang, ang sabi nyo, as early as May 4, alam nyo na hindi nyo na-iere yung probinsya, yung advertisement para sa probinsya, political advertisement sa probinsya ng ating Pangulo. At siguro naman ang halalan natin at the time was May 9, 2 nights after the election, alam na natin na ang nanalo sa halalan ay si Pangulong Duterte. Bakit kinakailangan pang magkaroon ng Senate hearing noong February 24 at noon lamang kayo hihingi ng paumanhin?
tama po siguro kayo, Mr. Chair. Dapat siguro mas maaga na namin. Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. Dapat siguro mas maaga na kaming humingi ng paumanhin sa Presidente. Yun lang, nakahanap po kami ng pagkakataon dahil pinag-uusapan na rin po ang issue tungkol sa refund or sa hindi pag-ere ng ads po.
Kasi ang sinasabi ko rito, as a lawyer and as a public official, ang naapektuhan is the highest elective office in the country, the highest elected public official. At kung sakaling alam nyo as early as May 4 na hindi na iyere ang kanyang political advertisement, hindi ba dapat right after the election humingi na kayo ng paumanhin sa ating kagalang-galang na Pangulo?
Mr. Chair, yung apology po namin ay doon po sa pagka-delay ng refund sa Presidente at yung hindi po pag-ere ng political
Sa madaling sabi, to clarify, para malinawan ng lahat, ang hiningi niyong paumanhin para sa ating Pangulo ay yung pagkakadelay ng pagsasaole ng payment.
Tinanggap po namin ang pagkakamali namin sa delay ng pag-issue ng cheque po. Pero
Please continue.
Yung hindi po pag-ere ng ads ay resulta ng polisiya na first come first serve po yung.
So sa madaling sabi, kahit na tinanggap nyo ang bayad at kahit na hindi nyo nayere, hindi na kayo humihingi ng paumanhin sa mga kandidato na nag-place ng political advertisement sa iyo. Sa inyo, hindi nyo man lang sabihin, kagalang-galang na Pangulo, kagalang-galang na Senador, pasensya na at hindi namin na-i-air ang iyong political advertisement sapagkat first come, first serve tayo. At yung first come, first serve na policy namin, pag tinanggap namin ang inyong payment at political ads, yon ay alaswerte. Kung merong magwi-withdraw, papasok yon. Sa akin, sasabihin ko lamang, paano merong magwi-withdraw ng political advertisement kung nakapag-place na sa inyo at nagbayad? Can you explain this, Mr. Katigbak?
Sinasabi naman po namin dun sa mga ahensya pag puno na po.
Sa mga?
Sa mga ahensya, advertising agencies po, kung puno na ang airtime.
Bakit tinanggapan ng inyong mga ahente kung puno na? Yun lamang ang tanong ko. Kasi pag sinabi natin yan, babalik na naman tayo sa legal, your agents will be considered only as extensions of your personality. Kaya ang sasabihin nyo, bahala na yung aming ahente, hindi namin kasalanan yan.
Hindi po. Yung ahente po namin, sinasabihan po ang advertising agency na puno na po yung spots at there's a very small chance that we will be able to air. Pero pinapakiusapan po ang mga ahente namin na tanggapin po yung order on the chance na magkabakante na spots, please air the telecast order.
Kahit hindi na i-advertise, kahit na nagbayad, no excuses sa mga nag-place ng advertisement.
Opo, nandun naman po yan sa kontrata.
Hindi nga, kaya no excuses.
Opo.
Pagkatapos, ang nakalagay rin dito, katulad ng inyong sinabi, ABS-CBN, as appearing in the last page, was delayed in refunding the balance of the amount of 2,663,206. Unang-una, ang total amount na 6,778,371.99 based on your official releases, 3,162,481.94 was refunded on September 9, 2016. Ang tanong ko lamang, bakit inabot ng Setyembre 2016 ang pagre-reimburse o pagsasoli ng 3 million pesos?
Pagkukulang po namin yan. And ito yung inayos na po namin in the 2019 election. Hindi
Pagkukulang?
Hindi na po naulit sa 2019.
Okay. Yung sumunod, 771,176 124.77 was reimbursed or was returned on November 24, 2016.
Opo.
Why? Bakit hindi pa nabigla? Because you lack the necessary funding?
Hindi naman po, maliit na amount na lang po ito.
Kaya nga nagtataka kami, medyo maliit na amount, bakit kinakailangan pang merong second installment, yung 771?
Sorry ko, hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko po alam kung bakit na-delay pa ito.
E kung minsan, yun ang sinasabi ng ating citizens. You submitted this in writing, you affirm under oath, and now you are answering that, hindi nyo alam. Then April 20, 2017, after 1 year, almost 1 year after the elections, noon nyo lamang sinauli yung balancing 181,558.72. Bakit lang noon napasauli yung 181? Hindi nyo rin alam ang sagot? Bagamat may malaking pondo ang ABS-CBN?
Tinatanggap po namin na nagkamali po kami dito.
Kamali kayo ron?
Opo, na-delay talaga po.
Na-delay talaga kayo?
Opo,
And lack of money was not the reason for the delay?
hindi po.
Okay. And finally, para makumpleto yung pagsasauli, kailan nyo naman sinauli o in-inform ang Pangulo o ang kanyang representative regarding the balance of 2,663,206.56.
As early as May po, na-inform na po.
May,
May 2016. May,
pero kailan nyo sinauli? Kailan nyo in-inform sa ating Pangulo?
hindi na po tinanggap ang
Hindi nga, kailan nyo sinabi, Mr. President, itong balancing 2,663,206.56 ay handa na naming isauli sa iyo or to his agent. Pero ang sabi nyo, hindi tinanggap ng ating Pangulo. So, kailan nyo in-offer na isauli yung 2,663,000?
Sa May 2016 po, na-inform
Paano naman maging May 2016? Okay.
Mr. Chair, sa May 2016.
After
May 26 po. May 26, 2016 po.
Hindi. Sigurado ka, May 2016?
Sa May 2016 po, in-inform namin.
Teka muna, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, I just want to make it sure. In May 2016, hindi May 2017.
In May 2016 po, there was a verbal communication with the representative. Pero hindi po na-follow up yung communication.
Pero ang unang pagbabayad nyo ng reimbursement, September 9, 2016. Ang 771, November 24, 2016. April 20, 2017, 181,558. Yung balanse, 2,663,000, which the President ay hindi na tinanggap. Kailan nyo sinabi sa Pangulo o sa kanyang kinatawan na isasauli na namin itong 2.6?
So doon po sa sinabi nyo, the dates you refer to for the first three amounts are
Yes.
the dates when the checks were released and accepted po. Yung sinasabi ko po is, kasi hindi na po tinanggap yung 2.6 million. No? Pero yung pag-inform po sa kanila happened on May 26, 2016. May 26, 2016 po.
Okay, May 26, 2016.
Opo, pero hindi na nila po tinanggap yung 2.6.
Unang-una, sino ang sinabihan nyo noong May 26, 2016?
Hindi ko po alam kasi nangyari po ito sa provincial office po namin eh.
O hindi nyo ba sinabi? Sino ang sinabihan nyo para sa ating Pangulo na sinosauli namin ang 2,663,206. And that is very vital sapagkat ang pagsosolian natin, the number one elected officer in the land, the highest office.
Isang representative po. Siguro, isang representative po ng
And
Presidente.
you cannot verify the name? At sino ang sinabihan niya sa probinsya?
Sigurado po ako na yung kausap po nila is yung station manager namin.
So ang paumanhin na hiningi nyo lamang sa ating Pangulo ay hindi yung inyong failure sa pag-air ng kanyang political advertisement, kundi yung pagkakabalam o delay sa reimbursement o pagsasauli ng 6,778,000.
Opo.
Okay. At sa inyo bang paghingi ng paumanhin dahilan sa pagkakabalam ng pagsosole ng 6,778,371 base sa mga pagtatanong ko at sa inyong pagsagot, hindi nyo rin sinabi kung ano ang dahilan why there was delay in the reimbursement of 6,778,000.
Wala pong dahilan na Mr. Chair. It was really overlooked.
Hindi, wala nga dahilan.
Wala po.
Wala dahilan kasi ang sabi nyo, it's policy. First come, first serve.
Yung tanong po is dun sa hindi pag-ere. Yung dahilan po is tama
first
po.
come, first serve.
First
Okay.
come, first serve.
Next
Tama po.
question. Sinabi nyo rin dito sa inyong position paper na sa hindi pagtanggap ng ating Pangulo noong balancing 2,663,2006, ano ang sabi ng Pangulo o ng kanyang kinatawan?
Hindi na po nila tinanggap yung refund po.
Sinabi ba sa inyong kinatawan kung ano ang gagawin doon sa 2.6?
I think yung sinabi lang po is hindi na nila tatanggapin.
Sabi yung kinatawan nyo o ng Pangulo, how you will dispose the 2,663,000 which the President or his representative refused to accept.
Wala na pong instruction.
Ha?
Wala na po kaming natanggap na
Yun
instruction.
nga ang problema sa atin. Ang sabi nyo walang instruction, pero sa inyong mga dokumentong sinabit dito, where is Attorney?
Until po the Senate hearing.
No. Attorney Cherry Cruz. Andito ba siya?
Yes, Mr.
Meron bang sinabi ang ating Pangulo o kinatawa ng ating Pangulo kung ano ang dapat gawin sa 2,666,663,206 pesos, 0.56?
Mr. Chair, if I may, after the President was accepted the apology, he informed us to donate to his favorite charity the refund amount.
So, sa madaling sabi, noong sino ba ang tumanggi? Ang ating Pangulo o yung kanyang kinatawan? O hindi nyo rin alam?
Both, Your Honor. Kinatawan po.
Kinatawan. At sinabi noong kinatawan ng Pangulo, according to the President, I will no longer accept it. At sinabi ba noong kinatawan ng Pangulo kung ano ang gagawin yung disposition doon sa 2,663,206.56?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang sabi sa iyo ng kinatawan ng ating Pangulo?
After we were informed of the acceptance of the apology, the President said to donate the amount to his favorite charity.
To charity line.
Pagkatapos, kailan nyo dineposito yung amount?
March 12 po.
2020.
Sorry. Tama to, March 12.
Ito, March 12, 2020.
Tama.
Okay. Bagamat sinabi nyo sa Pangulo na sinusuoli ko itong 2 milyon at sinabi ng kinatawan ng Pangulo, hindi ko natatanggapin yan. Ibigay nyo lang sa charitable organization. At yung pagsasabi nyo sa Pangulo o sa kanyang kinatawan ay nangyari noong May 19, 2016. Based on your previous answers. Yes or no?
Hindi po. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Yes. Mr. Chair, the representative of the President was informed of the unaired ads as early as May 2016.
I know that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And then at that time, Mr. Chair, there was no instruction as to what to do with the money. The instruction to donate the money came in 2020, Mr. Chair, after the President accepted the apology of ABS-CBN.
Okay. Linawin muna natin. Kaya nga ito ang nilino ko kay Mr. Carlo Katigbak. Okay. Unang reimbursement, September 9, 2016. 3,162,481.94. Based on your documents to. November 24, 2016, 771,124.77. April 20, 2017, 181,558.72. Kaya ang natira is 2,663,206.56. Kaya tinanong ko kay Mr. Carlo Katigbak, kailan nyo binanggit sa Presidente na isosooli nyo rin yung 2,663,2006.56. At ang sabi ni Mr. Carlo Katigbak, recorded naman to, May 19, 2016. Muli ko na naman nilinaw.
May 26 po.
Ha?
May 26.
19?
May 26, 2016.
Kaya nga, May 26, 2016. Kaya nga, ang sabi ko, noong May 26, 2016, sino ang sanabihan na isosooli yung 2,663,206? At ang sabi nyo, kinatawan ng ating Pangulo. Ang sunod kong tanong, ano sabi ng kinatawan ng ating Pangulo? Ano ang sagot nyo? Hindi ko na yan tatanggapin.
Opo. Opo.
Sabi nung kinatawan.
Opo.
Hindi nyo naman tinanong, ano gagawin namin dito sa 2,663,206.56 na inyong in-offer sa kinatawan ng ating Pangulo na hindi naman tinanggap na? Wala na kayong ginawa? You just end it there? O noong May 19, May 26, sinabi rin ng kinatawan ng ating Pangulo na hindi na yan tatanggapin ng ating Pangulo, ibigay nyo na lang sa isang charity organization. That's my question. So, kailan sinabi ng kinatawan ng ating Pangulo na yung 2,663,206,000 na inoffer nyo sa kinatawan ng ating Pangulo noong May 26, 2016, kailan sinabi sa inyo na ibigay nyo na lamang yan sa isang charity organization?
Hindi ko po alam yung exact date, pero nangyari po yan after the Senate hearing this year po.
Would like to
Ibig
ask
sabihin,
the Honorable Barsaga to wrap up the questions. Thank you.
ang ibig niyong sabihin, Noong May 26, 2016, sinabi ng kinatawan ng Pangulo, the President does not want to accept this 2,663,000. Hindi kayo nag-inquire? Ano gagawin namin dito? Pagkatapos, ang sabi nyo, sinabi lamang sa inyo after the second hearing. Nitong kailan yon?
February 24, 20, February 24,
24. Noon lamang mag-hearing ng February 24, sinabi sa inyo ng kinatawan ng ating Pangulo na kayo na ang bahala doon sa 2,632,206. Yes.
Opo, si Pangulo mismo nagsabi.
Ha?
Si Pangulo po ang mismo nagsabi to donate it to charity.
Kailan kayo sinibihan ni Pangulo?
Sinabi po niya on air.
When?
You know where?
May I be recognized, Your Honor? Sir, shortly after the Senate hearing po, nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon ang Malacanang reporters to interview the President in Malacanang, and he was asked about the apology that was uttered by our President and CEO, Carlo Katigbak, and he said that he accepted the apology, and then the reporters also asked him if he would accept the 2.6 million, and he said, i-donate na lang po sa charity.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
unang-una, yung interview sa ating Pangulo was made on February 26, 2 days after the hearing. So, ang nagtanong sa Pangulo ay yung reporter kung ano ang gagawin sa 2,663. At ang sabi ng Pangulo, i-donate na lang sa charity.
Yes, Your Honor, that was what we
So, yun ang
saw.
unang pagkakataon. After February 24. So, sa madaling sabi, you were not able to talk directly or indirectly sa ating Pangulo or sa kanyang kinatawan. You just rely on the statement of the President, allegedly uttered on February 26.
Again, na-inform po yung representative ng Presidente in May 26, 2016. May 26, 2016 po. We were able to inform the representative of the President that there is a 2.66 million that was not aired and that we were willing to refund. And it was the refund po was not accepted. Opo.
Ang sabi nyo, noong May 26, 2016, several days after the election, yung inyong kinatawan, kinausap ang kinatawan ng Pangulo at sinabi nyo na isosoolin nyo yung balance na 2,663,206.
Tama po.
Okay, pero ang una kong tanong, bakit alam nyo na yung balance na 2,663,206 samantalang ang inyong payment ay ginawa nyo after May 26, 2016? Oo, kaya ngayon ang nililinaw ko eh. Attorney, tama ba? First payment, September 9, 2016.
Okay. Yung tanong niyo po, ba't alam na po natin yung 2.6 million? Yung tanong niyo po is, ba't alam na po namin yung 2.6 million? Tama po ba yung tanong niyo?
Ang tanong ko lamang, ang sabi niyo, yung 2,663 ay sinabi niyo sa kinatawan ng ating Pangulo noong May 26, 2016. Yun yung balanse ng 6 million. Pero ang una niyong pagbabayad ng refund, September 9, sumunod November 24, 2016. At ang pinakahuli, April 20, 2017. How come na May 26 pa lamang alam nyo na ang inyong huling balance ay 2,663,000.
Magkakaibang telecast order po ito. Magkakaibang telecast order po. Magkakaibang telecast order. So yung 2.6 million refers to the telecast order received on May 3. Corresponds to the telecast order received on May
Okay.
3.
Kaya nga sinasabi natin, ang principal amount, katulad ng inyong sinabi, telecast, 6,778,371.99. Tama ba yon, attorney? The one who confirmed the statements. Tama. Okay. Pagkatapos, yung pagsasole ng 6,778,000 were made in the following manner. Tama ba, attorney? September 9, 2016, 3,162,000.
Tama po.
Second payment, November 24, 2016, 721,124.27. Is that correct?
Tama po.
Third payment, April 20, 2017, 181,588. Total amount to be refunded is 6,778,371. The total of the three payments, namely September 9, November 24, and April 20, is 4,115,165.43. And therefore, there is a balance of 2,603,206,000.56. Kaya ang tanong ko lamang, kailan nyo sinabi sa kinatawan ng ating Pangulo yung balance na 2,663,206.56 ay inyo ring babayaran? At ang sabi ni Mr. Katigbak, May 26, 2016. Yun lamang ang tanong ko. And confirm, tama ba, May 26, 2016?
Tama po.
And can you explain to me, paano nyo nalaman noong May 26, 2016 na ang balanse ay 2,663,000 samantalang you have not paid a single centavo as of May 26, 2016? Yun lamang ang aking tanong.
Yung pag-refund po namin is per telecast order.
Kaya nga, sinabi mo naman kanina, sinabi mo kanina, yung per telecast is 6,778,371.
Paliwanag ko lang po, Mr. Chair. No? Yung pinapag-usapan po natin na 2,663,000, yan po ay nanggaling sa isang telecast order na sinubmit on May 3, 2016 in the amount of 9.1 million. So very specific po yung telecast order, 9.1 million pesos. Yung last day po ng airing is May 7. So by May 7, alam na po namin more or less kung ilan yung tumakbo sa 9.1 million at ilan yung hindi tumakbo. Yung hindi po tumakbo is the 2.66 million.
What about the 3,162,481?
Ibang telecast order po yun.
Kasyon.
Yung telecast order nun is for, was April 6 for 7 million pesos po.
The committee would like to request the Honorable Barsaga to wrap up the
This is
questions.
very important.
Yes, sir.
Okay. April 6. Paid on April 6.
Hindi po. Yung telecast order po na sinubmit sa amin is dated April 6 for 7 million. Yung hindi po tumakbo out of the 7 million is 3.993.
O nga.
Sorry, 3,162. Sorry, 3,162.
Kaya nga, nako-confuse kami rito. Ang sabi nyo kanina, ang placement was made on May 3 and May 4. Well, anyway, another. Yung 771.
Yan po yung telecast order received on May 2. The total value is 4.7 million, of which 771 was refunded.
Okay. Just, ang sabi nyo, yung 3,162,000 telecast order dated April 6, April 7,
Opo.
which is 1 month before the election.
Opo.
Eh bakit hindi na-yearin lahat yun?
Ganun din po. First come, first serve pa rin po. So,
First come, first serve.
Opo.
Pagkatapos tumanggap pa rin kayo ng telecast ng May 2 and May 3. Pagkatapos yung iba sa May 2, sa May 3, katulad nitong 2 million, tinanggap nyo to when? Telecast order number?
Sorry, ano po?
Yung 2,663,000, the telecast order is in the amount of 9,100,000.
Correct po.
Yes. And it was placed when?
May 3 po.
Ha?
May 3.
May 3. Nakapag-ere kayo ng worth 6 million sa 9 million.
Opo.
Samantalang yung telecast order placed on April 7, hindi nyo na-telecast lahat.
Depende ho yun sa programa at sinong
Hindi nga,
nauna.
kaya nga kasi ang sinasabi nyo lang naman kanina, first come, first serve. Kaya ang tanong lang namin, na-place yung April 6, hindi na-telecast, samantalang yung pinlace ng May 3 or May 4, na-telecast ang 6 million or 7 million.
Yung telecast
Mr.
order po,
Kalipak, I think the question is, meron hong in-order na 1 month before the elections, na-play nyo.
Opo.
At hindi nyo na-play, pero in order na 4 days before the election ban, na-play nyo. Bakit yung 1 month before, yung April 7, bakit hindi nyo na-line up yun?
yeah, Mr. Chair, yung telecast order po has a specific date and a specific program. So hindi po siya, for April 6 for example, hindi po siya ordered to put spots all the way until May 7. Nakaspecify po sa telecast order kung ano yung mga programa at ano yung mga dates ang gusto nilang kunin for advertising po.
But Mr. Kalipak, di ba, that nung pinlace po yan, na-specify na yung program 1 month before. You're telling us now that you accepted it in spite of the fact na marami ng ibang naka-place nung panahon na yon?
Hindi po. I don't have all the information po, but yung pagkakaalam ko, yung telecast order submitted on April 6 was for spots to be aired on April 6 and 7 po.
Just one point. Well, I would be referring to the second to the last paragraph of the position paper. I think this is the last sentence. The President accepted the apology and he instructed ABS-CBN to donate the amount of 2,663,206.56 to a charitable organization of his choice. Of his choice. The choice of the President.
Hindi po yung sinabing of his choice, sinabi lang po niya to donate it to charity.
Oo nga, pero ang problema, binabasa ko yung position paper nyo eh. Oo, Attorney Cherry Cruz, yung bang binasa ko, nandito sa iyong position paper?
Opo.
Oh, so ang nakalagay rito,
We stand corrected po. He said
So-
to charity organization.
so sa madaling sabi, mali na naman dito, yung sinasabi, following the directive of the President. Sa madaling sabi, walang directive ang ating Pangulo kung saang organization ibibigay.
Tama po.
Oh, bukod ba rito, mayroon pang pagkakamali sa position paper nyo? Attorney Cherry Cruz.
Wala na po.
Okay, next question. The amount of 2,663,206.56. The donation was made in the name of the President to the House of Hope for Kids with Cancer last March 12, 2020. Is this correct, Attorney Cruz?
Opo.
Next question. Ito bang donation ng ating Pangulo sa halagang 2,663,206.56 which was donated to the House of Hope for Kids with Cancer on March 12, 2020, was there any news or press release made by ABS-CBN? Kasi sa totoo lamang, ngayon ko lamang nalaman to.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, wala pong press
Wala.
release. Wala po.
Oh, I will be referring my question to Ms. Reyes. You're saying ng ABS-CBN, pinapublish nila ang mga news o balita na newsworthy. Do you think that the donation of the President in the sum of 2,663,2006.56 to the House of Hope for Kids with Cancer, a donation or an act on the part of the President which is newsworthy?
Your Honor, I was not made aware of this donation.
Oh, you were not aware? Eh alam nyo naman, ang tagal ko na sa Kongreso, sasabihin ko, bakit hindi nakatelecast ang ating hearing? Eh alam mo naman niya ako ang PD. May bibisitahin ng ating Pangulo, ang laging number one bit will be the President. Totoo ba na hindi alam ng inyong news, ng inyong mga opisyales, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, na merong ginawang donasyon ng ating Pangulo? Wala, hindi alam ng management.
Hindi na po kami nag-issue ng press release po. Hindi na po kami nag-issue ng press release.
Okay. Newsworthy. Will it not give a good example for all public officials? Yung Pangulo natin, nagdo-donate. Kayong mga congressman, mag-donate din kayo ng konti. Whenever the President has done anything, whether official or unofficial, that is newsworthy. Most especially if the donation in the substantial amount of 2.6 million is being given to the House of Hope for Kids with Cancer. Do you agree with me?
Yes po.
Oh, it's not yet late. Better late than never. Perhaps you can make the publication tomorrow. Well, I think that would be all.
Thank you, Honorable Pasaga. The next to interpolate will be the Honorable Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List. He was been given time by two other colleagues, so he has 15 minutes. Is Honorable Atienza ready?
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. We have heard many issues this afternoon. Higit sa lahat, ako'y nagpapasalamat. Pinabati ko si Presidente Carlo Caparas. sabi ni Congressman Barsaga, Carlo Katigbak, kapag kakilala ko sa kanya, na tinatanggap niya na kailangan magkaroon kami ng assurance na magbabago ang pagpapatakbo ng news gathering, news broadcasting, and discretion of the editorial desk after these hearings are through, if you are granted the franchise. Ang masakit lamang na pangyayari, itong ating hearing, 1/3 of our time was consumed on the Dembaxa issue, which has got nothing to do with the franchise application and the issues involved. The questions raised by Congressman Barsaga, I share, because ako rin ay naging biktima ng binayaran kong spots. Konti lang naman, noong 2016 election, at hindi po na-air. Kaya nung sinulatan namin ang ABS, agad naman, nag-apologize at sinuli yung pera namin. But being a former advertising man myself, naintindihan ko po yung kanilang reasoning. Yung first come, first serve, nung araw po yan sa advertising. Yung pagbili nating spots, nilalagay natin kung anong programa, noong unang panahon pa po yan. May mga programang mabili na nauubos lahat yan. Hindi po naman alam nung tumatanggap ng pera sa network kung ubos na o hindi. Malalaman na lang natin yan dahil hindi nga na-air. Anyway, we spend so much time on the pesos and centavos, which to me are not very, very important in this hearing. The issues now are bias in broadcasting. Kaya ang aking tanong po tatanungin ko sa kinatawan ng National Union of Journalists in the Philippines. Andito pa po siya, NUJP. Kung wala na po, tatanungin ko naman po ang KBP. Dahil may kinalaman ito dito sa aming hinahanap ng mga sagot sa aming mga tanong. Andito po ba si Mr. Nick Dao? Can I pose a question, Mr. Nick Dao? The representative of the KBP, Kapisanan ng mga broadcaster sa Pilipinas. I see him. Mr. Nick Dao, do you hear me?
Mr. Nick Dao?
Sir Lito, kumusta po kayo?
Thank you for so long. You are very, very patriotic and upright.
Thank you, sir.
Totoo. Sa inyong pamumuno sa KBP, masasabi po ba ninyo na ang ABS ay kilalang pang-aabuso, pagmamagaling, o bad reporting, was bias reporting sa inyong pamumuno? At meron po ba kayong mga natanggap na ganyan reklamo galing sa mga apektadong partido?
In general po, masasabi po natin na for the most part, fair po ang ABS-CBN. Of course, hindi, as they said, they're not perfect. And meron sa tanong niyo po kung may natanggap po tayong reklamo against them. Meron naman po. Nagkaroon po ng, in fact, meron po akong listahan dito ng mga reklamo against them since 2010. Umaabot po ng 11 reklamo to, ranging from ano tawag nito, mga offensive words, meron din pong sinasabi yung biased reporting na sinasabi. Pero out of the 11 po, yung 8 po na-resolve between the parties. Kasi ang proseso po namin, yung before it becomes a full case, a full-blown case where we have a hearing, pinaghaharap po namin yung dalawang partido. Yung ABS-CBN, in this case, saka po yung nagreklamo. At 8 out of 11 cases po na nireklamo sa amin, naayos po ng mabuti, napaliwanag po, at accept naman po yung paliwanag ng ABS-CBN. Yung 3 po, matagal na po to, yung 2010, 2012, and 2013, no? Yung isa po na that would probably form part of yung sinasabi nyo na bias reporting ay isang, hindi ko na po sasabihin kung ano, kung sino personalities, pero sikat na personality po siya at may binanggit po siyang hindi maganda doon sa isang kandidato na napakataas sa posisyon po. Siguro alam niyo na po kung ano yung nangyari doon. At yun po ay nagkaroon ng formal case at nagkaroon po ng hearing at pinatawan po ng penalty yung sinasabi pong popular na angkor po. Pero maliban po doon, ang maganda naman po sa ABS, basta nagkaroon po ng ganong kaso, either i-resolve po nila, and if they make a mistake, they reform, they promise to reform. At nangyari po, as I said, 2013 pa po ang latest case namin, hanggang ngayon po, wala na pong naging kaso na umabot po dun sa hearing pa. So they've always tried to correct whatever mistake they've done. So sa katanungan po nyo, if they're perfect, wala pong perfecto. Kahit na po yung network namin, nagkaroon na po na kaming kaso, but ang kagandahan po sa self-regulation, pag may reklamong ganun po, we resolve to ayusin po yung mga problema natin. At naayos naman po.
Gusto ko pong marinig sa inyo ngayon. In your official capacity as the head of the Kapisanan, would you now consider ABS as a major violator of people's trust and unfair practices? Or would you rather say that ang mga nangyayari po sa ABS, nangyayari po sa lahat ng channel?
Sa paningin ko po, pangkaraniwan po to. In fact, I would say actually mas marami po kaming narinig na kaso sa mga miyembro po natin sa probinsya. Pero dito sa ABS po, as I said, yung kung nabanggit ko sa inyo, out of the 11K na nireklamo, tatlo lang po naging kaso talaga. So, hindi po malalaing sa kanila. In fact, mas malala po. In fact, isang advokasya po namin sa KBP is to upgrade nga po the broadcast tsaka to adhere to the broadcast. Kasi isa pong kadahilanan po nung violence against media, lalong-lalo na sa broadcast. Napakarami, alam na po natin, marami pong violence against media, lalo sa probinsya, dahil po yung mga ibang kasamaan hindi nag-adhere sa good broadcasting standards. So yun po naging advokasya namin po. We try to orient and educate our broadcasters na to adhere to the broadcast code para maiwasan po natin yung mga ganitong klaseng pagkakataon where people feel aggrieved. At i-emphasize po natin, when people are aggrieved, meron po tayong recourse and that is to complain at ayusin po natin yung para hindi na po maulit yung mga ganong klaseng pangyayari.
I was more or less expecting that from a very upright gentleman.
Thank you po. Maraming salamat po, Congressman.
Yun po importante sa amin. So therefore, the general allegation that ABS has been biased has no basis for a general statement like that.
Anyway, maganda po yung sinabi nung congressman, nakalimutan ko na po kanina yung pangalan niya, pero yung bias po kasi there is a very thin line between biased and even mapapansin po natin even in the States, there is what we call a conservative media and a liberal media. So yung pananaw po nila kumisan magkaiba. So siyempre tao po tayo siguro, yung masasabi ko, at we as people, we have our own personal biases po siguro. But what we try to do is to minimize those biases so that it will hindi po mag-impact negatively sa ating mga trabaho po. So ang unang prinsipyo po natin, basta we always give equal opportunity to both sides to air their side. So if we follow that, sinasabi po namin sa ating mga broadcasters, as long we follow that, hindi po we will minimize yung samahan po ng loob.
Maraming salamat po. Mr. Nigdao, as I
Maraming
said,
salamat po. Maraming salamat po.
your official actuations and decisions in the KBP, and we have laws that really allow the self-policing of media and even entertainment. Kaya maraming salamat po sa inyong pananaw at sa inyong pagsasabi ng katotohanan. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po ang buong Kongreso.
Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing now the chair of the committee, that Congressman Barsaga brought out a very important problem in our electoral process na kailangan pansinin natin. Yung nangyayari sa non-airing of paid-for advertisements has been going on for the past many elections. Even in non-political advertising, nangyayari po yan. Because of the fact that in any campaign, ang media ay pinapakyaw ng mga malalaking mga political backers. Before you know it, wala na pong spots available for very effective popular shows. Why? Because pinakyaw ng malaking bilyonaryo for his candidate. Kaya nangyayari po yan na without the knowledge of management in Manila, nabili na po lahat ng spots sa probinsya and elsewhere, and including in Metro Manila. So I would urge Congressman Barsaga, pag-aralan natin mabuti itong sitwasyon ito. I will join you in any political reform proposals coming from your office, and I will be with you all the way para po maitwid natin ang mga nangyayaring gusot na hindi naman kagustuhan ng lahat. Subalit nangyayari. At yan ay dapat natin bigyan ng paraan sa batas at hindi po rito sa hearing ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Doon po naman sa punto ng ating Baptist President, Benny Abante, my good friend from Manila, marami po kayong sinabing tama. Kailangan talaga medyo merong pag-iingat sa training ng ating mga anak, mga apo, mga kabataan na nanggagaling po sa media. We know very well media plays a very major role in molding society's thinking, especially the next generations to come. Eh kung wala po sila mapapanood kundi sex, violence, crime, eh ganun mo, matatanim po sa isip ng mga bata yan. Hindi alam ng marami, pero yung mga nanonood po sa amin sa programa kong Maynila, dahil black timer po ako, kaya naiintindihan ko rin po yung issue ng black time. Doon kami sa kabilang channel. Kaya hindi po ako tiga-ABS, oh. Yung mga troll dyan, binabanatan nyo kung ako'y tiga-ABS. Hindi po. Hindi ako yun. Yung magaling at matalino kong anak, si Kuya Kim, ang nasa ABS. Si Lito Atienza po, merong programang Maynila sa kabilang channel. GMA po ako. At nung aking pinoconceptualize yung programa namin Maynila, ang sabi sa akin ng marami, hindi ka tatagal. Malinis yung programa mo. Object mo pala, values formation, culture of life, pro-life. Nako, hindi ka tatagal. Mga advertiser mo, uurong. Dapat may dugo, may sex, may violence. Sabi ko, kung ganyan din lang gagawin ko, hindi ako papasok sa black time at hindi ako gagawa ng programa ko. Pero ginawa ko po, sa kabila ng kanilang mga duda sa aming tagumpay. That was 1999. We have been on the air for the past 21 years as a black timer with the program Maynila. Wala po kaming sex, wala kaming violence, Congressman Abante. And we have succeeded in educating and providing good information and education and cultural orientation for our audiences. And we have been sustaining. Yan po ay programang one of the long-lasting black timer at GMA 7. And thank you for the management for understanding what we are trying to provide. A venue for clean, wholesome entertainment. That's the reason why I am with Congressman Abante. I urge you to also file the necessary pieces of legislation so that the present system of self-policing, of allowing the MTRCB, the Film Classification Board, the Film Academy of the Philippines, na sila po nag-i-screen, kung gusto niyo ibalik ang control sa maraming paraan para matiyak natin ang edukasyon ng ating mga anak, sasamahan ko po kayo. But again, hindi kaparte yan sa ating dinidinig na prangkisa application ng ABS-CBN. I will join you, Congressman Abante. Now, for Secretary Garin, who monopolized practically the one-third of this afternoon session, my piece of advice to you. Huwag mo nang masyadong ipaliwanag sa sarili mo, it depends on mo. The DOJ has already recommended your indictment for serious dereliction of duty, reckless imprudence, resulting in the death of children. May mga apo po kang nabakunahan na hanggang ngayon, alangan, baka naapektuhan sila ng dembaksya ninyo. You prepare yourself for your legal defense and not in these congressional hearings. Your cause and your case has got nothing to do with the ABS franchise application. What I said in the congressional hearings, you were there when I said, I will not ask many questions because you will be charged in court. I am almost positive, as you will now be charged. If you are not innocent, I'm sure you'll be given your day of glory. But if you are proven guilty of reckless imprudence, resulting in the death of children, not only 1, 2, 3, marami po sila, I hope you all rot in jail. Sapagkat sa kapabayaan ng Department of Health at nakita po namin yung connivance between the executive and the DOH at that time, you will have a lot to answer for. Not in this hearing, defend yourself in court because you will find yourself soon enough defending your actuations when the baksya was not properly applied to the children of the Philippines. Marami po na disgrasya dyan na hanggang ngayon nag-aarangan ng mga magulang. Kaya huwag kayong magagalit.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
ang mga magulang.
Point of order,
What is the
Mr.
point of
Chair.
order of the Honorable
Mr.
Garin?
Chair, the point of discussion
Galit.
here is the franchise of ABS-CBN. I believe the honorable gentleman from Manila is misplaced. If he
now
wants to
ending my
attack me, he can
interpellation.
deliver a privileged speech.
Time.
I move that his
Session
statements be
suspended.
stricken off the record.
The hearing is suspended. Hearing is resumed. I'd like to request, the chair would like to request the Honorable Atienza to stick to the subject matter, to the issue in his interpellation, and not go into other matters that are not relevant to his own interpellation.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I merely responded to the deviation of your chosen prosecutor. You're prosecuting, you're not hearing.
There is not a prosecution here, Mr. Atienza.
Really?
There is no prosecution here.
Reacting, and I am not initiating as my advice.
I'm requesting the Honorable Atienza not to argue with the chair.
I'm not arguing with you.
Then I would like to request the Honorable Atienza to stick to the subject matter of his interpellation relevant to this discussion.
But she brought the issue of the Dingbaksha, not me. Anyway,
Well,
thank you. That ends my interpellation. Salamat po.
Tapos na kayo?
Salamat po.
Okay. The Honorable Rodriguez is recognized. The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to the chairs, and good evening to our colleagues and our resource persons tonight. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask President CEO Carlo Katigbak these questions. First, there is this hearing for this afternoon and tonight is on allegations of bias during election campaigns. And one of those elections that are allegedly biased in favor, in other words, ABS-CBN favored certain candidates and were biased against other parties or other candidates of other parties. And this is the 2016 election campaign. May I ask Mr. Katigbak, who were the senatorial candidates in 2016 from whom you received payment, but you were not able to air their advertisements in 2016 for senatorial positions?
Your Honor, we have Senator Tolentino. Senator Pangilinan, Senator De Lima, Senator Zubiri, Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. Katigbak. Now, do these candidates belong to one political party or they belong to different parties running for senator in 2016?
Two different parties, Your Honor.
In other words, if you go to the candidates of PDP Laban, I could see now Senator Frances Tolentino. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And if you go to now Senator Zubiri, he's also with the PDP Laban.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of Senator Zubiri's party, Your Honor.
How about Senator Recto? Now, let's go to, because I would know this, Senator Pangilinan, is it not that he belonged to the Liberal Party?
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, Senator De Lima belonged likewise to the Liberal Party.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, candidates from both sides of the stronger candidates for parties for senator, PDP and Liberal Party, you accepted their payments. You did not choose which one to air because these candidates, whether PDP or Liberal, were not aired in these elections for senator. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So therefore, the allegation that you were biased for certain candidates in the 2000 election would be incorrect because you also did not air from not only the candidates for PDP Laban, but also from the Liberal Party. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now let's go to the vice presidential elections. You have also been charged that you were biased for some candidates and in favor of certain candidates. May we know, in the vice presidential derby, who were the candidates that you received payment but you were not able to air?
Speaker Cayetano, former Senator Trillanes, former Senator Escudero, VP Lenny Robredo.
You earlier also said about former Senator Bongbong Marcos.
Yes, sorry.
Is that correct?
That's right. That's right.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Katigbak, in other words, almost all the leading candidates for vice president from, of course, different parties because this is for one position, the vice president, namely Speaker Cayetano for PDP Laban, Lenny Robredo for the Liberal Party, Bongbong Marcos, probably KBL, and Trillanes, I would not know, or even Escudero. They belong for different parties, and they paid, and you did not choose which one to air because all of them were not aired in spite of their payment. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so therefore, there is no bias involved here in this particular vice presidential elections because the candidates, the 5 leading candidates, both paid and they were not aired because of the queuing system. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, there was no deliberate effort to favor one candidate over the other candidates, or to be against some candidates in favor of certain candidates. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go now to the presidential election. Can you tell us who the presidential candidates in 2016 whom you received the payment but did not air in the 2016 elections because of the queuing as you are playing?
Yes, President Duterte, former Senator Mar Rojas, Senator Santiago, and Senator Defensor Santiago.
Senator Santiago. So, Mr. Chairman, President Katigbak, you did not air, you were not able to air the advertisements of His Excellency President Duterte. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
But you were not also able to air his opponents in the last election, former Senator Mar Rojas, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
Of course, President Duterte was with the PDP Laban, and we have Mar Rojas for the Liberal Party, and you were not also able to air candidate Miriam, the late Miriam Defensor Santiago, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that therefore, would you say therefore that it was a deliberate effort not to air one candidate and to air other candidates for the presidential election?
There was no effort, Your Honor.
Because 3 candidates for president, you received payment, but you did not air. So you did not favor any of these candidates, not against any of this candidate, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you see therefore in the presidential elections and senatorial elections and vice presidential elections in 2016, from all spectrum of the political field, there were payments of different parties with different candidates, and because of your queuing system, they were not aired, but not because you have a political agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It's correct.
Did you have a political agenda in 2016 for ABS-CBN President Carlo Katigbak?
I had no political agenda for ABS, Your Honor.
And there was none also before 2016 and 2013. Was there a political agenda of ABS-CBN favoring certain parties and being biased against certain parties?
To my knowledge, there is none, Your Honor.
And in 2019, did the ABS-CBN have a political agenda in 2019 favoring certain senators and against certain senators, or in the congressional fights, Mr. Chairman?
We had no agenda, Your Honor.
So therefore, the allegation, President Katigbak, that you were biased in the coverage of the 2016 election, were you biased? Were you prejudiced? Were you partial for certain candidates, and was a bias against certain candidates in the 2016 elections?
ABS-CBN had no bias, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Katigbak. Now, I'd like now to therefore state that the records would show, Mr. Chairman, as divulged and given to us in this hearing, in open hearing, that from the senatorial elections, the positions for vice president, for positions of president. All of them who had paid, but because of the queuing system, they were not here. Mr. Katiba, don't you think that in the next election, you should not accept anymore placements of political ads when your computerized records would show that there has already been a complete sale of the time, because that is you can measure that, the time. And so therefore, not anymore go to a situation, Mr. Katigbak, that you will have you receive payment and then you are not able to air these candidates' ads in spite of your payment. Do you promise here that in the next elections, when the when the time is filled up by contracts already paid, you should not accept anymore any other placements with the hope that there will be those who will back out? Because if there will be no backouts, if everybody continues who was earlier been in the queue, then you're going to be able to set aside and not air these others whom you have received, in spite of the fact that you have already filled up the slots for the days, especially 2 weeks before the election. Would you therefore promise in this committee that you are not going to accept to foreclose any of these incidents where it leaves really the suspicion of candidates that you are not going to air, that you were really biased against them? Can we have that commitment, Mr. President?
Mr. Chair, assuming we're on air during the next campaign period, we have already committed to put together an online system for the purchase of political ads, so that there is full transparency as to the first come, first serve policy, as well as full transparency on shows that are already filled up. But we will still continue to give the option to the candidate to put in a contingency purchase if they so choose, but with the full knowledge that the shows that they are asking for spots on are already fully sold. Mr. Chair, they are asking for spots on are already fully sold. Mr. Chair. So our commitment, Mr. Chair, is transparency.
I am not satisfied with that, Mr. Katigbak. We will again have the situation where there will be candidates who will again charge you for being biased or being partial to some candidates because you are not able to air. So there has to be, there may be lesser income for the, if there's a backout by the ABS, but that is better than having questions of being biased in elections. Because we don't want a public broadcast, a broadcast station given a franchise by Congress who will have the same problem that we can have. So is that possible that when there is already the contracted, the time slots in the programs have been contracted out, there should be no more contingency. You should not accept anymore, Mr. Katiba. Can we get that commitment?
Mr. Chair, please allow us time to consider your proposal, because even the act of denying a candidate the ability to purchase on a particular program may also be considered as bias. But I understand the principles behind your proposal, Mr. Chair. I'm just requesting for some time to deliberate and think it through before committing to this proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Katigbak. Mr. Chairman, I'd like now to ask a question from the COMELEC representative, Attorney Bagid